怎样？
蛤蜊啊！
啊，
恭喜你，
但是你要猜对
被
了。
猜对了。
今天看完这几个，有点让我大开眼界了，完全猜不出来，有点傻眼。
是真的蛮同理心的，
就这操作，看起来很厉害啊。
谢谢收看今天的多点同理心，
记得锁定 PCS 粉丝团，会有更多有趣的影片哟。
新的赛季也请持续为马吉加油。
拜拜。
没有，我觉得应该是要办一个，就是让那个追我们的观众说什么他来他也行的那种来跟我们打看，让他们知道说他们来他们不行。
打不过。我们放一个让观众跟你们打。
对啊，不然他们都说他们来他们也行。
人家真的输了。
让我看一下。
J-Team，
我是中路 Kobe，
我是 AD 小 V，
我是打野哈娜，
我是上路瑞石头，
我是辅助雀巢。那我们开始吧。Do you know me？ 那 Kobe 的答案我都不能答哎，忘记。
第一题 KURB 在季后赛中获得了第一次 MVP， 请问上场的2场比赛中各玩什么角色？
廖明玉，我要回答，我有认真在比赛的。好，第一场是玩阿切尔吧，然后第2场是玩阿卡丽，因为被单杀被越塔，我印象很深刻。
一定都不是 MVP。
KURB 在季后赛中取得1胜1败的成绩，请问季后赛的总击杀数为多少？
无理。
提示是这两只英雄的第一个字一样。
这两只英雄第一个字一样。
哎，你讲错了吧？
它上面写的。
你说那个，你这个是第1题的提示，我听得出来。我要第2题了。
我可以猜
8。
你要讲名字。
是啊。姚明宇，我猜是6啦。
6到10，
8吧。
8到10。
姚明宇，我要猜
看我了吧？
好了，
答对了。
不要欺负瑞斯特，让他猜一下。
没差，我没差。
换小 B，你跟他换个位置。
第1题是小 V 在春季例行赛使用了5次伊泽瑞尔，请问他第1次上场玩克里斯塔使用的造型为什么造型？
那个爱引导。
错，他是我偶像哎，我只用偶像的。回答很少。
陈江，SKT T1 Band 的造型。
没错，答对了。请问春季赛的总击杀是多少？我知道你们不会，我先提示你们，我好心一点，50到100吧。
50到100。
有那么多？
陈江我要猜69。
有那么多？69。对啊。50到69。
64。
哎，你很会猜哎。就这么刚好是64，
太强了。
那也没办法，给你一个贴纸。你，
请问季后赛最后一场玩了哪只英雄？
我现在许保远，我要猜赛特，是赛特吧？
对吧？是赛特啊，那就好了，贴啊。
给我贴纸，
太强了吧？
是赛特就给我贴纸。
刚好2把都是一样。
一直送头。
在 PCS 节目中，多点同理心中，雀巢曾被谁称赞觉得比自己队友还强？有没有在看节目啊？啊，是哦。答对了。哇！没有，你上次有讲啊。他之前对我跟你讲过，自吹的。什么自吹？
那你有看节目吗？
我有看吧。
看吧，感觉我要下去了。
下去哪里？
惩罚。
一个贴纸。
不会有惩罚吧？
但是一样对输的不会有惩罚。
我跟你讲，
他会受伤的。
没关系啊。
因为他真正
新人就是要接受惩罚。
我不知道
嘲讽的吗？
潜规则你知道吗？
哦，我在春季赛中总共打了18场比赛，请问第1支使用的英雄为什么
？10万年。
哎，怎么那么会猜？
啊，就那场你就没屁用了。
哇，你只送。
我就记得那场。
对啦，
跟中路联动。
换高中是谁？
塞尔斯啊，那个
我啊，塞德斯啊。
基人全空包怎么？
请问我在春季赛总助攻数为多少？
文志豪，我要猜，先说70。
70到150。101。101到150。
87。
我101到150了，怎样？
101到150。哦，抱歉，
头有点痛。
106到110哦，108啦。
可惜啦，106到108。这真的我对，107，
你中了吧？
碎啦！
所以你助攻那么多，
好，你这个那么多，
我也不想那么多。
代表没有击杀。
那你
我不算准。
瑞士的在季后赛的 KDA 为2，请问春季赛最后一场是玩的哪一支英雄？季后赛啊，讲错了。
克雷德。
好，算你对了。请问瑞士特在春季例行赛中2-4的胜率为何？是啊
直，接我猜。
我猜。
哎，我已经
好，你先，你先。
虚报
0。
答对了，
我就是要猜0呢。
就0啊，没赢过。
我比没有。对，我们平手哎。3，我3啊。
你在搞怪。还是那个，反正前面都靠赛，最后一题就4分这样啊，他也有机会赢，反正都要加了，
感觉对，有机会。
对不对？
这样他这样有逆转，不然他玩不到。
对啊，玩不到游戏。要
他已经
关怀新人。
瑞士特在春季赛中最常使用的英雄是什么？没见到。
我的
哎，他先
雷尼克顿，
哦，可以，又对了。
我要猜这
等一下，
不是哎，
你们说让他赢了，
这样感觉还要17，因为我2分，
进惩罚了。
我有2分。
哎，你2分，你2分，那2个一起惩罚。
扣比，你这样就低。
看是什么？
秀泰影城的电影票，团体的4张，哇哦，4张，这是什么？哦，5张，
我还以为那个，
不是，我还以为
要挑4个人呢。
不是啊，刚刚这年代写的，
我还以为制作单位故意要那个
这么狠
分裂我们一个
没有，
人。
他说，那你要跟哪3个队友去？
好，那水正是我谁？
我跟瑞特，
如果今天有新科技的发明，同性可以繁衍后代，但是你现在是选择 PCS 的品种，你会选择谁来繁衍后代？
要求哎。好，我直接讲，哈纳比啊，
哦哇哦，
安娜
就很喜欢他，对，
就很喜欢。Oh
你
my，
们私底下是很熟吗？
很熟，因为之前就很常打比赛嘛，然后私底下有一起出去吃饭，
你不是会去他家吃饭？
他家
对啊，这样
去他家玩游戏？
之前有去过他家，
对啊，感情很好。
没有，
不要跟我讲这么多。
我知道。
只能选我们赛区的哦，
对啊，
可是不行哎，我的心中只有一个人。我没有办法选出我们赛区的人，因为我只对佛哥有感觉而已，没办法，太爱他了，
爱到要哭了。请继续支持 JT，
持续锁定 PCS 官方粉丝团。
拜拜
拜拜。
今天我们要来录，就你最浮夸，
耶，
我就看你多浮夸。
他非常熟吗？
很熟啊，高雄人怎么能不熟？
那有没有心情可以开队的？
可以啊，我知道他一定会写的，
你又知道了，
他的话肯定很恶心啊。
那我猜不到怎么办？
你的智商我能同意，
你再说一次，
你的智商我能理解，
你再说一次。
你直接还你啊。
第一个，人帅，长得又高，打游戏又强，每年拿冠军。要是能重来，我要当家强。虽然走路会低油，可是不影响我对他的崇拜，就像是夜空中的萤火虫一般，那么耀眼。
这肯定观众写的啊。
第二个，即便赛区合并电狼解散，狼魂依旧不灭总决赛。中山拼尽全力，连1/5个电狼还是打不赢狼王，带领塔隆获得总冠军。
这个也是观众写的。
第三个，安娜碧眼镜歪掉，怎么可以这么帅？简直是新一代时尚潮流之父。
这个就是你写的。
塔隆能够招揽到这么厉害的上路太原，真是太棒了。没想到泰国也有这么厉害的上路选手。
这个就是他写的。第一个 PCS 法色怪物 ，Wako 的 AD 真的很风骚。虽然现在版本的 AD 很卑微，但每次在场上操作的时候还是非常有影响力。希望之后能在 PCS 打出一片天，拿到世界赛的门票，打出自己的生涯代表作。
哎，这一定不是你写的，不可能，不可能。
第二个 ，Wako 的单人线竞争力实在没话说，跟他百变的发色一样狂野，每次的访问影片都尬到笑，是个很做自己的人。第三个 ，Wako 你的头发真的太帅了，可能是因为你顶着这个头才这么猛，下次也要跟 跟你来一样的。
都不像你说的很多啊，什么东西？
好，那边你觉得哪一个？
第三个，自己选。
我猜第3个，因为其他2个没那么凶的感觉，感觉都是粉丝会讲的。
我跟你一样的道理，你这前2个也肯定是粉丝写的，吹得太那个了。
那互相公平的。
错了，
真的假的？那你对了，
我对了。
对，怎么可能错啊？太夸张了！我错了，
猜我是哪个是我写的？
那应该第1个。对，我觉得是第1个啊。那小米会写的吧？
我乡民啊，怎么样？
谢谢观众的投稿，我们也会继续加油。新的赛季也请支持塔隆，
还有 HQ， 也请继续关注 PCS 粉丝团哦。
拜拜。
我们是 HK，
大家好，我是 HK 的战队经理 Rudy，
我是 AD MNM，
我是大爱的 Hollow，
我是教练 Skywalk，
我是辅助 Win。我们现在开始吧。Do you know me？
I know you want me to, but you gotta be like me.
张庭伟，谁会叫这么？
你也不知道？
没有，我知道，有加你 FB 可能知道。
好。
王俊谦啊，真的
你叫什么？
你家是黄家俊，
你叫什么？
我叫真的。
真的
你叫什么？真的你不知道？
怎么我的队友都不知道对面的名字？
好，我要开始问问题了。请问我们中路新队友月黑，他最出名的角色是谁？
张庭伟。
哎，我是
什么张庭伟？
为什么是我？
对啊，举手啊，举手啊，举手啊！
你选我们？
是这样吗？
对啊。
啊，我误会了啊。
那你要选谁？
选我吧，肯定是我吧，我从小。
好，你
他现在讲是全名啊。
汉莫定格。
哎呦，很厉害！哎呦，我靠！你还讲上 ？OK， 那第二题哦。月黑第1个加入的职业战队是哪一队？
张庭伟。
好，
闪电狼。
哦，靠，很厉害，很厉害，很厉害！
干嘛？
好，那就换下一个。
第1个问题，请问 MMA 春季赛的第1场比赛出的第1件大装是什么？你可以给提示哦。
哦，我知道，
蓝刀叫什么名字？哎，没有，他叫名字。
王家俊，魔剑正宗。
哦，对了。
啊，哇，
对，因为玩一折，
对。
你记忆力惊人啊！
很简单。
没位置天。
第2个问题是 MMA 在季后赛访谈影片中被谁唱要把它打成 MMA 巧克力？
王家军。发现了。
布鲁斯吗？
对，布鲁斯。
我直接把它打成 MM 巧克力。
然后没看到我怎么做啦？
你们都要看影片，对不对？
没错啦，
我没有看啊，我们都有讲。
第1个问题是，请问在春季赛的最常使用的英雄是什么？
因为我觉得
阿军。
布朗姆啊。
对。答对了，太快。不对，7次不对。提示是6到8。
你不是讲了7次了吗？
没有啊，刚我不知道。他有范围啊，
他有范围6到8。
你在范围里面了，你在范围里面了。
现在不算，现在我都知道了，现在是8。
其实我也记得是8，可是我不知道为什么这里是写6。对啊，所以我记得是8次。
真的吗？
对，因为我
本人都
因为我那写是7胜1败，不知道为什么。
我也知道是8次。
哦，好，统一制作单位统一，那就给MNM吗？
Yes。
然后第2个问题，我本来不是打辅助的，然后请问我在春季季后赛访谈影片中被谁唱回去打上路好？
廖军，
教练。
拖拉吧？
对。
是吗？
啊，对。
糗了。我想说他是说几年几月开始打那个，我也知道，这我就知道了。
第1个问题是，我本季登上了一次 PCS 的 Playoff 3，请问当时是玩哪只角色？
真的，
加我吧。加文。
等一下，嘉文什么？
是。好，给你吧。
他都还没讲完呢。
第2个问题是，请问我在 PCS 季后赛访问影片中谈到自己是哪位 PCS 选手的粉丝？
真的。
他说不出来，我知道。
等一下，我
给你个
你法。
对。
我猜中了，
没有，因为他一直说他觉得 Weave 很强啊。
누군지 잘 모르겠어요.
最简单的备用问题吗？
备用问题是，拳击季后赛中加文逝世的胜率为
真的
行吗
？100%。
对，
这个
很简单，都很简单。
这个问题突然太转了。
你知道吗？这样就表示我们教练已经失去了胜利的权利，他只有2个，然后他要问问题。
那我只有1个。
没有，我觉得你们答不出来。第一个问题 ，Carter 曾经在 G-Rex 所举办的哪个赛事拿下冠军？
摩天网。
对，后楼先。
那个英皇的什么杯？
对啊，
英皇杯啊，对。
给你们提示，英皇电竞什么什么杯，2017什么什么什么什么问号？不是问号，不是问号。
下一题。
不是2017，然后后面还有4个字。
我知道，2018。
什么啦？2017考有，
都说2017这4个字，
有可能是2017到2020。
我再想想。
黄，
我知道了，王俊谦，王者违规。
不是啦，那是 Toys 他们打的。
王者之争
，3个字，你刚中了3个字，王者之
战。
不是啊，
是天，
我记得你有打的。
我有打，可是谁会记得？
王者之争，
你输了的是什么比赛？
一条东西。
王者之路。
答对了。
哎，不是要全部。
王俊谦，
黄俊谦，
包老先。
英王电。
OK，
不是超龙。
你先吧。
有叫我名字啊。
英皇。算了，我放弃了这个。
英王电击青鹰杯2017王者之路。
好，对了，终于
有参加过比赛的老师。
第2个问题 ，Carter 的台服员 ID 是什么？
王俊谦，我砍了出城输入法吗？
不是。
好，王俊谦，砍了出城输入法。
比较新的 ID， 我第一个提示。
第19房加乐。
差不多，这是错了。
王俊谦。
哎，第19房加乐。
哦，对，19，对，
这
对，
这不是最之前啊。
对。对，对。
所以他念错。
现在每个人总结一下有几个。
我这个，
谢谢。
只有2个意思。
好。
所以我们就把礼物给你。
耶。
Showtime 影城的团体电影优惠券有5张，我们可以5个一起去哦。可是他们都有女友，然后不跟我去。
好，那就最初的
无敌。
好。如果这个世界上的人获奖的人会选择 PCS 的
这选手吗？
选手。
你都不认识他们，你要怎么选男的？你只能插我们。
阿俊
是我啦。
阿俊，
我就觉得。
还有一个，
对，就是阿俊的。他说1个而已啊。
那为什么选阿俊？
对，
他食量比较少，他吃不多。
要我。
啊，我爱你。
这么突然吗？
哎呀，
直接抱着他大嘴。
不要离开我。
那我你帮我们
对，
示范一下好了。
你先示范一下，我等下学着做。
直接把大腿拿出来。不要离开我，爸爸。
他不能抱我大腿啊，他不是选手。
那林焕，你抱我大腿好。
那也不行。大腿怎麼可以抱你大腿？
請大家新嘅賽季繼續支持 HKA。
請大家繼續收睇 PCS 官方頻道。
拜拜。
Answer for what you have done. Yone, turn back. You have dishonored us. You swore to protect him. You swore to protect Ionia. Look around you, brother. Your honor stains the ground. Better than living without it. I'm sorry, brother. I will not fail you again. apologies, Opa. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. Ah, the spirits wait for no one.
No, I'm not.
Looking to commune? Why else would the great Yasuo come? But are you ready?
Does that matter? I'll never make it up there in time.
True, the road is long. Perhaps my own temple can still provide a way. The choice is yours.
Is it?
It's taken years for the spirit blossoms to return. If the land is ready to heal, perhaps you are as well.
And this is the way? Old men, flowers, and hope.
Maybe hope is enough.
Maybe.
Immerse yourself in the river Whaley. Let the waters cleanse you. Let the currents take this burden you carry. Remember who you have lost.
Let me go, Yone! I was winning! Did you see me take out that big one?
I saw you dishonor yourself.
You fight?
When I have to, not when I want to.
You don't have anything to prove.
There is always another fight, Yasuo. Finding it proves nothing.
Your place is here. With Elder Suma. He trained me for this. I can help end this war. Your duty is to this school. To your master. To Ionia. Then I should be out there protecting her. I won't fail you, Yone. It seems I have already failed you.
Drink this. It will help forge a bond between our realms.
A drink rarely gets me out of trouble.
Sometimes we must go looking for our demons.
Show yourself. I'm not here for you.
Killing me does nothing, Hunter. If he lives, I will return. Suma's great pupil. What
no murderer. Then why are you running? I'm done running. Have your revenge, brother. You might deserve death, but not by my hand. Then there is nothing left for me in Ionia. Even the wind has a path, brother. Farewell, Ione. May the spirit of Ionia guide you.
It's easier looking back, isn't it? The trick is seeing what lies ahead.
From what I hear, most likely thieves, beasts, and drink.
It is a lawless place, where you can decide your own fate. Besides, we're both looking for something, aren't we?
And you think we'll find it in Bilgewater?
I think we'll find many things.
Beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace.
to shy away from the drama. Instead, I invite it and cause trauma. Anyone at my neck, then I'm getting on ya. I stand for respect and honor. And I won't stop until it's all mine. I'm at the top of my game at all times. Bring it on. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Step up. Bring it on. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. I bring in a habit to all foes. Until they all vanish, you know it's gone. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything, go. I'm coming for mine and what is old. I stay on the grind, I'm in the zone. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything, go.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PCS. It's day 2 of week 6 as we continue on our path to the summer playoffs to help crown first our victors as well as our second seed heading to Worlds. Still a lot of matches between then and now, and I welcome you all to the Global English broadcast. I'm Opal, joined alongside by Riku for our first 3 games, and as always, PCS 2020 is brought to you by CTBC, the largest bank in Taiwan, helping you save for your late game. And like I mentioned here, Riku, it's kind of do or die time for a lot of these teams. Playoffs are only, 4 game days away, and that's maybe not including tie breaks that are just coming up around the corner. A lot of these teams, especially in that mid-pack, need to make things happen now.
Yeah, I mean, since yesterday, there were still teams that were still sitting around that 4-way tie. At least we saw Alpha's win, so there is still only that 3-way tie happening, but I'm a little bit worried for the bottom 2 teams, which is Resurgence and Liab.
Yeah, Resurgence and Liab. Resurgence very much need a miracle. Their destiny is very much out of their hands, even if they were able to win every single game that is before them over the next 4 days. So let's go ahead and actually take a look toward those standings so you guys have an idea of what we're looking at. We've already secured 4 teams into playoffs, that being Taipei J-Team, AHQ, Machi Esports, and PSG Talon. We still have that midsection, though, that is only separated by 1 game from Alpha all the way down to Nova Esports. And then, like you mentioned, Liab Esports as well as Resurgence down at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. When we look at our 2 to 4th teams in the standings right now, those are the same top 3 teams that we saw back in spring. And surprise, surprise, we got J-Team right now with 4 days only left and 2 losses so far. This is a complete turnaround from what we saw, as J-Team was around 7th place, I believe, at last split.
Yeah, there was very much a possibility that, Taipei J-Team did not qualify into playoffs last split, and now they've completely been able to turn things around, currently sit at the top of the table, and they will actually be going up against the one foe that they have had difficulty with throughout the course of summer, and that's going to be PSG Talon, our main match of the day. But before that, of course, we have HQ taking on Liab, Hong Kong Attitude taking up Nova Esports, and then Taipei J-Team will be going up against Resurgence into Machi versus Alpha Esports.
Yeah, first half is definitely, the former LMS and former LSD going to go head-to-head against each other, and, of course, a bit of a classic LMS matchup for the second half of tonight.
Yeah, and then let's go ahead and take a look toward now our first matchup on paper. Of course, this is going to be AHQ taking on Liab, and for our first match of the day, Liab, they were able to take home the victory. Last time these two teams met, it was considered a massive upset, to say the very least. And if you're HQ, I can guarantee they're looking to come back and smash Liab hard here.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely big upset, as, again, no one expected it at all, based from how Liab has been performing, building up to that matchup itself. Liab, the thing is, most of the time they look, they're pretty half and half. Sometimes they look amazing, and sometimes they don't know what to do.
Yeah, it kind of comes back to, the rookies still trying to find that confidence in particular. You see it a lot during their documentary series over on Wards. They even put it out last time, and you saw the polar opposite of this team from being able to upset PSG. Bright eyes, bright future, a bunch of excitement, a lot of faith in the team. And then the polar opposite, what happened with the Nova Esports game where they ended up getting backdoor at 25 minutes. So this team has, unfortunately, two sides of the coin, and it depends on the day, it seems, what side it's going to land on. Let's go ahead and take a look toward the rosters. Civ in the top lane, Kong in the jungle, Uniboy in mid lane, Wako and Ysera for AHQ Esports.
They've got HQ, again, home to many amazing rosters, especially their performances back in the LMS.
And taking a look on your screen now, of course, it's Civ making his return in the second half here of summer, being the veteran of the squad, and up alongside Kong, you part of that Mad Team duo that came over.
Yeah, part of that Mad Team duo, especially when he is being paired up with Uniboy. Again, their dynamics really change. He does like to play team fight impactful champions, and again, we paired that with Uniboy in the mid lane. They've been a pair since 2017. Just as you mentioned, back in Mad Team. And yeah, Uniboy switching up from traditional mages to utility.
Yeah, and he's been rather tame here so far when it's come to summer overall. But then you take a look down, of course, down toward the bot lane. Of course, you have Wako has been a rather consistent pillar for AHQ, always able to scale up on those hyper carries and usually just carry through the late game.
Yeah, it's a very different, back at spring, it's always that misfortune. Now, Wako having to spam a lot of Aphelios rather than, if Ashe is open, rather than if Ezreal is open.
And then alongside Wako, of course, you have your support. It's going to be Ysera down in that bot lane, which, as you can tell by his champion pool, loves his heavy engage champs. Loves the fact that Wako is rather self-sufficient when it comes to the lane, being able to lane by himself, and looking for those early roams right around that level 6 mark.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like, it's definitely going to be a challenge for Mocha in the bottom side of the map for Liab's support.
Yeah, and Liab on the other side of the map, you got Kanji in the top lane, Doidoi in the jungle, Rex in mid lane, and then Dawn and Mocha down in bot. And up in this top lane, it is the new face to Liab. Kanji formerly was a mid lane main that has since the start of this year has actually been learning top lane and was able to find an opening here on the main team.
Yeah, definitely created a name for himself back in collegiate esports locally, and now going towards PCS and having to adjust and having to be reunited with his old jungler, which is Doidoi, the remaining veteran coming from when Liab was rebranded from Mineski.
Yeah, currently the longest lasting member on this roster at the moment. He's got coined Captain Doidoi by the team when it comes to shot calling. As of late, he's been able to take hold the call. But then you have Rex in mid lane. Of course, the import coming over from Korea, which in spring had massive carry performances. But here in summer, we've seen a little bit of a shift here as far as mentality, putting on sometimes more utility-focused picks.
Yeah, we don't see his Syndra as much anymore, Zoe as much anymore, most likely having to shift more on Dawn here in the bottom side of the map. He has been performing so consistently, especially here on this Ashe.
Yeah, Dawn here, he is kind of the shining light for the future of Liab in particular, and I think that's what's very exciting, at least coming out of this roster that is developing over time, as he has been able to kind of find himself that he's found some respect from a lot of the other lanes when it comes to the PCS and analysts as well. They've often said, Dawn, he looks like the best player on Liab at times, and that looks rather well, especially when you pair him up with a industry veteran in the form of Mocha, who's been all around a bunch of regional leagues and now coming alongside here on Liab to help Doidoi make those shot calls.
Exactly. When we look especially at last night's games, J-Team having Lil V is having a difficult time during the laning phase, and imagine, Lil V having a lot of experience in the field, and you're going up against this rookie in the lane, and it's just such an amazing improvement looking at Dawn's performance.
Yeah, because you mentioned the performance yesterday. I feel like if Liab are able to bring a form of consistency into this matchup, especially from the level that we saw going up against Taipei J-Team, you could swear the first 15 to 20 minutes of their match yesterday, this is very much a team that should be in the middle of the standings if they're able to go toe-to-toe like a team like that that's currently sitting at the top with only 2 losses.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Liab, it's just that early game, very, very solid, but sometimes after one mistake, Liab would sometimes fall apart. So we'll have to see whether or not they can replicate that victory against AHQ as their second match again when it comes to the round robin.
And on we go here to our draft for HQ. They're going to be on that blue side. Liab going to be on the red. And these were kind of the targeted bans I was expecting to come out toward Liab, getting rid of the Twisted Fate, getting rid of your Bard. Those are both signature playmaking champions that the Korean imports have been able to make plays on consistently.
Yeah, totally understandable bans coming from AHQ, and looks like they're gonna pick up, Dawn's comfort pick in the bottom side of the map, which is Ashe.
And here we go. Ashe is going to be prioed and locked in for Wako as the Aphelios was banned out here on the side of Liab. Question for us now, are we going to see a power farming style jungle come out from Doidoi? The answer is going to be yes, with that Graves getting locked in.
And it makes me wonder now, because Liab, every single time a team has been up against Liab, they would usually ban out the Karma, but now there are more threats on the board, and therefore Karma is open. Rex will be most likely probably relegated again to that utility position, but then again, Karma can still be flexed in 3 different roles. Again, we mentioned Kanji previously played in the mid lane, but now HQ seems to be locking in this Volibear.
Yeah, I'm going to say too, we'll get back to it here for that Karma pick if it does go mid, but like you mentioned, Volibear getting locked in, likely going to see that go to Civs. Konya hasn't played it a whole lot in the jungle. We did see it yesterday, but there for Uniboy, going to bring out one of the carries, his signature go-to, Syndra.
This is very interesting because when we look back at the A2 Liab matchup, Uniboy was on that Galio, and now HQ, or rather Uniboy, is now back in the traditional mage position, is able to create more impact as the game progresses. And for Liab, hovering over towards this Ezreal, perhaps we're going to be seeing the classic Ashe and Ezreal bottom matchup.
And this kind of, for a lot of us, has been concerning for Liab because we are already seeing a rather poke-heavy composition that relies on very good coordinated team play instead of opting into those easier win conditions. Obviously, if you want to be contender within the league, you got to be able to play both style of team comps, but this so far for Liab has not worked out.
Yeah, we've seen how aggressive they can fall back to their usual play style as if they're not playing a poke composition. But hopefully, since we've been seeing a lot of improvements so far, since this is definitely one of the compositions that they've been practicing a lot, I feel like it's going to be a different scenario for themselves, as Urgot being banned against Kanji on the top side of the map.
Well, almost the storm of fate overhead as you got some thunder there in the background. Hopefully we don't lose Riku later on during the show. Hopefully the storm keeps calm. And hopefully Liab can weather this storm, because you are going up against HQ, which you have now put Rex onto something that isn't a high carry. It's mainly looking to be more of a support, especially with the fact now that you're not going Mocha on the Karma, now locking in that Leona.
Yeah, you are definitely revealing what the composition is going to be, as Kanji would most likely fall back more on the bruisers. They are definitely lacking a little bit more extra on the engage side. If not, then they will heavily rely on Leona, just because, again, not a lot of support options open anymore. We did mention Ysera does love those heavy engage supports, but none are open at the moment, and Tahm Kench will be used instead.
Tahm Kench, though, he's been, to be arguably, a lot of people have been kind of looking down on the pick as of late. We feel like it kind of, other than just save your AD carry, it doesn't do a whole lot. It's not necessarily a high kill threat style lane, especially when you're going up against an Ezreal. It's going to be poking from afar. Meanwhile, though, for Ziv, it is going to be a safe blind pick up into that top lane, going to be the Renekton, and now up to Kanji, what he wishes to bring up into the matchup, going up against possibly the most veteran player in the league, him on his just rookie split.
Exactly, and I'm not going to be surprised if they do lock this in. Kanji has picked this up twice. This will be his third Camille pick if he does lock it in, and that's what Liab is going for. A very aggressive, but at the same time, a lot of damage output on the side of Liab.
A lot of damage output, and now we can kind of go back to this Karma pick in particular for Rex, where usually we don't like to see Rex too often on the Karma, especially if he's only, boosting up Dawn. But if you are going to run Doidoi on something that can have a lot of damage into the late game, this could work out. So it's a little bit interesting from Liab. They decided to go for this, but again, once you hit those 2-3 item spikes on a lot of your members on the side of Liab, they're going to be rather dangerous threats up against AHQ.
Yeah, and that means, Dragon contests, Baron dances would be absolutely scary for HQ if ever, Liab doesn't fall too behind when it comes to the first 15 minutes of the game.
So whether or not they can at least wait out, try and weather this out, it seems, as if you're able to survive through that early game, there is the possibility here for Liab to take an opening and be able to try and take home a victory. Again, they were able to upset HQ only a couple weeks ago. So there is still hope for this team. They are considered almost the King Slayers when it comes to the PCS, able to only take down some of our top squads. They were almost in line to do it yesterday. We'll have to see whether or not they're able to replicate the success that we saw in that Taipei J team matchup. Again, AHQ cannot drop any games here if they want to have a solid chance of taking a playoff bye into playoffs. Meanwhile, Liab still fighting for a slot, an opportunity to make it into the postseason as we load on to the Rift for our first game of the day.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And on we go. Our first game of day 2 here of our Super Week. A lot of games from both of these squads having to be played out. I believe Liab, they have I think it's a 3 or 4 game weekend.
4 games still.
4 games. I think AHQ similar. I think they have their games here today as well as tomorrow. So a lot of action, and you got to fight the fatigue when you get into these Super Weeks.
Yeah, I mean, teams have been playing it out 2 days a weekend. Now it's 3, especially added pressure of having to win as much as they can to catch up with points. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, HQ wanting to get a bigger chance of getting that bye slot on towards that seeding.
So we'll be keeping tabs here for HQ this early game. You're going to be likely expecting, Civ, Kongya, and Uniboy having to be that top side of the map to try and make plays happen around some of these objectives. And you got to be able to contest up to against Doidoi, who this time around, up on his graves. It's been a while since we've been able to actually watch him. Usually he falls back onto stuff like the Trundle or even the Lee Sin.
Yeah, for Liab, this is actually one of those things where I'm happy to see, because having to put Doidoi on a high damage output champion such as the Graves and putting Rex on the usual utility, the mid and jungle duo really does match well, so they can move around the map together. And if you add in Mocha as well into the equation, it's going to be a scary checklist, if you will. They got damage, they got heavy CC, they got shields.
Does mean, though, Dawn will maybe, in most cases, have to fall back in the lane, and you can already see that starting to stack down toward the bot side of the map. Of course, looking like Liab not really wanting to step forward into the minion wave, having to respect the Ashe, and with that being said, too, a nice hawk shot is able to spot out Doidoi on his pathing, so they have an idea of where this Graves currently is.
Yeah, speaking of Ashe, aside from how much, vision at least to track where Doidoi is going to be, it is going to be an absolutely scary level 6 as well when it comes to that lane, as you add in Kongye into the equation with his dive potential and as well as that crystal arrow. Liab should definitely be careful, especially when we look back where Rex is usually the target of certain dives in the lane.
Wow, Mocha getting rather aggressive here onto Wako, but has to flash himself back to safety. That's the issue when you're going up against the Kench, is if you commit too hard, you'll be able to get eaten up and devoured away, as Kongyu actually pathing down toward this bot lane himself might be looking for a dive.
And we were talking about dives for Kongye. Doesn't necessarily have to wait for level 6, but the chances of success will definitely be better once you get that heavy CC, as Tom Kench will definitely have a hard time since Dawn will have that arcane shift as an additional mobile distance gapper. Doidoi, though.
Doidoi, if you want to try and do it in the early levels, this is the time to do it. The wave's going to crash in. Kanji can go ahead and always pick up the kill threat, as well as a teleport coming out in. There's your stun, looking for the kill. Civ, though, gets himself back to safety. Rex, though, able to teleport on in. That's going to be first blood going on over to Liab.
And the thing was, Uniboy teleported, hoping to at least maybe get a Q scatter the weak, but At the end of the day, he didn't have any sort of mana to survive of any sort of long-drawn tower dive. I was a little bit worried because Liab, when we look at their tower dives yesterday, it looked a little bit iffy, but now this seemed a lot more cleaner. Rex more confident to flash in to secure the kill and not back away.
And Civ had a lot of confidence that he was going to be able to live through that dive, of course, holding on to his flash, wanting to get that slice and dice to at least get the extra distance, but that final auto attack coming through from Rex is able to net them the first blood. And you see Kanji, even though he's going up against the most veteran player in the PCS at the moment, not afraid to go toe-to-toe on the carries.
And that's what's great. We can see Kanji's improvement throughout the split, having to see how much he can go in terms of aggressive plays. And it doesn't matter who he's up against. And we saw that last night, when he did that teleport play to get 2 kills against Taipei J team.
So, not too bad here, as that's going to be at 1,000 gold lead for Liab. And Doidoi already making an impact on the map. Rex as well. Even though the kill does go on over to the Karma, you might want to put that on over to the Camille or the Graves. But nonetheless, it's still an opening here that I think Liab are going to be happy to take, considering the fact that it's HQ that are the ones that have something to prove here. They were the ones that got taken down by Liab in the first go-around in the round robin, and they're the ones looking for revenge.
And so far, it's looking pretty solid. Rex.
Unfortunately, here comes Kanya alongside Uniboy, and this is still a very dangerous combo once paired together. No level 6 just yet, though, for Uniboy or Kanya. If that is online, though, Rex has to be careful. You already see Doidoi at least trying to pay some attention and try and get some pressure back here in mid.
Yeah, Flash was definitely used earlier, therefore a window of opening for AHQ to take advantage of. And we did mention earlier, yes, that Dragon is now being started by AHQ.
Yeah, with that, Prio in mid was secured by AHQ off that play, and Rex is forced to go back with no teleport either, as it was used for the top lane dive. That does mean first Drake on over to AHQ.
Yeah, I think it is still a very effective gank in the mid lane against Liab. But then again, for Liab, this is totally fine. They can wait to scale it up. They don't have to be pressured to do anything too much just yet, especially if their focus is topside control for Kanji to get this Camille going.
We do have to see, though, last time Liab had something like a Camille, we saw them try and force some fights that necessarily weren't needed from them. They could have just let Kanji scale up into a side lane and then try and split push away. And this is the thing about Liab's kind of composition. We have mentioned that the team coordination can be a little bit wacky. The shot calling can be all over the place in some circumstances. And if they want to be a contender, sure, you got to be able to prove that you can do this composition, but it's still riskier when you're not even in consideration for playoffs yet.
Yeah, when we look at Liab, there are times where they look really solid. One of those times were against HQ, especially when they go towards the late game. Gone are the days where Liab has to snowball to earn that victory. They can go through scaling. They have proved it so far in PCS Summer. And as long as they don't lose too much in the first 15 minutes of the game, their chances of winning are definitely even more against HQ.
Well, the next little wave of aggression that they may have to watch out for Liab if they want to try and survive for this first 15 minutes is, of course, once you get that level 11 onto the Syndra and her getting her first item.
Yeah, that is definitely the scary part because we saw that first gank already. Uniboy Kongya made moves in the mid lane against Rex. Rex, if you don't have priority in the mid lane, that means you cannot make moves around with Doidoi. Doidoi therefore has to go on his own. And the fact that Mocha has been doing Dawn babysit duty all this time since Wako has been creating pressure at the bottom side of the map as this Ashe. Therefore, Liab unfortunately has to give up several places off of the map in the first few minutes of the game.
Well, and that's the thing here with Doidoi is even though he's up on levels as well as CS, unfortunately he hasn't been able to get much pressure anywhere onto the map, and it has been just these roams coming out of Ysera as well as Uniboy alongside Kongyu to get that objective control.
Exactly. I mean, Liab has been trying to make up for the loss of early pressure in exchange of having to at least gank Kanji earlier on. Unfortunately, though, Doidoi has to clear his jungle. First, as Kanji is being shoved into his own lane so far, as Ziv is able to recover from that first gank in the game.
Meanwhile, too, we take a look toward first item pickups. You're going to be looking at Ludens here for Uniboy. And if you're on this top lane, you're looking for this juicy Camille. Kanji going to try and do what he can. Ends up getting stunned underneath the tower. And fortunately, with no support coming out from Doidoi, it's going to be an easy tower dive in the first kill for AHQ.
That is quite unfortunate. We did mention that even without Kongye's presence at topside, Ziv is able to still equalize the lane despite that first death in a few minutes ago. But because of this puts Ziv even on a greater position in the lane. No exchange off of the map, unfortunately. I thought there was going to be a dive setup in the bottom side of the map, but it's so hard if there's a Tahm Kench as the support for Wako.
You do see, though, Doidoi maybe looking for a play here. Wako is level 7, so does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and you got yourself, again, some levels in onto the Graves, but unfortunately, rather difficult to try and jump in onto a Kench, as well as the Ashe, post level 6, as that is just going to be Liav backing away, and with that first brick gold, went on over to HQ, as well as funneling in the turret plating onto the Renekton, as well as his Volibear.
And this is going all according to plan. We've seen how much a Renekton can create impact in team fights, in certain skirmishes, and able to punish Liab if they decide to be a little bit more aggressive, especially at the top side of the map. We've seen how Liab can be a little bit patient, though, if Kanji doesn't get ahead. So he just hugs the tower, doesn't be aggressive, and not lose too much, as we've seen before.
And for now, too, if you're on the side of Liab, you kind of have to look back and look how long is this game for them to scale. Because now you have Dawn only now just picking up his tier. He also has that call he's trying to farm up as well with Ashin. Still going to be a little bit before he gets that Trinity Force. And same with Kanji. He's still about an item away before that's going to be actually completed. And right on time here is for AHQ, as you have Ziv unlocked from his side lane. He doesn't need to use teleport to come down for this dragon, and Liab are going to be outnumbered no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen how scaling teams is okay. They don't have to be pressured too much in getting that second Drake of the game and usually fight it out. Never mind, Doidoi is super aggressive.
Very aggressive Doidoi, because the thing about AHQ is the more dragons they are able to secure away from Liab, the better it goes, and the more pressure is on to Liab to actually try and contest for some of these objectives and not just give up all this map control.
Speaking of giving up map control, we see John.
Wow. Doidoi
Oh dear.
caught out, way over toward the side. That's going to be 2 ultimates used, and that's enough to take down the Graves as Uniboy finds his first kill of the game. And no real support coming out from Liab. Might as well said, all right, just call off the play, let that one go. But unfortunate error coming out here from Liab.
I was going to say, we saw the duo of Liab's bottom lane already making their way towards the bottom side of the map to clear the wave. And it seemed like the rest of the members were also...
Here we go. Some decent damage here as True Shot Barrage, and that's a quick and easy kill. Picked up here by Liab. Maybe want to try and give that one on over to the Ezreal, but nonetheless, a decent response here as that gets Dawn at least some gold into his back pocket.
Wako was comfortable. But we'll go back to that later. Okay, see? You know, Dawn wasn't around anymore. The rest of Liab were also quite far away. So it felt like the call was to not pursue the dragon anymore. But at that point, unfortunately, Doidoi was still lurking around, hoping to see whether or not he can maybe make something happen. But I guess the takeaway from this, not having to use the Solar Flare, not having to use any of the other cooldowns, surprised Wako. He was very comfortable to the point he did not use Flash, he did not use Heal.
The fact there that he actually stayed around when he had the Hawk Shot, actually spotting out Mocha right beside, you know, the brush, maybe should have just backed off. So a bit of a rare instance we have seen Wako actually make a misplay with the information that he has available to him.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too greedy when it comes to farming and probably a little bit too comfortable. And not having to react, as, again, most of the summoner spells coming from Wako still intact. But Liab, I guess, will take that as a consolation prize. At least they're able to even it out what their jungler in exchange for the AD carry of HQ.
They're able to equal out, again, the kills here on the side of Liab. And gold still dead even. But objective-wise, Now, 2 dragons in favor of HQ, those 7 turret plates being picked up themselves, and have to wonder where all this gold is coming out from Liab, as the fact that they're also down turrets. I'm kind of trying to figure out somewhere on the map where they have this. I guess it's on the call that was picked up from Dawn, but other than that, it's been them at least trying to keep gold even so far.
Yeah, definitely from the call of Dawn, and as well as Dodoy's constant farming in the jungle as the Graves. This one, though, very, very important. The Rift Herald, so they can open up the map a little bit more.
This is a scary place to fight, though, because look who just got his first item. It's Uniboy on the Syndra, has level 2 in the ultimate, has gone with the GLP, so you're not seeing the Ludens burst up front, but you're still seeing that little bit of utility to try and catch out a member so you can still land a full combo. And that threat alone is enough to force Liab to back off. But meanwhile, mid lane, they want to try and bring in the fight. Able to get the stun onto Ysera, but able to do a nice job keeping his AD carry safe. A Skyr of the Week into now the true shot. Not even available here as Crystal Arrow ends up flashing away through Mocha. Now Kongyu on the hunt as well. But a little bit of a messy skirmish. Neither team, though, going to lose out on any members.
Yeah, a lot of respect, especially just as you mentioned, a lot of the first items are already completed in HQ's favor. You got the Black Cleaver, you got the GLP, just as you mentioned, and the Bork as well. The Yab, in the meantime, still hoping to still scale. And at least for Kanji, Triforce already completed. So if, you know, Dawn is able to pick up his own Triforce, that's going to be an amazing spike, even having to, you know, scale or rather get towards that Muramana stack. That will be absolutely a great way for Liab, or a great opportunity for Liab to be a little bit more brave entering the fight.
You're starting to see, though, the perk of having Civ kind of unlocked from that top lane. He's already started to go for invades into the jungle of Doidoi and starting to siphon away some of the gold there, away from Liab. And those are, again, small little instances that, after giving up all that top-side pressure, it's going to be still, again, about 10 minutes before Kanji kind of comes online into his second and start working toward his third item. And feels like timer's starting to tick here for Liab. We're now only 45 seconds away from our next dragon, and if HQ are able to secure that, then you are looking at an Ocean Drake Soul at around the 21-minute mark.
And pressure is going to be building, just as you mentioned, as Liab will not have enough space to keep contesting these dragons. And for Dawn, still waiting for his gauntlet. At least it can help you kite a little bit with so much dive that it'll be in up your face, as you have Ziv on this Renekton and as well as a Volibear for Kongye. But in the meantime, the Liab does have at least some sort of control over that area, but they have to respect the fact that maybe they want Wako instead.
He's not Doidoi. He was trying to do a little bit of dance around there, but due to the fact they were able to pick up that second Rift Herald earlier, that now gives Prio over to HQ in mid lane, and Liam had to make the decision. All right, are we going to lose out on a first-tier tower, possibly a second-tier tower, if we don't take this dragon fast enough? And Kongya, he's willing to make that call, trying to jump on in, and he steals it away from Doidoi, the worst possible way this could have gone for Liab. Let's see, can they get a returning kill on the fight? The answer is no, and Shelly in the mid lane able to take down the tower. Rex can't get away from the unleashed power, goes into the stopwatch, over the wall Mocha goes, it's saved Private Rex, but it's not going to be enough, as Doidoi can't even finish off the kill on Kongye.
Cannot finish off the kill because Liab was so busy in the jungle. This Herald had value, knocking down the inner and outer towers in the mid lane, and unfortunately, Liab is unable to exchange anything off of that one.
And there you go. There's that swing. That's that kind of backbreaker fight that Liab always has in their game, where they have to make a super risky call. They have to make that 50-50 play, but rarely does it ever go in their favor.
And the thing with what happened was, once you have dished out the solar flare, there is nothing much you can do if it doesn't add up right. And the fact that they're not able to chunk key targets yet, just because there's 3 annoying meat shields in front of you, that's going to be a future problem, even though, let's just say, Liab has already garnered their power spikes.
So not what you're looking for here if you're a Liab fan, and now 3.5 minutes, going to be Ocean Soul available for HQ. And Liab's going to be forced into another scenario where they say, okay, can we want to take this fight? Do we feel confident enough with our current builds? And they are still decently close when it comes to the gold. It's only a 2,000 gold lead. But still, again, you're looking at pretty expensive items to still come online here for both Kanji and Dawn. Dawn still waiting for likely going to be... it looks like he'll likely go into the Bork or possibly the Death Stance, depending on how he's feeling today.
Again, it's a little bit worrisome because as an Ezreal, eventually later on, after that, there's a little bit more safety, yes, but you will be heavily relying on more damage output from Dodoy and as well as Kanji here on the Camille. And Dawn definitely going to be on Poke duty as well as Rex. But because the laning phase was incredibly fast, we weren't able to see Dodoy shine as much. A little bit worried for Rex here, though.
Yeah, Rex has kind of opted to going into the side lane. This is kind of his go-to approach, as he did see the Syndra for half a second, and comes that combo, and there goes your kill button, as Uniboy able to pick up another kill here now on the Syndra.
It's a very familiar scene, I suppose. We've seen this a couple of times back in spring, and it's just quite unfortunate because with one man down, HQ will take advantage of that 20-second timer. They wanna...
Oh, no. John, you should have just walked to your tower, bud, as unfortunately there is a Volibear over toward the side. Kanji, though, ends up using, of course, a hook shot, gets him a little bit closer into the fight. Ysera able to save out onto his jungle, gonna go ahead, flash away. Teleport gonna come out from the side of Uniboys. In comes the re-engage. Kongi is gonna get taken on down. Shutdown going on over to Doidoy, but meanwhile in this back line, it's Civ ripping them apart. Doidoy gets taken down. Uniboy on a killing spree. Rex trying to find himself the safety, but he's only the Karma. He'll be able to at least stall out what he could, but in the end, Liab, they get wiped here through the jungle, losing 3 members.
And we were talking about damage output, and if you can't finish off a target immediately, you're going to have a bit of a problem because HQ is able to respond with so many members having to collapse and punish. Yes, they managed to get at least a shutdown on towards Kongye, but at the end of the day, HQ still keep piling on towards the kills and towards key members such as Uniboy, who still haven't been challenged at all, has a Void Staff at the moment in his inventory, and it's going to get scarier as the game progresses.
And it all comes down to that just overconfidence coming out from Liab and the fact that, well, that's the one perk about Kench. This is his one job, is to delay fights as long as possible, and it gives them enough time for Uniboy to get back to base, get the teleport off, and maybe not stopping here as we did go back in from the replays. Mocha almost gets taken down in mid.
And we go back to what we talked about when it comes to Liab here, having to be overexcited. Okay.
Oh, Kanji. Woo! There comes the damage. Rex able to get the shield out. As Uniboy, with that Void Staff, really starts to hurt. Especially Kanji, that doesn't have really any MR outside of his passive that he's going to get the shielding from on the first little bit of damage coming out from Uniboy. As, again, we've seen this before. Teleport actually going to come out here from Kanji. It looks like Liab really want to try and fight because guess what's up? It's that Ocean Drake. It's been 22 minutes. Time is up here for Liab. You have to make a call because the extended fights will never go in your favor. Doidoy gets stunned out toward the side. Mocha on top of Wako over toward the side. Still not going to be enough. Soul in favor of AHQ. Mocha gets taken on down. Ysera is 1v3ing 3 members over toward the side. Kanji is able to take down Wako, but you can see AHQ. They're not hesitating. They jump on in. They're slicing and dicing. They're bringing the storm with the Volibear over the wall as Dawn now is going to be preoccupied by Kongye, and there's nowhere to run other than back to the base. Doidoy going to try and do his best, but just like that, AHQ, they will take everything away from Liab and dash their hopes once again, looking for the revenge as Kongye underneath the tower make it the ace for AHQ.
And you look at that, HQ not only gets that Dragon Soul, but also gets the ace against Liab, and unfortunately, it's looking like the Liab that we see on the opposite side of the coin, where they're unable to do anything despite having so many attempts in punishing AHQ for being aggressive with their lead.
Now you just see Liab, they're separated. You needed Kanji to get into that fight a little bit earlier on. No one was able to get onto the Dragon, and unfortunately, AHQ, Ocean Soul in hand. It's not looking all that fresh now for Liab. I bet they are down close to about 8,000 gold.
And the thing was, Sarah did his job right. He distracted 3 members of Liab. Kanji tried to distract 4 members of HQ. But unfortunately, even though Mocha is able to reach the back line, no follow-up from Liab from that CC. And unfortunately, this is what happened after. An ace and HQ in a very comfortable lead.
There you go. It's going to be a 7,000 gold lead for the side of HQ. Soul in hand. Elder Dragon going to be up in 4 minutes. Baron also on the table. And unfortunately, you're looking at the items over on Liab. You're still looking at about 2 items for Dawn. Kanji is still working toward his second item. But guess what? HQ, they're online. You have 2 items onto the Ash. You have this Crystal Arrow being used non-stop. You have Civ willing to just walk up close into melee range of Dawn, forcing him have to back off. And like that, HQ turn eyes up toward the top side of the map.
No flash for Rex. No additional safety for Rex on the next incoming fight if Liab decides to contest that Baron. HQ already has a soul. Stuff will not connect, but Liab has at least their jungle still to sort of farm it up, as the lanes have been dangerous because of that Crystal Arrow. Therefore, I believe vision will be extremely important, as HQ will be playing around this Baron in the next few minutes.
And if you're Liab, you're hoping for some miracles. You're hoping for some major objective steals coming out of Doi Doi to make it possible. Doi Doi, that's a very dangerous place to be in. Scatter of the Week is going to connect, looking for the stun onto the Graves. They will find it, as Kongya is still having to back off. Has to show a little bit of respect. Wako himself in the middle of the lane, but you do have that Kench always sitting nearby. And it feels like for Liab, they're kind of running out of options. They're looking to try and turtle on down, but we have seen multiple times that this does not work for them. Kanji wanted to go for the hook shot. Scatter Weak, though, is able to step toward the side. In comes the Unleashed Power, and there you go. Uniboy, unstoppable. The flank from Civ down into the lane, and Liab are on the wrong side of the map. In comes the Stormbringer from Kongya on the Volley Bear, forcing the flashes out, but that Kench is on the hunt. Another arrow lands in onto the members of Liab. It's a dominating Syndra, and it's going to be another kill back on over. 3-0 in favor of HQ.
Can I say, Uniboy's timing of the Scatter of the Weak, so the hook shot does not fully enter the rest of it. Doi Doi.
Oh boy. Doi Doi, he flashes himself to safety, but has really nowhere to run. Kongya, he's hunting down this Graves, forcing him out of the base. And with that, HQ looking to sink their teeth into a sweet pie of revenge as Liab's base starting to fall.
And this is, the gold lead is just immense right now. And HQ, again, we mentioned comfortable lead. They can continue to just remove the inhibitors, get that reset, go towards the Baron for a more clean finish. And the fact that HQ has been getting a lot already so far, with Liab not getting exchanges at all, you can see a lot of that bounty building towards the 3 members from HQ. No cash in, no exchange, therefore it's very hard to fight the next time they meet.
You do see at least vision being put down by HQ is going to be just cleared out at the very least by Liab. Still 1 minute until we have our Elder Drake online. So for Liab, maybe a miracle steal, but you already see that bot lane being pushed in. Civ also has teleport if Liab want to try and go for this. We have seen multiple times what happens when this team tries to go for a fight when they are losing a side lane.
Oh, no.
And guess what? The call is made by the side of HQ. They say, we're happy to go on in. We have a massive lane starting to push in on that bot side, and HQ forcing Liab to have to make the call. Give up Baron or give up your base.
Absolutely difficult. Again, 3 meat shields. You've got Volibear, you've got Ysera, and Ziv at this point is just very, very ahead. The point is just so hard to take down. Now, Liab is going to contest this for sure.
They need a hero play, but no, it's not even going to happen. His hero hopes are dashed immediately as Doi Doi gets taken down by Wako. Kanji with a late TP. And you know what's going to happen at this point. Ysera's just been funneling up the Baron as long as possible. Kanji wants to try and make a play on back, but he is squishy. He is batted to the side by a godlike Uniboy, and Baron now secured by HQ.
props to Ysera for sticking around the Baron pit so the Baron does not reset after the rest of HQ just collapsed on Liab, and now they're collapsing towards the base of the Philippine representatives.
And there you go, teleport going to come out from Ziv, and a rather quick one to start things off here in day 2 as AHQ are able to strike back in the second round robin, get the revenge for the massive upset at the hands of Liab as they take them down 18-5.
Revenge is definitely sweet as we see HQ at the moment. Just another day at work, it seems, against Liab. And unfortunately, we didn't really see the King Slayer version of Liab this time around.
Yeah, revenge is sweet. It also looked kind of easy there from HQ. As, unfortunately, Liab, they try and do these, again, really complicated compositions that require a lot of team coordination, a lot of good synergy, and kind of a proactive mid-game, but we just don't see that ever, especially with the fact when you draft a composition where you also have, you know, Dawn going in an Iceborne Gauntlet build. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage on that Ezreal. Doi as well. Sure, he got ahead in levels, but we never saw any objective control come out of Liab.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I thought we saw the Karma, Graves being locked in. They were going to be a little bit more active in the mid lane, having to shut down Uniboy's growth, aside from being active at top side as well, but we didn't really see that, and the lane is too late. Normally, you get a pick in the mid lane, then you move towards the objectives, but we didn't see that happen at all.
And there you are. Take a look back here. This was, of course, the Ocean Soul that was secured by AHQ, and at that point, with the fact that a Kench is preoccupying three of your carries, by the way, of Liab is usually a bad sign.
Yeah, Ysera did so much in this game, and mission accomplished, definitely, as Kanji has been also trying his best to distract the backline, but it's definitely too late as Liab already invested so much resources on the tanks of HQ.
And even from there, this team did not give Liab a single opportunity to breathe, it seemed here, as your MVP of the match is going to go on over to Kanye on the Volibear 4-1-11, looking rather solid for the team.
Yeah, Kanye, a very solid Volibear, especially the Volibears in the PCS. Has a curse, but Kanye made it work definitely as having to be very impactful in every single lane and is able to secure all of these objectives.
And with that, AHQ, they're able to now surge up to 12 wins, currently in that tie against Taipei J Team. If they want to try and at least go for the bye, they're still in that top 2, and making sure they don't drop a game here to Liab is absolutely crucial if they want to remain in that talk for a playoff bye. Meanwhile, for Liab, it gets really concerning here now. Unfortunately, the team needs to find an upset in these couple of last games they have at the end of the season, as well as victories against teams that they are expected to win against. We are going to talk about that more later, but let's go for an interview with Kanye alongside Patty.
So Liab actually gave you guys a lot of pressure in the early game, and it is only after the tower dive on top and after the second Drake that the game started to get into your momentum. So who made all the team fight calls, and who is the main caller on the team?
通常我都会就是先call要打什么物件，然后队友再看情况给回馈，就是给一些团战该怎么打。然后通常主要发起都是我或是辅助来就是发起进攻。
So most of the time I would tell my teammates that I want to get some objects in the jungle, and my teammates will tell me if it's okay to do so. So most of the time it's either me or our support doing all the calls, and we tell other teammates if we're going to go for a team fight.
好的，那接着想要问就是，你们的 BP 是都全听绿茶的吗？还是你们会说你们自己想要玩什么角色？那通常最后谁会妥协？
So during the BP, is it that your coach Green Tea will decide all the champion picks for you guys, or do you guys tell your coach that which champions you guys want to play, and who make the last decision?
通常绿茶都是会比较听我们的，因为就是他还是会有他自己的想法，但如果选手玩得不开心，也不会玩得好，就是通常都会比较听选手的。
Okay, most of the time our coach Green Tea will listen to our opinion on which champions we want to play. So because even if our coach Green Tea decide on the champion, if we don't want to play the champion, then we won't perform well in the game. So most of the time he will listen to us.
对，那之前 LMS 有这个龙之子的称号嘛，不过你现在堪称是 PCS 的龙之子，有没有跟观众稍微分享一下你的偷龙小技巧？
So you've been, in the recent games, you've been really good with stealing dragons and stealing objects in the jungle with a lower level and using your smite really well. And people are starting to call you the dragon stealer in the PCS. So can you share with us some tips on how to steal dragons or steal objects in the jungle?
我自己是觉得偷龙的比较没有压力，就是如果只有高1、2等去拼中的话，就是5-5开，然后偷龙的可能会成功率比较高，因为比较没有压力。假如下得去龙区的话。
I feel like stealing drakes or stealing dragons, I don't have a lot of pressure doing this because even if the other side's jungler is only 1 or 2 level above me, it is a 5 versus 5, like half chance. So I feel like I don't have a lot of pressure. Just go in and try your best.
好的，当然也恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，当然也感谢翻译，也谢谢空月接受我们的访问。这空月刚刚也有提到，这个偷龙50-50，只要下得。
Well, you heard there. Doesn't really matter, 50-50 when it comes to the Baron steals or the Dragon steals. Nonetheless, works out for Kanye as well as the rest of HQ as they look in prime position at the moment, currently at the top of the standings, tied up there with Taipei JT.
Yeah, HQ, I think it's going to be a great feeling after that victory, and as well as setting the stage as, again, it's almost towards the end of our round robin.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's going to be our second game of the day, Hong Kong Attitude taking on Nova Esports.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. My Benz get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake. like you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go 날카로운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we're coming right back. This time they're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
Setting sail for our second match of day 2. We have a quick look on over in the Bay as it's Hong Kong Attitude taking on Nova Esports. Both teams still sitting in the soup that is the middle of the standings, trying to aim and secure a berth into the playoffs with some wins during the Super Week in particular. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, joined alongside Riku. Riku, this matchup has a lot of implications, actually, for a lot of the teams in that middle of the pack of the standings.
Yeah, there's a lot of implications, definitely, as especially HKA lost their match against Alpha yesterday. Nova has lost 2 of their matches, Machi and PSG. So they only have a couple of games left, as Nova has 4 more games to make things count. Especially, they've only just recently escaped from their, 4-way tie this week.
Yeah, unfortunately, as far as these 2 teams go, it's do or die in a lot of these different matchups, and depending on how these results pan out, it kind of gives either hope or takes away all hope for both Liab and Resurgence fans, as certain tiebreakers, certain ways each way, it all gets a lot confusing and a lot messy. But to say the very least, if you are any of those teams that are a fan of those bottom placing teams that want to have a shot at making it into the playoffs, you really need pretty much Hong Kong Attitude to be the ones losing here, as they still have games in hands and could easily fall down in the standings as a whole. As we go ahead and take a look on over to the roster, of course, we have ourselves Cardis in the top lane, Hollow in the jungle, Moonblack in mid, and then Eminem and Wing down in bot.
Yep, you've got Hong Kong Attitude, another former LMS team that has an impressive track record, but again, coming into the PCS, they've changed up their roster. They've dismantled their roster, and now they form anew.
And if on your screen you have Eminem, usually the go-to fallback for a lot of Hong Kong Attitudes drafts as well as team compositions. Usually gets some resources fed into him alongside Wing as well as Hollow from the jungle.
Yeah, Wing started out at the beginning of the PCS summer, and then majority of the games has been played by TAC, so it is very refreshing to see Wing back again in that, duo with Eminem, considering the fact that, again, these are 2 of the players that moved from starters to subs, or subs to starters, rather.
And meanwhile, though, on the other side of the rift, it's going to be Nova Esports, obviously rocking that tie roster majority. You're going to have Rocky in the top lane, Ryan in the jungle, G4 in mid lane, Golden Feet and Pop down in bot.
Yeah, the Nova Esports organization debuted for League of Legends last spring split and have acquired key players, again, just as you mentioned, Rocky, G4, Pop, who have always been together most of their days to represent Thailand in either maybe GPL or back at LST. They've acquired new players such as Ryan in the jungle, who has managed to shake things up when it comes to their dynamics in the roster.
And then up in that top lane, you got Rocky. As the name would suggest, he's always been rock solid, to say the very least, and usually a solid pillar when it comes to Nova's performances, but usually needs a lot of resources fed into him by Ryan as well as G4.
Yeah, at least, coming back from spring, has been spamming a lot of Renekton, has been picking up different picks now, as we can see G4 alongside him as another veteran, another star mid laner, but has been picking up a bit of utility most of these days and giving the shining glory to Ryan, as they've funneled also resources on towards the jungle.
Yeah, because this team has very much been kind of do or die by the performance of Ryan in particular. Unfortunately, we have seen, Golden Feet also join in onto the roster, but he himself, I would say, he's self-sufficient, but we don't really get to see a whole lot of him until around that, 25 to 30 minute mark. It's rare that we see Golden Feet acting proactively from that bot lane in the early game.
Yeah, it's mostly a very stable lane, at least, which when we look back at spring, Nova has struggled a little bit, but now it seems to be they don't have to worry too much about bot lane. Pop can just focus on seeing whether or not he can match the roam of the enemy support and most likely assist Ryan and as well as G4 of making proactive plays around the map, if they're not playing scaling.
True, that's kind of the if they're not playing scaling kind of factor, which honestly, I actually think this might be the one opportunity that Nova could actually get away with playing with scaling, because our main matchup is going to be in the jungle in particular between Hollow and Ryan, because last time these 2 teams faced off, it was actually Ryan that was able to get that pressure on early, and it forced HKA to have to make some tough decisions on how they wanted to go about trying to take back the victory.
And exactly, as Ryan has a track record of having to pester the jungle, invade the enemy jungle for countless of times. He's done that with Kongya before. And we saw how Hollow collapsed in the jungle as they've played against Alpha, and he could not stabilize in the jungle as he's been constantly being invaded. So we'll have to see, depending on the picks, Ryan can approach that same sort of approach.
Because that was also the game that he had Moonblack on the Zoe, which he wasn't able to get himself online during his lane phase. And unfortunately, their Hollow, he's also on an Olaf that went full tank for a Warmog second. And then, well, we didn't really get to see any of him because he just kind of sat there and acted as a big, meat shield. But then the rest of the squad was like, we don't really have any reliable engage. So we'll see whether or not they change that up during the draft as we load on in. Hong Kong Attitude going to be on the blue side, Nova Esports over on red. And we're going to start things off with a couple of flex bans actually coming out from Hong Kong Attitude toward Nova.
Yeah, Callista and as well as Set being played on 4 different places, roles in the roster. G4 also played a prominent Set, and in the meantime as well taking out Ryan's usual power farming junglers off of the map.
So getting rid of the Graves, still could always fall back onto, again, the Nidalee we have seen Ryan bring out a couple times, but for Hong Kong Attitude, Eminem, this is actually a rather weird priority. Usually would always go on to the Aphelios, but opting in for the Ashe at this point, and they're going to see whether or not Golden Feet tries to bring something else out.
Exactly. Normally, Eminem would just be very comfy with the Ezreal pick, but I like this style because this is what happened when you take a comfort pick away from Golden Feet. What is his fallback in that AD carry position? Because now we see Ryan having to pick up another power farming jungle in the Nidalee position.
Nidalee, though, he is comfortable on it, and like we mentioned before, could always fall back to it. I'm not 100% certain, though, if I want to see an Ezreal come out here of Nova, but it is going to be the classic Ashe-Ezreal matchup down in the bot lane. Not a whole bunch of excitement, it seems.
Not a whole bunch of excitement, and Hollow in the meantime will be hovering on this Trundle, not very sure just yet, as Hollow has picked this up twice so far in the whole duration of the tournament of Summer. It has a 100% win rate, but it's only has been picked twice, so we'll have to see whether or not this approach is going to work.
Yeah, last time he ended up playing, arguably it was up against Resurgence, and I believe as well his other one was up against Liab. So arguably the team sample size for those 2 victories on the Trundle were against our bottom 2 teams, but we also see Wing here opting in for a rather heavy engage. I think this is his first Nautilus game of the split.
Yeah, this actually fits well towards the composition of HK as they want to be forming a lot of single target heavy CC. At least damage is going to be there as Nova locking in that Renekton, as this is Rocky's favorite comfort pick in the top side of the map.
And interesting, it is going to be that blind Renekton. We'll see whether or not Hong Kong Attitude try and bring anything out to try and counter that immediately. We have seen it be like a Callista or sometimes even the Quinn. Rocky has, unfortunately, some flashbacks possibly back to some international tournaments where that was picked up against him. But now you're kind of looking at what you want to see from Nova, especially from G4 in the mid lane, because this will often dictate the exact style of gameplay they're looking for.
What I'm usually afraid when teams build a lot of heavy poke composition is that normally they don't have some form of engage, which normally you want to fall back to just in case things get a little bit sticky. That's the reason why I wouldn't be surprised if the Silas appears again for G4, just because they can steal key ultimates to sort of counter how much engage HK has. And for Nova, now that they removed that Karma pick, and just as you mentioned earlier, it looks like they're trying to set up for both Rocky and G4 in that matchup.
I'm really concerned, though, anytime you say Silas, because there's kind of 2 different G4s we could see. We could see, like, Godly G4, the God 4, come out, or we could see Gold 4. We have seen some variations on his Silas. Either he looks insane, or there's times where we're kind of questioning, you do know you don't have to go in every single opportunity that you do have. For Nova, though, we are going to see Pop pick in onto the Bard, so some good engage coming out and some playmaking opportunity from this bot lane.
Yeah, hopefully, Pop is able to reset because his Bard yesterday wasn't as effective as a lot of the important key Tempered Fates haven't been very effective. And as we can see, Moonblack fallen back to his very first ever pick in the PCS, the LeBlanc.
And putting a lot of pressure here because he's going to be that, midsection of the game kind of damage coming out from the side of HKA. You're going to be waiting a while before that Ashe kind of comes online. And speaking of waiting a while, you could also have this Gangplank be locked in for the top lane for Cardis as he gets his opportunity to be on a proper carry and go toe-to-toe here with Rocky.
I was actually looking forward to possibly maybe the Lucian back again, maybe the Quinn, just to try and fight it out in the top side of the map against Rocky. But I guess this is a different approach in that Gangplank pick. But now, no Silas. It's going to be Lysandra instead for G4.
I do like this, though, from G4. He's actually going to try and take something and tries to at least neutralize Moonblack's lane presence to try and keep him within the lane itself and prevent this LeBlanc from roaming all over the map.
Yeah, I love this pick very much. It has been the constant answer against the LeBlanc. And with that said, it's going to be very reminiscent of what we've seen between these two teams when they first duked it out in summer, where Moonblack on the Zoe wasn't able to find early game kills just because G4 was just trying to put Moonblack on a tight leash in the lane. I'm curious whether or not he can replicate that. It is possible, as it is a Lysandra going into that LeBlanc matchup.
I even saw there too. I know myself and Abriz have talked about this a couple times when it comes to that matchup in mid lane in particular. Sometimes Moonblack, last time we played up against it, a lot of criticism as he ended up taking a teleport, but at least keeps him able to at least responding to Lysandra as she roams around the map, is usually you're going to get neutralized yourself in that mid lane. So we're going to have to see how Moonblack plays this matchup. For G4, I think it gives him a prime opportunity to also help up and set up Ryan on this Nidalee for possible plays in toward that midsection of the map. We'll have to see. A lot of this game riding on Ryan to get the ball rolling for Nova as we load on into the Rift. And you know what? Our rocket-powered dolly cam, I think we blew another tire, Riku. Not too sure what happened to it.
We have so many dolly cam reserves, so it's fine.
All our dolly cams, can only use them once, and then we have to go buy another one, all right? That's just how it works, I guess. Not too sure what's going on with our dolly cam, but who knows? As G4, don't be a skatey. Yeah, be a happy kitty, all right? None of that scaredy cat. You're going up against Moonblack here. This is very much the matchup we are going to be watching alongside the jungle pairing.
Yeah, remember back in their first encounter between these two players, we've got G4 on the LeBlanc. 0-0-10. It looked like a very support LeBlanc, but he did his job right as Moonblack wasn't able to find key picks in the early phases of the game, which is the constant, the constant X factor, if you will. HKA is unable to pull themselves from that situation.
Yeah, because it is very much do or die when it comes to Moonblack's performance. Like we've mentioned a couple times, like for the first 4 weeks of summer, he had something around the lines of, I think it was 85 to 80% kill participation. Absolutely insane, and it kind of showed how detrimental that situation was too, as the top lane, Cardis, not afraid to go 1v1 against Rocky, but Rocky, even in the eyes of a Gangplank as his lane matchup, not afraid to back down.
Yeah, level 1 usually, it is going to be definitely on the Gangplank's favor, but come level 3, Rocky will definitely be more equipped to trade better in towards that lane. But at the same time, we've seen how vulnerable a Gangplank lane is in general, so hopefully we'll get to see Ryan getting on board to funnel a little bit more resources, as again, it is very reminiscent of what Nova has been doing back at Spring.
Yeah, because when we talked to over on the side here of Hong Kong Attitude from Skywalk, the fact that they've actually opted to put Cardis onto something like a Gangplank shows a level of confidence, I could say, from the coaching staff to say, hey, he can be self-sufficient, he shouldn't be getting caught out, and this puts the onus on him to stay alive during the early game and not get caught out by Nova.
Yeah, a lot of trust definitely towards the side of the top side, but yeah, as we look towards the mid lane as well, that's something Moonblack should definitely watch out for. You can be easily punished with your distortions, with that root coming from the Lysandra, especially come level 6 with that Frozen Tomb.
So kind of waiting, I think, on that level 6 in particular before we get to see any action come out of Ryan. But meanwhile, bot lane, Pop not afraid to get up and personal up against Wing, as Wing is able to land out that dredge line. You saw the vision, though, already getting cleared out here by Ryan. So you see Cardis already a little bit wary that he might get dove himself. Does allow Hollow, though, to get control onto the bot side of the map and pick up his first scuttle.
Yeah, Cardis playing it safe, having to freeze and stay in line with that part near his tower to not be too open from the dives, especially you were going up against a Nidalee and as well as a Renekton.
Well, that's
Never
a little
mind.
tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan's
Tragic.
on top of a ward. As Cardis will just walk his way back to lane. It does force out the teleport, though, out of that gangplank. As Rocky should be able to get a tower plate here with that demolish.
Yeah, and the pressure coming from Ryan being very visible at the top side of the map really does force Cardis to be a little bit more respectful in towards the lane. But just as you mentioned, this gives Holo a little bit more control over the bottom side of the map, which is totally fine because you've got an Ezreal at bot, which is a very, very, very safe lane.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot here for Golden Feet to get caught out himself, but that also lends to the fact that the Ezreal doesn't do a whole lot as far as utility-wise. You are practically just there for damage, and your damage doesn't really come online for at least a couple items.
Yeah, definitely. Golden Feet will be waiting for that 2-item power spike. And as well, so that means Nova's early game will definitely just rely on that trio. Rocky, Ryan, and as well as G4. And it's going to be online, especially come level 6, with a lot of tools to hold Moonblack down and shut him down in the lane.
Because that's the one thing we kind of feel like when you go up against Hong Kong Attitude. It's G4. Oh, he went a little bit too far forward. Chain comes out from Moonblack as he wanted to try and find the kill on the LeBlanc, but it's just going to be a flash for a flash.
That is a flash that is heavily needed, especially that if you don't have your Proto Belt yet, you do want that gap closer to get that route in. So that play will not be available until that flash is back on. I was so worried because you're so close in tower range, therefore the trade is just absolutely at lost in favor of, not in favor of G4.
Yeah, you even saw, luckily, that Pop came on by, was able to provide a little bit of support as Golden Feet was able to get some prio. Back to this top lane, though. You got level 6 for Rocky. Spear comes out from Ryan, looking to just force this dive out on the card as G4 himself looking for a roam. Going to go on forward with the Frozen Claw, gets that root on down. The Cleanse, though, comes out from Cardis, able to keep him back to safety. Frozen Tomb, like you mentioned, able to land, but still not enough damage coming out from Nova. A lot burned, and it will force the Gangplank to have to back off.
Holo's timing, he knows it so well. When Nova reached level 6, I'm gonna linger around just to see whether or not Nova's gonna go for it, and they did, and because of an additional damage absorber, they aren't able to finish off Cardis as Nova has invested so much on that. Ryan at least gets to keep his flash.
And I like it coming out here from Holo. Look at that map, completely blind, does not really know exactly where that Nidalee could be, but as long as he's just hovering toward the top side of the map, it keeps Cardis safe enough and prevents this GP from being targeted early on.
Yeah, being that hero, having to block on towards those Nidalee spears against Ryan. Good attempt. This is definitely what Nova is aiming for.
Yeah, because even though they weren't able to get the kill on Cardis, you do have to recognize, though, Rocky has built up a pretty damning CS difference between him and this Gangplank, as G4 still being played around with by Moonblack, but there's a 30 CS difference currently up in top lane.
And this is, again, we keep mentioning, reminiscent of what we've seen before in Nova's spring performance. Rocky on the Renekton, get at least 2 kills, get that early Rift Herald, get early plays towards Rocky, and then it is a formula for victory for Nova.
With, though, that Holo having to stay towards the top side of the map, it has made it so that M&M and Wing have to be pretty self-reliant on themselves, which, once they hit level 6, should be able to actually find plays themselves without needing the help of the jungle.
And that's the reason why Golden Feed has to be careful, as his flash has been used earlier, and it could be a potential entry point for HK to be a little bit more aggressive. Pop, though, does have at least his Tempered Fate later on once he reaches level 6.
All right.
He gets it.
Gets the smite off, not respecting the fact that Hollow could have a ward on top of the camp, but still, a lot of aggression coming out from Ryan getting those invades in.
Yeah, more control over the map, but Holo still, nonetheless, reaches level 6 after the Wolf Camp. At the end of the day, G4 has used his teleport already, has to manually go back to the lane, therefore HKA has a little bit control over this river part of the map, but take note still, as a trio of the top towards middle, they're definitely more powerful than Cardis, Holo, and Moonblack combined at the moment.
You do see Pop roaming on over. Doesn't have the Tempered Fate on that Bard that you would love to have, but it does look like that Hollow is just going to go ahead and back off himself as Shelly's going to reset to the pit. Was waiting to see when Wing was going to try and make some roams himself, wanting to be part of that possible Rift Herald fight, but still not level 6 on the Nautilus.
Yeah, they'll definitely need that Nautilus ult just for that reliable engage, as if Eminem's Crystal Arrow doesn't work, you will definitely have a better chance with that depth charge. And with that said, Nova has first dibs on towards this Rift Herald. The win conditions on the checklist is slowly being checked, as HK will trade a dragon for that.
Do like to see, though, that Hollow has gone ahead and tried to get some dragon control in response, realizing that Ryan's just been kind of living on the top side of the map. That's one thing that he usually doesn't end up doing. He's actually got some pretty bad dragon control percentage for a jungle, as he usually plays down toward the bot side of the map. As you do see, Rocky still getting some decent damage in. Ryan going to be looking for a spear, but the minion wave ends up just coming on through, and unfortunately not going to be able to do enough. Shelly, though, will be popped, and they want to unlock Rocky.
They want to unlock Rocky, and Wing is going to go for Pop.
Aggressive. Hollow's nearby. Maybe they thought there could be follow-up, but meanwhile, top lane is just going to get taken here, and Nova are able to find themselves the first tower of the game.
There you go, checklist. Get at least a kill. That didn't happen, but at least you fall back into funneling plates towards Rocky. And for Nova, they can keep doing this, as they can take advantage of how weak a gangplank is in the first minutes of the game. And yeah.
For Cardis, we have mentioned a couple times in the previous days, if you guys are new to watching Hong Kong Attitude, Cardis has been kind of built up as this star new talent that coming out of the region is able to sit in high challenger over on the Korean server. But right now, Rocky's having his way with him up in top lane so far, now sitting at an almost expanded 40 CS lead.
Yeah, definitely Rocky building that up, especially he's already on his first item on the board. HK, Cardis rather, still waiting on towards his Triforce. So that's going to be a little while for him to create a little bit more impact when it comes to the barrel placements. There's still some use at this point of the game, though, which is that Cannon Barrage will be very key for any sort of Nova's attempt on engage, either in the mid lane or possibly in future objectives such as the second Rift Herald, maybe even the Dragon.
I also see from Rocky here opting to go in for the Bork. We've kind of seen kind of two different builds come out of the Renekton, but the Bork has been popping up recently in popularity, especially when you have something like a tank jungle in the form of a Trundle, as well as a very tanky front line in Wing, as that Pink Ward actually keeping track of Hollow very well here. That's been paying dividends so far here for Nova.
Yeah, Nova, full focus on the top side of the map. That's 3 control wards almost invested towards the top portion of the map, as Nova continues to spread resources as well as at the bottom to see if they're going to bump into Hollow.
Getting a little bit too close into the action. G4 flashing on in, does have the ultimate available. We'll see whether or not Nova want to pull the trigger. Ends up having to use it on himself as Eminem came on over toward the side. G4 going to get on taken down. There's your Tempered Fate, but it's way too late from Pop, as First Blood has already gone on over to Hong Kong Attitude.
Well, that was the plan that Nova started. Unfortunately, First Blood goes towards HKA. Eminem picking up that first kill, and they're again great with their punish because they have a lot of single target CC. They have that subjugate as well, just to try and drain out targets that are a little bit too tanky. But at the same time, again, Nova, they're supposed to at least assassinate one and get out of there, but unfortunately it did not happen.
Well, it's a very greedy play because you take a look overall, HK, they're the ones that had Prio in the bot lane, so it was an easy rotate coming out from Wing and Pop. I'm gonna have to say, needed that Temper Fate maybe about 20 seconds earlier, and it does cost out on Nova as they give over first blood to Hong Kong Attitude in a game that they were, doing decently well. You have Rocky scaling up in the top lane, you got Ryan stealing buffs. Things are going well, but mistakes like that will easily cost you games.
Yeah, and I was a little bit worried because, again, Nova's vision control is just heavily focused on top side. Nova didn't have a lot in the bottom side of the map. Therefore, not a lot of information to take advantage of. And just as you mentioned, yeah, for HKA's bot lane, they have priority, able to fall back and respond. And now Nova continuing with the top side pressure instead.
Yeah, because this is the trio that we wanted to see earlier on when we first thought about how this game is going to pan out. And at least G4 and Ryan, even though they haven't been able to get a kill just yet for Nova, they have been able to at least get plates as well as towers on the top side of the map. And now Rocky is free to roam anywhere he wants.
Yeah, and because of this lead, because of Nova's investment on towards Rocky at top side, therefore the next Dragon spawn will be very important. This is where a Renekton shines for sure, especially you're still waiting on towards that Black Cleaver. It's still fine, but you still do have that Bork and that lead over that top side, which is Cardis.
Do see, though, Hong Kong Attitude, they're still waiting on Cardis. Going to be another back before he gets himself his Trendy Force. Going to be about a 16, maybe 17-minute Trendy Force. But here you go. Next Dragon is spawning. Rocky already sitting on to the bot side in that bot lane. We do see Hong Kong Attitude, though. 4 members say, all right, let's go. Let's try and make something happen. G4 does have teleport available. Wants to try and join in onto the fight. You can tell HKA kind of spread apart over toward the side. You'll have that Tempered Fate able to land onto the main target. Hollow is able to secure the Dragon, but can Nova find anything else? Hollow, he's just dancing around the pit. He's going to walk away from Rocky, at least try and stall them out. It will be the 1 kill in favor of Nova unless Rocky can't finish it off. That's not going to be the case. And there you go. Kill secured. Ryan still on the hunt. Maybe decides again not to try and jump in onto Moonblack as they decide to rotate down for a tower. Another spear lands from Ryan. Nova, they lose out on the second Dragon. That does allow Hong Kong Attitude to look for a Mountain Soul in 10 minutes, but that should net them another tower.
Yeah, they're able to get more kills for themselves. They're able to exchange at least from having that loss, unfortunately, as the game plan for Nova is to separate and isolate. Holo was all alone in this pit as Moonblack had to distortion out of there and reposition as the rest of Nova scares off the backline of HK. It's definitely all according to plan. A little bit worried that Holo would have escaped, but Rocky does have that slice and dice to be able to close that gap and just eliminate Holo there.
Well, you can see Nova are only kind of getting half of what they want. Sure, you're able to get a kill and get a tower, but you don't really want to be setting yourselves up for a possible Mountain Soul in 10 minutes. And if HK are able to find maybe a good fight or a misstep coming out from the side of Nova, there could be an easy turnaround in this game. You saw the setup coming out there from Rocky and Ryan. Not going to happen, but knowing that the Nidalee is on the bot side of the map, they go ahead and start up the Rift Herald.
Oh, they're still going. Yeah, I think that is definitely the sacrifice. HK taking advantage of how much resources Nova is investing just to try and eliminate Moonblack, who has been staying in the bottom side of the map. And I guess this is unfortunate, and it's definitely good news.
Oh, they get in onto Rocky. He's got that beautiful arrow that came out of M&M. Able to find the snipe, and there's your shutdown going on over to Moonblack.
It works well. You have the Cannon Barrage to clear the wave. You got the Crystal Arrow to keep him intact. And you got the Tether from Moonblack on this LeBlanc to just seal the deal. And these greedy decisions might bite Nova in the back, especially as the game progresses.
That's a nasty arrow coming out from M&M all the way from the Baron Pit. We didn't even get to see it on the map, but knowing that Rocky likes to be aggressive, trying to jump in onto the tower, it's an easy collapse.
Yeah, perfect angle too. Normally you'd expect the arrow from the lane, from the base, but this time around it's coming from the upper portions of the map, and therefore Nova did not expect that at all.
And kind of our first Ash arrow to come out from Hong Kong Attitude, able to net themselves a kill, and that's a nice juicy shutdown now going on to Moonblack as he finishes off his GLP.
Yeah, definitely a big spike when it comes to that utility, able to slow a little bit some of the members, especially if Eminem is not going to be around for the fights. Since Nova does, again, like to isolate and separate members with an attack via this trio, as Nova will still continue to farm. Rocky still has his lead at least, but if he doesn't push through a little bit more, HKA will slowly catch up.
I do like, though, that Nova have been able to, with that tower being taken down in bot lane, you take a look toward your minimap, able to get a line of vision into the jungle of HK and maybe try and catch them out before they set up possibly for this next dragon.
Yeah, definitely for good vision control, at least a little bit of defensive, a little bit of offensive on that side, as, again, Nova does like to attack when it comes to invading the jungle, actually trying to bother Holo, seeing, again, if ever they can catch someone off guard, just because they have the tools to do so in the form of the Lysandra and as well as the Tempered Fate from Pop.
We did see Ryan was actually being, tracked through his own jungle in the same way as Moonblack currently is, and that did give a little bit of confidence on over to HKA to try and maybe look for a possible play toward the midsection of the map, as you do see Pop and Golden Feet kind of left alone to their own devices. Muramana, though, fully stacked onto that Ezreal alongside the Iceborne, but still 2 items now on this Ashe as well, and Teleport is available for Rocky if he wants to try and find a flank himself. Pop almost gets caught out toward the side. True Shot Barrage ends up fanning, only hitting Moonblack on over to the side. Hollow gets taken on down. Tempered Fate gets G4 as well as Wing. Wing wants to go for a ring gauge, but he gets stunned up once again, and Pop is carrying this fight, but in comes the Gangplank, in comes the Pirate to turn things around. Moonblack over the wall, finds the chain onto Ryan. It'll be a jungle for a jungle as well now. Hong Kong Attitude with some very healthy health bars.
Yeah, let's look at the ults. What are the important ults are down? Rocky's Dominus is down. We've got no Frozen Tomb anymore. Tempered Fate already used. So a lot of these key ults are gone. So for HKA, while they're still a little bit healthy, no jungler, it seems to me the call would be Nova just trying to push mid to make more space in case the 2 junglers decide to go at it again in the Dragon Pit.
And it all starts here with Pop kind of getting caught out, but a beautiful snare onto Hollow catches them out, and that's going to be a nice burst coming in onto the jungle.
Yeah, they're able to at least eliminate Hollow immediately, but unfortunately, with that said, the jungler as well, Ryan is unable to survive from all that, coming from that hook. Well done by Wing. And Rocky, I feel like if he came to the fight earlier, I feel like Nova had a bigger chance in winning that fight.
But here we go. 3rd dragon of the game is going to be started off here by Hong Kong Attitude. Ryan needing to get himself a steal. Look at that flank, though, starting to be set up by Moonblack. Wants to try and get onto these squishy members, onto Golden Feet. Double Distortion, not going to be enough. Frozen Tomb is able to lock him down, but without that being available, it's enough. There's your arrow. Rocky needs to try and steal it. It's not going to happen. And 3rd dragon of the game secured for Hong Kong Attitude as they look toward Mountain Soul on the next spawn.
It's so great because HKA, they have the tools to do their own painful pokes as well, but in the form of Cardis's impactful barrels. And Nova is unable to challenge that Dragon Pit at all just because G4 might be forced, or rather did not have that Frozen Tube at that time. Okay, Golden Feet's gonna be fine. But again, their health bars are too low to even fight that dragon.
You even see Moonblack is looking to just jump in onto Ryan. Ryan with no vision himself, can't go anywhere, gets stunned up again by the root. In comes another Distortion, and there you go. Moonblack now on a killing spree, and this LeBlanc is online and lethal onto multiple members of Nova.
Yeah, 3-0-0 and 300 gold bounty on towards Moonblack. Nova's gonna have a difficult time starting from now, especially they had control over the top side of the map earlier, and now HKA is returning the favor by invading Ryan in his own jungle.
And for Nova, this early game, it was supposed to go in their favor. You were supposed to be proactive, but now you can tell the side of Hong Kong Attitude are not afraid. G4 just dives into the back line. Maybe got hooked in there by Wing, but nonetheless is caught out. And that's Lysandra down. No mid laner for Nova for the next half minute.
Very tough because Nova, what they just wanted to do is see whether or not they can try to punish in case HKA pulls the trigger, but HKA has definitely a better setup in their single target damage department, and G4 tried to make a heavy engage play, but it's definitely too late as Colon Feed was already chunked in a significant amount.
See, the issue when you use your ultimate onto an AD carry, if they do have a QSS, they can just cleanse it away. If you ult onto yourself, well, hey, at least you still get that damage as well as that consistent slow, and now for Nova, looking a little bit tipsy when it comes to the scales as Hong Kong Attitude were able to survive through that early game. Cardis is now online with the Trinity Force, able to get some decent damage off with this Gangplank during the team fights when he's needed, and we wanted to see Nova play via Rocky when he gets his leads, but we just didn't get to see that here in the mid game.
Yeah, there's just so many encounters where Rocky was not present at all in certain fights. Either he was late or possibly, you know, the rest of the members from Nova are low, therefore Nova is calling the fight off. So Golden Feet has Arcane Shift, he's going to be fine. But yes, we still need to see Rocky create impacts in the fights that Nova desires to start.
So with that, here we go. It's going to be the tower taken by Hong Kong Attitude, and that opens up now the midsection of the map for them to try and get down a ward line, and this next dragon becomes extremely risky for Nova if they're not able to set up properly, on top of the fact that they now also have to have the idea of this Baron in the back of their mind.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely going to be building. Supposedly, the dragon before this, the Earth Drake, was supposed to be something that they could take away from HKA so that they're able to buy some more time and not have too much pressure off their shoulders. Now there's Baron. Now there's the second dragon, or rather fourth dragon of HKA that they have to think about. And now Nova, though, setting up a party brush. Hopefully this will work.
When in doubt,
HKA is, in the other parts of the map instead.
When in doubt, pull out the party brush, see what's going to happen. It's kind of that good old LST special. It does net them the tower in mid lane, so they are able to at least keep this gold even, but you do not want to be even if you are Nova at this point. You wanted to be ahead. You had yourself that Nidalee, that Lysandra, the Renekton that was supposed to help bridge this early mid game. Unfortunately, they have not been able to net a lead. Colmfie, felt that dredge line just whip across his face as he ends up getting back to base. A little bit of an early reset coming out from Nova as the Dragon's going to be spawning in 40.
Yeah, 40 seconds, able to get that reset at least. Also, key summoner spells will be back up and running in time for that dragon contest. The same goes for HKA as well. So it's definitely going to be a scary fight. Definitely for Nova, as they haven't found success just yet. If they want to pull the trigger, they gotta do it now, or else it's going to be an arrow to the face or a death charge to key targets.
And you saw G4 having to commit his teleport there. Rocky has his own, but we're not seeing getting any side lane pressure. Wants to stick with the team. Pop able to get that snare. Did they get the catch out onto Wing? He is forced to flash over to safety as Hollow puts down the pillar as well as his ground. Moonblack trying to get a little bit of poke, but here we go. We've seen this one before. Teleport going to come out from Cardis. Wants to join in. He's a speedy pirate boy. And now Nova have to make the decision if they want to commit toward this fight. 5,000 health on toward the dragon. Cardis wanting to look for a flank. Moonblack is going to do the same himself on top of G4. Able to get himself the snare. Tempered Fate onto Eminem. That's your target. Flashing on forward is Rocky. But the engage, the response coming out from Wing gets the knock up. G4 onto the back line. He gets shut down. Dragon secured by Nova, but the bodies are starting to hit the floor as Moonblack finds himself another kill. That's 3 gone for Nova, and Moonblack still on the hunt for this Nidalee. Ryan cannot find safety except with the flash, getting himself over the wall.
Moonblack still not stopping here. He wants the kill. But yeah, I guess that is unfortunate for HKA because, or for Nova rather, because yes, they did manage to at least deny that Dragon Soul, that Mountain Soul away from HKA, but the biggest problem would be that HKA has enough space to go towards Baron, and Nova has more headaches to deal with.
And there you go. Baron secured by Hong Kong Attitude. As that's going to net them now a 3,000 gold lead. Let's take a look onto the fight as that is Nova pulling the trigger, wanting to make the play, trying to get on top of Eminem, but they still can't take down this Ashe.
Yeah, that was the perfect setup. But again, take note, Cannon Barrage and as well as your barrels are going to be very impactful in towards this fight. If you don't get your key targets such as Eminem, such as Moonblack in your first rotation of skills, and that full-on commitment, then that means it ain't going to be pretty after all that, as we've seen in that replay.
And credit over to Wing in particular, who was able to find himself a 3-man knockoff off the ultimate onto Rocky, as unfortunately all of Nova kind of flashed in onto the same location and didn't work out too well into their favor. And now, question is for Nova, how do they weather out this Baron buff, as you even see Cardis now also picking up probably his final upgrade on the Gangplank on his next door back.
Yeah, things are going to get harder. Nova has to deal with the Soul, Nova has to deal with that Baron, and as well as having to realize that the fact that their lead weren't able to translate to impactful fights. And now they're running out of time as Moonblack is out of control, forking stacks on towards the Magi's. Got 3-0-5-1 towards Eminem. Has a QSS. So your window of opportunity to take advantage of how weak they were in the first few minutes of the game is not there anymore.
And unfortunately here for Nova too, Colton Feet isn't necessarily on a insane high damage carry just yet. The Ezreal still needs a little bit of time before he's able to fully come online. He's kind of just become a Mystic Shot bot at this point, and he can't even get in range. That's the biggest issue here for the side of Nova, is range itself. Moonblack can always step forward and force Colton Feet to have to arcane shift to safety if he's not careful. Eminem can always get long range from this Ashe, and it feels like Nova, they have to try so hard to dive into these backlines, but it's just not paying off.
And the thing is, they have key champions that has access to dive. You've got G4 on the Lissandra, you got Rocky for the teleport flanks, you got Ryan if positioned well, but unfortunately, they are spotted out so much. HKA's vision control when the fight begins in objective fights is just so good that Nova is unable to get entrances other than the front line, which is definitely more predictable.
There you go, Hong Kong Attitude. Even with that true shot barrage from Golden Feet, doesn't do a whole lot to the Baroned up minions. Another tower is going to fall, and that nets them now a 4,000 gold lead, as well as the second tier tower in bot lane going alongside with it. And Nova now having to turtle inside their base. Baron buff will dissipate in a couple seconds, but now focus on toward that next dragon. Mountain Soul still an option for Hong Kong Attitude, because Nova was not able to secure a single dragon until the most recent spawn.
Exactly, and Nova has to do it all over again. Has to attempt that second steal if possible, or else HKA will get that Mountain Soul. And the thing is, for Nova, again, they have to create some sort of flank. They have to create some sort of pincer attack to at least get the carries immediately, or else you have to face barrels, you have to face Holo, and as well as Wing, who's definitely extra tanky at this point of the game.
You do see Nova themselves are going to try and do what they can to set up and around this dragon, but it feels like you're coming down to another miracle steal to come out from Ryan at this point. We have seen him do it time before during the split when Nova needed a crucial steal to keep themselves back into this game, but you already see that chances, that hope starting to dwindle immensely as HKA already have bodies onto the pit. 10 seconds on the spawn, Nova had to respond.
It's so hard too. You mentioned earlier QSS, and now Banshees. Okay, Nova started.
Inside the Dragon Pit is going to get the knock-on back. In comes Engage onto Wing. Pop is forced to flash away into safety. Rocky popping the Dominus already. Golden Feet gets himself back over toward the side of the wall with the Magical Journey. But you see Hong Kong Attitude with positioning in onto the river. Moonblack wants to jump forward, lands with their chain. Rocky's going to get stunned up. He's going to get hooked up. Tempered Fate looking to try and turn back the fight, but Moonblack into the back line trying to make stuff happen. Pop is able to survive. Rocky able to as well. G4 is able to keep the fight going. Golden Feet speed over toward the side on this. Ezreal needs to try and turn back the fight. He will find one, but now Moonblack is on the hunt. Hollow could do the same. Pop still in alongside him. Jungles are still up and alive. Ryan, though, wants to get a good Nidalee Spear onto the target. Moonblack looking for the assassination. Eminem looking to step up himself, able to get marked. Moonblack does have teleport. So does Rocky. In we go. Electric 2. Boogaloo onto the back line. He takes down the Ashe, but Moonblack now wants to respond with his own. Going to get that GLP. Gets the damage in onto Rocky, but Ryan is still that primary target you have to take down. Another reset onto the Dragon, and it looks like neither team can finish off the objective.
My heart from that prolonged fight, and it's still not stopping.
Pop gets caught out. Moonblack can finish him off, and there's just no respect. Home Feet trying to go godly. Unfortunately, still not going to be enough damage, but in comes another TP as G4 joins in onto the party. Cardis gets caught out toward the side, forced to flash to safety, and what the heck kind of fiesta am I watching? As again, another Ezreal ult is going to be here. Hollow now into a 1v3. Cardis over toward the side. Wing has respawned. Moonblack into the back line. Ryan barely has any health. Another reset on the Dragon. G4 has nowhere left to run. Moonblack is dominating. Rocky rejoins, and this goddamn fight never ends. Another arrow across the side, but it looks like finally Hong Kong Attitude, after a 1.5-minute long fight, secure Mountain Soul.
How many deaths was that? How many resets? Because if Golden Feed were to die next, he had teleported to rejoin the fight, but whew, that was a stressful, prolonged fight for both of these teams. It's just unfortunate that the last fight, G4 was the next one to die. 40 seconds on the timer, which means that's 40 seconds of a 4v5 situation, and G4 is an integral part of this composition because they need that additional CC to hold people down, because everyone is practically very slippery, especially for Moonblack. And the thing is, it's just so hard because Nova tried their best to deny all of that, has already used all of their teleports, but still HKA comes up on top.
And there you go. Thank you, Riku, for covering that point. I had the biggest gulp of water I could have possibly had. But my lord.
Understandable.
Fiesta, have you not? Nova bringing the party, it would seem. As again, I think that's the longest fight we have had of PCS, and Moonblack, maybe he doesn't want another good fight as Ryan's going to get caught out, able to get himself back to safety. In comes the arrow onto G4. Lysandra going down low, forced to go into stasis. Can G4 try and turn this back around? Does have the Frozen Tomb available, could decide to go in, but he decides against it as he wants to back to base.
Okay, Nova, no casualties. They're able to escape, only having to proc that Zonia's Hourglass will not be available once Nova decides to go dive and contest this Baron, as HKA has that grab, has control over this top side of the map, especially Nova's top side jungle, as it is a very dark place. Pop
can't be getting caught out here on that Bard. He's the crucial disengage that Nova need, as well as possible engage. You can see just what Moonblack is looking to do. He wants that final stack onto the Magi's for him to be able to transcend, as Nova on the hunt, able to get the flash out of this LeBlanc. Do you see, though, Hong Kong Attitude are starting up the Baron. Two-shot barrage is going to catch this out. They know what's happening. G4 wants to step up, but Card is able to get some decent damage now that he has finished off his Infinity Edge.
Oh, there's the Tempered Fate.
Tempered
Gonna
Fate
the wing
to try and interrupt G4, getting on top of Moonblack. It's not going to happen. Forced to use his ultimate on himself. Wing going down low is going to get himself back to safety. Decides to go on in. Coldfeet able to find the kill. Rocky, though, gets absolutely blown apart, as that's a double kill for Eminem.
And just as you mentioned, yeah, that is what's going to happen to you if you had to stand around Cardis's barrels with an IE, with the Triforce intact. And with that said, that's 2 members down, which are key members from Nova, as Moonblack still distracts Nova away from this Baron of a potential
Moonblack
steal.
is able to get away with this just shows how far behind Nova is down. Ryan needs to make a miracle play, able to land the spear, but not enough damage to take it on down. Moonblack gets himself back to safety, and second Baron of the game secured by Hong Kong Attitude.
This is such a painful game to watch because Nova had so much control over the first 10 minutes of the game, only to falter as they're pressured to deny objectives instead. In the story of the game, HKA is able to come up on top, not only getting that Mountain Soul, but as well as that Baron, as Nova's lead has slowly been diminished from time to time, HKA having a significant amount of lead already.
And now you're looking at about a 6,000 gold lead. Again, gold lead starts to matter less and less as this game goes on, because it just feels like Hong Kong attitude. It comes down to execution of these fights, and it's kind of the tale of these mid lanes. One is 6-0-4, the other is 0-6-4 at the moment. G4 has yet to been able to actually jump in onto some of these team members during some of these crucial fights. And the whole idea of picking up this Lissandra was to try and neutralize Moonblack, but he was able to get himself online still and able to roam freely across the map.
Yeah, that's the thing. You picked up the Lissandra to neutralize the mid lane, but look at the mid lane, 6-0-4 now. The usefulness rather of this Lissandra will slowly diminish as the game progresses. The same goes for this Renekton pick, which he had a lead. Rocky had a lead, but look at that, HK already knocking towards Nova's base.
And there you go, Inhibitor Tower going to be taken here in the mid lane. And Moonblack still distorting forward. There you go, Inhibitor down in mid. Baron buff still on for another minute 15 for Nova. Had to make the decision when you want to fight. Eminem's arrow not going to find its mark as it gets flashed away there by Ryan, but minion waves starting to crash in, looking possibly for a final push. There comes your Tempered Fate onto two members. Cardis gets caught out. Some damage is going to be there, but re-engage. Pop gets caught out himself. In comes the cannon barrage, and in goes the kill for Eminem. G4 has nowhere to run, and this Ashe is fully online and unlocked. It's a double kill for Eminem. Moonblack continues forward, and a much-needed victory coming through from Hong Kong attitude as they are not stopping. They are looking for dives in the fountain, but the team will end the game before they can.
And it seems the theme for today is revenge. Nova won the first game against each other, and now HKA is able to tie that matchup 1-1. And just as you mentioned, a very important win for Hong Kong attitude.
Yeah, if anything, it's all these teams that lost in the first round robin. The revenge has finally seeped in, it seems, from the teams that took the L early on. And yeah, of all the games I expected Nova to have the opportunity to go for, they tried to change up this team fight, change up this team comp that, again, they have yet to actually show to work. That's the issue when it comes to G4 on something that looks to be utility and neutralize the rest of the team. It just doesn't work out.
The thing is, it worked out for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. It's just that they weren't able to push through more with their lead. I expected they would be more aggressive, a little bit more top side of the map, constrict Hollow in his own space a little bit more, but the bottom side of the map, unfortunately, after a few attempts here and there, they lost their prime, they lost their lead, and it all just went down the drain.
It was a dive there, and even for Hong Kong attitude, it wasn't necessarily an easy game to get back in there. You saw on the player cam at the end of the game, Wang praised the side of relief. He kind of goes, okay, we were able to take this one back. That one was a close one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. But again, comes down to that mid game, not being able to play through the lead that Rocky was able to find himself in a side lane.
Yeah, and it's too late. You've got, Cardis having to get his Triforce, Sterax already, be a little bit more tanky in towards the fights, have more impactful cannon barrages in as well as barrels, and the fact that Eminem had already a QSS, therefore, as the game progresses, more defensive items are going to be built up. You've got Moonblack having the MVP, who's 605, godlike at some point. What a play from this guy.
Yeah, Moonblack. We've mentioned this team often lives and dies by his performance, and honestly, if he wasn't on his game today, that easily could have been a Nova game still. Taking that victory on home as the LeBlanc was able to still find its way back into the game, and for Nova, it's back to the drawing board and a bit of disappointment overall, because that's, like we mentioned, a game that you needed to win in order to feel a little bit more comfortable when it came to your standings. Now, actually, Nova dropping down, they actually don't have many games left for them to try and come back, and if Liab are in fact able to get enough wins to overtake them, they will be knocked out of playoffs. So that's always got to be in the back of their mind.
Yeah, exactly. Nova has only 3 games left. I believe it's going to be Alpha, Resurgence, and as well as Berjaya Dragons. And looking at their performance now, again, they won against HKA, but unfortunately unable to 2-0. It is quite possible for the rest of their games to have the same outcome.
Still that possibility, though. And we're not going to have an interview over from the Hong Kong Attitude players. Instead, we are going to go straight into a break. When we come back, it's going to be Taipei J-Team taking on Resurgence, the top and bottom of the standings, dueling it out.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for our third game of the night. It's Taipei J team taking on Resurgence from Singapore. as we take a nice look on over to Singapore as the sun is starting to set on both possibly their week as well as possibly their season hopes when it comes to playoffs, as Resurgence are very much in do-or-die situations, especially if they lose this game. They would have to win every single game left in the season, as well as pray that Nova drop all their games.
Yeah, that's a lot of factors to take into account. And looking at their track record for summer at least, it's looking very, very dire at the moment.
It's looking a little suspect, as we'd like to sometimes call. It's not the most optimal position to be in if you are a Resurgence fan. And like we've mentioned, Resurgence are very much in a, what they like to call, development split. Or development season. Unfortunately, that doesn't get you results, it seems, and that's kind of been the issue at the moment when it comes to Resurgence, has been them, faltering at basic levels when it comes to the fundamentals of playing the game competitively. We've seen this multiple times where at some point something's got to click, and something's got to click now.
And the thing is, aside from having to experiment on developing each of what works, maybe putting Shinsekai on a more carry-centric position, but yeah, I'm excited to see how this pans out.
And for the side of Taipei J team, it's Rest in the top lane, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in mid, and then Lil V as well as Woody down bot.
Again, J-Team back at Spring, unfortunately landed on towards 7th place overall, but now has reclaimed their throne, especially they came back from a championship title back at the LMS before coming to the PCS.
And for, Taipei J-Team, you saw Rest. He came back into form ever since, a little bit of the slump that he was having back in Spring. And Hana, too, all over the place with his Trundle, able to just cause a bunch of havoc when it comes to the opponents of Taipei J-Team. And then you have, of course, ST in the mid lane.
They've got Nesty, who would always fall towards utilities, a lot of interesting niche picks, but has picked up more of the traditional mages like the LeBlanc and Syndra, and has been working, especially has practiced those picks as well come spring, from spring rather. And you have, of course, Lil V, a very stable AD carry for J-Team.
Yeah, Lil V always able to be a pillar, like you have mentioned, as well as just being able to farm up a storm non-stop. And I think expectations from them here is, we want to see a very quick and we want to see a clean game come out of the side of Taipei J-Team, considering the fact that yesterday when they went up against Liab, Liab was able to actually kind of give them a run for their money in the first 15-20 minutes of that match.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, J-Team, a little bit sweaty when they had to face Liab, as Liab had the early game lead, especially at the first 15 minutes of the game. There were kills left and right. Lil V had to suffer in the hands of Dawn and as well as Smoke in the bottom side of the map. So we'll see whether or not, Resurgence is able to replicate that threat over that bottom side.
And for Resurgence, of course, hailing from Singapore, you got Shinsekai in the top lane, Epic in the jungle, Raven in mid, and then you got that kind of new duo down bot with Quake and Boxer.
Yeah, Resurgence, again, a very staple name when it comes to Singaporean esports. They've acquired key players such as, Raven, Shinsekai, as these players have been very active in representing the region and having to acquire Epic as well in the jungle to mix things up and able to stabilize. And the thing about Resurgence is that they're the type of team that likes to do mid-split roster decisions. This has happened before, back in spring, Gengar to Epic, and as well back in the support position. And now they're doing it again, benching Mexi, having to put in Quake, and as well as Boxer, this duo bot. We'll see whether or not this change will be very effective.
And unfortunately, too, we mentioned, new faces, maybe adding some new flavor to this roster. Well, it doesn't help when Quake's very first match, he's just kind of thrown onto his Ziggs, kind of that, niche little pick to see whether or not they can handle an Aphelios. And we didn't really get to see much of him because he was just trying to clear waves for the majority of the game. So hopefully this time when it comes to the draft, maybe we get a little bit more option of skill expression from the new pickup here for Resurgence.
Yeah, especially, Quake's debut game was up against PSG Talent. So, again, PCS champions. It's going to be a tough matchup. And this is another tough matchup for him as his second game of the split.
Yeah, I think you could say what the statement here of this matchup in particular is, we expect this to be a proper smackdown coming out from Taipei J-Team. That is what we are expecting of the team. If they go into something that's like scaling, yeah, cool, but then I almost feel like that kind of gives an opportunity for Resurgence to make their way back in. Let's get into draft, though. Type A J team going to be on your blue side, Resurgence on the red. To start things off, it is going to be the Zoe ban away from Raven, and the Galio actually not being available for Nesty.
Yeah, I mean, such a massive respect towards Nesty, as again, this Galio is 5-0 on the record, and that means, you know, future picks such as the Twisted Fate will be another contested pick, possibly as JT will move towards removing Epic's Nidalee in the jungle.
So no Nidalee there for Epic. I'm interested, do they let that Trundle go on through for Hana, or are they expecting to try and take that one away from Epic as they both share the jungler? Meanwhile, it is going to be that set being locked away by Resurgence.
And again, another enabler for that utility position, which, you know, we've seen set so many times in the mid lane as, you know, Type A J team removing Karma. So a lot of these flex picks at least being removed, but
we could see it. We could see it. It was locked in, I believe, the other day over in LJL. We have seen it pop up, but no, they're just playing with our hearts here, Riku, as it's going to be the Aphelios getting locked in.
I mean, we're talking about Nesty here. He played the Yasuo back in spring against Raven, and unfortunately got crushed by Raven's Renekton. But yes, it's going to be the classic. Could be the Ashe Aphelios classic bot lane.
I am not going to be happy if this gets locked in and we get a misfortune. You heard the sigh of disappointment come out of Riku, everybody over in chat. The misfortune has been extremely lackluster in summer, and it was always a crutch for a lot of these bottom placing teams.
Yeah, it's one of those comfort picks, especially back at spring where misfortune has been spammed many, many times. It's just one of those things where this will work if you are able to safely scale and have a good positioning from that bullet time. But anyways, you know, back to the Trundle again for Hana. If he can't get his power farming jungler, then he's gonna go fall back into that Trundle.
And he's actually the only one saving the Trundle win rate when it comes to the PCS. I do believe almost half of the victories have come off him. And same with Woody when it comes to the Nautilus pick. These have been both kind of those niche, I say niche, they're both meta, but both selective personal picks for both of these players that have worked well for Type A J team, as it is going to be answered by the Leona here for Boxer.
Yeah, it seems to be the trend nowadays as they're going to be, you know, Thresh is out of the table. That means Leona would be the next fallback as Nautilus has been locked in. But RSG forming a little bit of the standard, and so far, though, Volibear has been spammed as well by RSG, but unfortunately, whether or not it's being placed at top or jungle has still failed to see any sort of success.
Yeah, unfortunately, last time we saw the Volibear out of the top lane for Shinsekai, arguably, he did lose out to the shopkeeper, unfortunately, as he went for this kind of grab bag build, and we didn't really see the Volibear ever come online the last time it was used by Resurgence. Maybe we get to see Epic in the jungle for it. Starting, though, mid lane is going to be banned out here quite heavily toward Nesty as they get rid of the Syndra as well as the LeBlanc and then lock in that Orianna.
Yes, so much respect again for Nesty, and it's due to the fact that they do want a comfortable lane for Raven. But after I said it's not going to be a niche pick from Raven this time around, but it's going to be very standard, very heavy team fight as they've locked in the Orianna. Meanwhile, for Type A J team, still missing out on what Nesty is going to be picking up, and as well as for Rest in the top side of the map.
Oh,
it's
baby!
Okay, mid.
We get ourselves a new coming out. Believe that is going to be going into the mid lane for Nesty. First time getting to see it over here in the PCS.
This is actually very, very interesting. Again, we haven't seen that ever in towards the PCS. Not sure if Faker brought it out already back in the LCK, but it seems to me this is such a very heavy magic wombo combo composition, and you do have that typical fallback on towards that Aphelios.
And do see here is also going to have that Kennen getting locked in for Rest. There's still that team fight option. And then for Resurgence, it is going to be the Jace getting locked in for likely now Shinsekai in the top lane, meaning the Volibear going into the jungle for Epic.
I'm excited to see this work because when we last saw these two teams where RSG is able to get the upper hand, it was spring and it was Raven going ham. But this time around, he's on this Mariana. He's not going to go ham. He's going to go ham with his teammates later on once he's able to build a couple of items to have more impactful shockwaves, and hoping to see whether or not Shinsekai will be able to get ahead on towards this Jace. I am looking forward to their team fight, but looking towards Taipei J team, I like the Nunu mid. I love how they're experimenting at the moment, but at the same time, bottom side of the map still playing standard.
So there you go. We'll see whether or not, Nesty can try and make for those big roams. They got rid of the Galio that could easily just do it with the point and click, ultimate out of the hero's entrance. This time around, though, he's going to be rolling the snowball down toward that bot lane, maybe up toward the top lane, and maybe try and making his impact on the map. I'm excited, though. We get to see ourselves our first Nunu mid of summer coming out from Taipei J team. Again, top of the standings going up against the bottom Resurgence. Need to find an upset. They need to find victories all the way to the end of the regular season to even have a shot at playoffs, and it starts here as we load on into the Rift. Already Snowball coming out, looking to set up a bowling pin. Oh no, Shinsekai! He gets caught out immediately into a dredge line! And oh baby, begin the party. It's first blood for Taipei J team.
I cannot believe that it actually worked. I mean, it was, a 50-50 sort of thing, but Shinsekai was in the right position, actually was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and J team, they're going to be happy with that first blood.
All I can say is that's going to be one for the clip reel here as in comes the bowling ball full speed. And poor Shinsekai has nowhere to run.
Nowhere to run. Would even using a flash to get that dredge line in for the easy kill. Shinsekai still gets to keep his flash just in case Nesty gets a second visit towards top side, especially if Hana also does the same thing. I can tell Nesty every single time, it's the last round robin. We're going up against Resurgence. Nesty's gonna have some fun.
And not a halfway bad way to start off your game here if you're on the side of Taipei J team, as I don't think Shinsekai was expecting that. In came the bowling ball of the Nunu. And you already see him gonna go ahead and get some vision on down, trying to track Epic through his jungle.
I'm sorry, I keep giggling, because whenever I see Nunu, it just makes me a happy person. Now he's just rolling some snowballs just to try and clear some wave. And, yeah, this is absolutely... I feel like Raven did not expect this matchup, I suppose. Again, was Nesty that picked the Yasuo, the first ever and only Yasuo back in the PCS spring. So we'll have to see how this pans out even more when he creates more impact in the side lanes.
Yeah, we're going to be looking to him making those roams later on, like you just mentioned. I'm interested. All right, Resurgence, sure. Things didn't go out the way exactly you planned. It's a quirky pick. Anything along those lines. What is going to be their game plan here for Resurgence? What are you going to be trying to do to at least calm down this storm?
For Resurgence, definitely is able to create high impact plays. With that, never mind. If Epic be bothered in his own jungle, it's going to be very difficult to create impact for his top lane.
There's the bot lane play coming out here from Resurgence. I like that. Unfortunately, I don't like the root coming out from Lil V, as that's going to try and turn this one back. Quake also going to get tagged up, and in comes another root from Woody onto the 80 carry. Boxer goes back on in. It's a double exhaust on both sides. Is it enough damage? No, it's tragic. No. Nothing goes in their favor. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nesty jumping on in. Ignite taken away. It is just a club coming down from Hana.
What is happening? And I was a little bit worried for Quake that he might be the next one to fall, but that is unfortunate. Resurgence spent all of their summoners just to see whether or not they can fully commit and finally eliminate Lil V. It was a very back and forth kind of deal at the bottom side of the map, but it was Taipei J team coming up on top, even managing to get another kill in the mid lane.
So now it's going to be a 3-0 start for Taipei J team, almost a 1,500 gold lead of Nesty. Don't do it. Don't be mean. Oh, he's setting up, but let's take a look down toward this bot lane as we had a bunch of action all across the map.
So it was Resurgence having to start that off. Okay, good. You managed to burn that cleanse off of Lil V, but the re-engage from Woody really did it. RSG wanted to back off, but this was the problem. Quake was just too far off for any sort of additional, damage to finish that off, and the exhaust did well enough so for Lil V to still survive a little bit more. And unfortunately, Raven having to use all spells already as the flash, it's still no escape from Hana and Nesty having to just club their way to Raven's death there.
So now Raven going to try and do what he can to try and survive what Onslaught's going to, just Nesty, just going to keep on doing it. This is the first time for me to actually see a Nunu, and you're probably wondering, why is Nunu mid actually getting so popular? Well, a bunch of buffs came through from him in the most recent patches. Overall, his damage went up something around 15-20% when it came to neutral objectives as well. So it just allows them to consistently set up wombo combo after wombo combo. Oh, it's not even okay. It's starting to get a little boring here, Nesty.
He's having fun though. Definitely having fun. And the thing is, they can rinse and repeat, and because, Trundle and as well as, Nunu at this point of the game, at least, is some sort of little bit tanky, can possibly tank maybe one turret shot to be able to be comfortable attacking Raven, even though he's under his own tower. And now, Taipei J team.
And in we go once again. Get the jump here onto Woody, and there you go. Resurgence are able to get their first kill on the map. So there you go. A little bit of a boost back into the confidence, because overall, when you talk about Resurgence so far, there has been confidence issues when it comes to this team. We saw it back when Crow was coaching the team back in spring. He even mentioned, he likes to excel and he likes to try and get players with confidence issues to open up. He has since left the team, and now Jensen has had to take on over, and we're starting to see some glimpses of good play out of them, and oh no. They're starting it again.
Teleport?
There's a teleport coming in from Rest. He's got that level 6, and he goes slicing Maelstrom onto 4 members. He doesn't do any damage, but it doesn't matter because the rest of Taipei J team come along down to join in on the party. And there you go, Dragon back in favor of J team.
Massive value off of that ward. Massive value. Having to teleport in the best position possible to stop RSG's retreat because they wanted to go. They wanted to escape, but unfortunately it did not happen. And at the end of the day, RSG didn't get the Infernal. That pillar, the presence of Hana itself pressured them enough, and Rest just beautiful stun, even though without damage, the stalls for the rest of J team to finish them off.
And already you're seeing, level 6 Kennen. This is a very accelerated game style coming out from Taipei J team. Not afraid to pull the trigger. And, we wanted to see those key lock-ins, this Nunu to come online, and oh no. Oh no.
Shinsekai!
He's doing it again. Shinsekai knows what's coming. Oh. Nesty can't make the corner, though, with the snowballs. He'll head back into mid lane.
Yeah, unable to drift, and the Shinsekai will be safe, especially he still has managed to hold on to his flash after quite a while. And for Nesty, and as well as for Rest, definitely still waiting for, that Proto Bell at least to have a little bit more of a gap closer into the fights later on, especially in the objectives. And again, you asked earlier, what can RSG do? If Epic has enough space to create impact at top side, maybe get Shinsekai going, that's going to be great. Especially RSG's, the rest of the lanes have to be stable, not die, survive this Nunu's presence in the mid lane and more impact in the side lanes later on. And once Quake is able to get more items,
oh my god, the Empire comes through! A ticking time bomb. And a great play coming out here from Taipei J team with Nesty. Have you ever seen a level 7 Nunu absolutely destroy a Leona in the first 10 minutes of a game?
Yeah, Boxer's HP just disappeared there, and he didn't know what he was walking into, unfortunately. There was no vision, and Woody even stuns him. there's a really long channel, and with that said, because of that, RSG has no access to the Rift Herald nor contest whatsoever.
And on top of that, too, you got this Aphelios that's starting to get turret plating yourself. And that's your late game policy here for Taipei J team. If we get to the late game as... Oh, Hana. Oh, Res, you didn't need to do this to the poor man. He's got nowhere to run. Shinsekai underneath his tower. Flash on forward from Hana. He's on a killing spree, and this is what we expected of this matchup. I'm just a bit disappointed here that we aren't seeing anything else, as that is going to actually be a pause called here, as I do believe we have a mic issue.
Yeah, top side, again, for Shinsekai, having to create impact for Shinsekai, but unfortunately it is Hana and as well as Nesty making moves around the map for RSG to try and scramble around to pick up the pieces. They're not able to stabilize just yet, and then you see Hana visiting top side once more.
Yeah, he's just kind of going up there, and he's like, hey, Shinsekai, you're a Jace, just so you know. I'm just going to camp you at this point. This is, again, reminder, if you guys are just joining us, maybe you only just joined us at the beginning of this game, this is very much our bottom of the table going up against the top of the table. Let's take a look toward the standings so you guys have a little bit more context. At the moment, Taipei J team, they were starting off at the top of the leaderboard when it came to the start of the day. But then, of course, AHQ were able to find their victory. But Taipei J team actually have 2 games today. And the first one is up against Resurgence, as you can see, only has that 1 win so far.
And it's very tough to look at, because when we look at Resurgence's performance back at Spring, they're able to at least garner a 4-win streak at the second round robin, and now unfortunately still having to have a foundation at least coming into the round robin, and they're finding difficulty. Taipei J team used to be at the bottom with them back at the round robin spring standings, but now it's totally different. Taipei J team is at first place.
Yeah, and that's the thing here, too. Like, there is some good parts here at Resurgence. Half their games are able to find First Blood, able to find, First Tower. They're able to get some impact onto the map, but control is relinquished almost within 10 minutes of the game getting underway. So, again, it comes down to just what feels like a complete gap in terms of just team coordination as well as fundamentals with a lot of the other squads in the PCS.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And you did mention, the confidence issue as well coming from Resurgence. And they were confident when they faced Taipei J team back at Spring. I think it's due to the fact that they're together in the bottom of the standings. But now it's different. And especially such an interesting pick as well that caught them off guard. Therefore, I feel like they have to watch out for Nesty every single time. And as well as Hana together with him. And they're unable to create impact off the map. At least they have some sort of fallback policy with their composition. They're great with their 5v5s if they manage to get key shockwaves. You combo that with the bullet time and the solar flare. So they have those in the equation. But the question is, will Taipei J team even allow them to reach that point?
Well, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. It looks like our tech issue is going a little bit longer than we should, so you guys hopefully can enjoy some of our side content with actually Hanabi and Wako as they go over some good comments.
今天我们要来录就你最浮夸，我就看你多浮夸。
非常熟吗？
很熟啊，高雄人怎么能不熟？
那我要先请你可以开队的。
可以啊，我知道他一定会先。
你又知道了，
他的话肯定很恶心啊。
那我猜不到怎么办？
你的智商我能同意。
你再说一次。
你的智商我能理解。
你再说一次。
你直接换你了。
第一个。 人帅，长得又高，打游戏又强，每年拿冠军。要是能重来，我要当家强。虽然走路会低油，可是不影响我对他的崇拜，就像是夜空中的萤火虫一般。那么要赢，
这肯定观众写的啊。
第二个，即便赛区合并电狼解散，狼魂依旧不灭总决赛。中山拼尽全力，连1/5个电狼还是打不赢狼王，带领塔隆获得总冠军。
这个也是观众写的。
第三个。 安娜碧眼镜歪掉，怎么可以这么帅？简直是新一代时尚潮流之父。
这个就是你写的。
塔隆能够招揽到这么厉害的上路太原，真是太棒了！没想到泰国也有这么厉害的上路选手。
这个就是他写的。第一个 PCS 法师怪物 ，Wako 的 AD 真的很风骚。虽然现在版本的 AD 很卑微，
但每次在场上操作的时候还是非常有影响力。希望之后能在 PCS 打出一片天，拿到世界赛的门票，打出自己的生涯代表作。
这一定不是你写的，不可能，不可能。
第二个，挖口的单人线竞争力实在没话说，跟他百变的发色一样狂野，每次的访问影片都尬到笑，是个很做自己的人。第三个，挖口你的头发真的太帅了，可能是因为你顶着这个头才这么猛，下次也要跟你染一样的。
都不像你说的很多啊，什么东西？
那边你觉得哪一个？
第三个，自己选。
我猜第三个，因为其他两个没那么凶的感觉，感觉都是粉丝会讲的。
我跟你一样的道理，你这前两个也肯定是粉丝写的，吹得太那个了。
那互相公平了。
错了，
真的假的？那你对了。
我对了。
对对。最后总有人出马太夸张了。我错了。
猜我是哪个是我写的？
那应该第一个。那我觉得你第一个啊，那小敏会写的吧？
我小敏啊，怎么样？
谢谢观众的投稿，我们也会继续加油。新的赛季也请支持塔龙，
还有 HQ， 也请继续关注 PCS 粉丝团哦。
拜拜。
J-Team，
我是中路 Kobe， 我是 AD 小 V，
我是达雅哈娜，
我是上路瑞斯特，
我是辅助雀巢。那我们开始吧。Do you know me？ 那 Kobe 的答案我都不能答，忘记。
第一题 ，KURB 在季后赛中获得了第一次 MVP， 请问上场的2场比赛中各玩什么角色？
廖明玉，我会回答，我有认真在比赛的。好，第一场是玩阿切尔吧，然后第二场是玩阿卡丽，因为被单杀被越塔，我印象很深刻。
你都不是 MVP。
KURB 在季后赛中取得1胜1败的成绩，请问季后赛的总击杀数为多少？
无语。
其实是这两只英雄的第一个字一样。
这两只英雄第一个字一样。
哎，你讲错了。
它上面写
你说那个，你这个是第一题的提示，我听得出来。我要第二题了。
我赔3、8。
你要讲明。是啊，姚明玉，我猜是6啦
，6到10，8
吧
，8到10。
姚明玉，我要猜
看我了吧。
好了，
答对了。
不要欺负瑞斯特，让他猜一下。
没差，我没差。
换小 V，你跟他换个位置。
第一题是小 V 在春季例行赛使用了5次伊泽瑞尔，请问他第一次上场玩克里斯塔使用的造型为什么造型？
那个爱引导。
错，他是我偶像哎，我使用偶像的。回答很少。
陈江，SKT T1 变的造型。
没错，答对了。请问春季赛的总击杀是多少？我知道你们不会，我先提示你们，我好心一点，50到100吧。
50到100，
有那么多？
陈江我要猜69。
有那么多？69。对啊。50到69。
64。
哎，你很会猜耶。就这么刚好是64，
太强了。
那也没办法，给你一个贴纸。那你，
请问季后赛最后一场玩了哪只英雄？
我现在许保远，我要猜赛特，是赛特吧？
对吧？是赛特啊，那就好了，贴啊。
给我贴纸，太强了吧？是赛特就给我贴纸。
然后2把都是一样，
一直送头。
在 PCS 节目中，多点同理心中，雀巢曾被谁称赞觉得比自己队友还强？有没有在看节目啊？啊，是哦。答对了。哇！没有，你上次有讲啊。他之前对我跟你讲过，自吹的。什么自吹？
那你有看节目吗？
我有看吧。
看吧，感觉我要下去了。
下去哪里？
惩罚。
一个贴纸。
不会有惩罚吧？
但是一样最输的不会有惩罚。
我跟你讲，
啊，为什么这样子？
没关系啊，
因为他真正
新人就是要接受惩罚。
我不知道，
嘲讽的吗？
潜规则你知道吗？
哦，我在春季赛中总共打了18场比赛，请问第一支使用的英雄为什么？
10万年。
哎，怎么那么会猜？
啊，就那场你就没屁用了。
哇，你只送。
我就记得那场。
对啦，
跟中路联动。
那高中是谁？
塞尔斯啊，那个
我啊，塞勒斯啊。
技能全空包怎么？
请问我在春季赛总助攻数为多少？
陈志豪，我要猜，
先说。
70
到150。
101。
101到150。
87。
哦，101到150了，怎样？
101到150。哦，抱歉，
头有点痛。
102到110哦，108啦。
可惜啦，106到108。
那个真正我要猜107，
你中了。
碎啦！
所以你助攻那么多。
好，
你这个那么多，
我也不想那么多。
代表没有击杀。
那你，
我不算准。
瑞驰的在季后赛的 KDA 为2，请问春季赛最后一场是玩的哪一支英雄？季后赛讲错了。
克雷德。
好，算你对了。请问瑞驰特在春季例行赛中2-4的胜率为何？
是啊，我要猜，哎，我已经。
那你先。
0。答对了。
我就是要猜0呢。
就0啊，没赢过。
科比没有。
对，我们平手哎。
3，
我3啊。
应该搞怪。
还是那个，反正前面都靠赛，最后一题就4分这样啊，他也有机会赢，反正都要加了。
感觉对，有机会，
对不对？
这样他这样有逆转，不然他玩不到。
对啊，
他玩不到游戏。
他要关怀新人。
瑞驰特在春季赛中最常使用的英雄是什么？
学姐我的。
哎，他先答。
雷尼克顿。
哦，可以，又对了。
我要猜这
怎样？
鳄鱼。
不是哎，
你为什么让他赢呢？
这样感觉害到自己，因为我2分，
进惩罚了。
我有2分。
哎，你2分，你2分，那2个一起惩罚。
科比，你这样就拼。
看出什么？
秀泰影城的电影票，团体的4张。哇哦，4张。这是什么？哦，5张。
我还以为那个，
不是，刚刚以为，
我还以为要挑4个人呢。
不是啊，刚刚跟连在一起。
我以为制作单位故意要那个
这么狠
分裂我们一个人。
他说，那你要跟哪3个队友去试穿？
水正说谁？
我跟瑞驰特。
如果今天有新科技的发明，同性可以繁衍后代，但是你现在选择 PCS 的品种，你会选择谁来繁衍后代？
要求哎。好，我直接讲，哈纳比啊。
哦哇哦，
哈纳比。
就很喜欢他，对。
就很喜欢。Oh my！
你们私底下是很熟？
很熟，因为之前就很常打比赛嘛，然后私底下有一起出去吃饭。
你不是会去他家吃饭？
他家？
去
他家玩游戏。
之前有去过他家。
对啊，感情很好。
没有。
不要跟我讲这么多。
我知道。
只能选我们赛区的哦。
对啊。
可是不行哎，我的心中只有一个人。我没有办法选出我们赛区的人，因为我只对佛哥有感觉而已。没办法，太爱他了，
爱到要哭了。
请继续支持 JT，
持续锁定 PCS 官方粉丝团。
拜拜拜拜。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we get set now, I do believe we will be getting ourselves set, locked, and loaded onto the Rift for our game. In between, of course, Type A J Team and Resurgence as game word. Now, there we go. There's our game audio. We had a little bit of instability, a little bit of ping issues here and there, but it looks like we've been able to sort it out, and we're back in onto the Rift.
Yeah, excited to see more of some new action from Nesty, but at the same time, excited to see as well whether or not Resurgence is able to weather this storm, because it's been a tough early game. So far, 8 kills already for Type A J Team on the board, and Hana has been going as he's 3-0-3. Alongside with him is Nesty with 2-0-3 as well.
Yeah, he's become the new monster at this point, as poor Raven, every time he comes into lane, usually a snowball's being thrown directly at him, and he has to either find safety and usually Hana's nearby to prevent him from going anywhere safe. As you take a look at the gold lead, it is a 4,000 gold lead at only 10 minutes.
And that is a pretty significant lead, considering the fact that most of the time, around the 10-minute mark, around the 10 to 15-minute mark. Usually it's still maybe 1K gold lead as teams have been trying to still try to catch up. But again, for RSG bot lane, they try to be aggressive, it didn't pay off, and Lil V is still able to stabilize and is ahead in CS over Quake.
So we'll see whether or not, Resurgence, we can start to see some plays come out of that combo that we saw a little bit earlier on where, Boxer and Quake can try and make something go. And these are the fresh faces to the team, but see already, Taipei J team already getting down their vision in toward that dragon, and Resurgence a little bit late on their back timing means Taipei J team should have full control of the bot side of the map, as well as Shelly being laid down here to get even more gold into Lil V.
Yeah, that's a bunch of funnel gold on towards Lil V, so having to attack 2 different win conditions. So Lil V, again, will be that backup plan, but so far so good for the rest of the map as Nesty getting early game kills, Rest as well having to stabilize himself, and it's a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing, because you also shut down Shinsekai, which is, again, as a Jace, you have to get ahead if you want to pick this pick.
He can't get ahead because you can just see the damage that comes out of Rest already, having that Protobelt completed. Cooldown reduction online, 2-1 and 2 now as poor Shinsekai 0 and 4 in top lane.
Even dabbing with a little legend there, and it's been tough because, again, Epic wasn't able to create impact for Shinsekai at top side and have him a comfortable lane just because of the duo. Hana and Nessie have been really creating chaos in the mid lane and the rest of the map. And because of that, Hana will be comfortable leaving Rest on his own. He has a Protobelt, not needing for the flash at all for, having to activate that slicing Maelstrom. And Shinsekai has to go back to lane thinking, I have to be safe and make sure that doesn't happen again.
And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here now, too, because you do see the first 2 item backs of your AP builders. You have a Mage Eyes on both the Kennen and Nunu as the second item.
Yeah, it works well. I mean, that's how confident Rest and Nesty is, and you can't blame them because the first 30 minutes of the game has been good type of chaos in favor of Taipei J team, and again, they can just walk to a lane, and then their presence is enough for RC to respect that and back away.
Some respect here from Resurgence, but some of these lanes that needed to get online, unfortunately now have to group up together, and this gold lead is only climbing faster and faster as this game goes, as it's now going to be a 6,000 gold lead as Nesty is going to be able to take down that tower. Literally, it's just bells being thrown. It's jolly, Nesty, on his conquest to destroy all the objectives on the map.
Exactly, just having to do a little nudge on the objectives. And yeah, I mean, we did mention 5v5 is very strong for RSG because you have that shockwave, you have that solar flare and bullet time, but if Nesty is able to get a prime position for his absolute zero to work, brushes will be very, very key, and positioning is going to be very, very key. As a Misfortune, you're not an Ezreal that you can have an arcane shift to back away from safety, and you'll be very vulnerable. And for RSG, this is definitely not the start to set up for objective fights at all.
Especially with the fact that Quake was down 3 levels, only now down 2 in his matchup, as well as Infinity Edge online for Lil V. He's up 40 CS. You saw the turret plate that came up earlier. It's almost 2,000 that was secured by Taipei J team. For me, my question is for Taipei J team, how fast are you going to close out this game? You got yourself a 7,000 gold lead. Show me a high-level team that isn't messing around and is going to lock this out immediately.
Yeah, even though, they wanted to, Galio is out, Twisted Fate is out, Nesty chooses Nunu mid instead. And with that said, having to keep scaring off the laners. And it seems to me, yes, they are continuing to get the objectives as soon as they are on the map, and having to destroy objectives one by one. Top down, now mid lane is gone, and therefore the inner towers are the only ones left next for the taking, as Rift Herald still kept intact with Hana.
So there you go. All 3 outer towers taken here by Taipei J team, and they still have a Rift Herald Eye if they want to crack that themselves. Rest is just going to meet down to the bot lane up against Shensekai and can solo kill him pretty much at any point, as we just saw already. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned here. Next Dragon's also going to be a minute 20, and that should be another go time here for Taipei J team, where Resurgence, I don't really know how you get back in this one.
The thing about RSG is that what they can do is try to bait out key ultimates such as the Slicing Maelstrom, such as trying to remove the Absolute Zero, but it's just so hard to escape these key ults, especially if you have access to that Proto Belt, if you do have at least that space as well with Rest. And repositioning wise, it's very hard because you're a Misfortune, you're a Orianna as well. Not a lot of mobility or dashes available for you, as Shensekai is going to be in trouble again.
Here comes Rest, looking to hunt him on down. Shensekai, he just clears out the wave and starts running, pops the emote, but guess what? You're on the wrong side of the map, as Rest is still hunting him down. And this is just cyberbullying at this point. Rest knows what he's literally dabbing on him, as poor Shensekai can't do a single thing. And it doesn't end there. In comes the big no, and they just bring it on in. It never gets old. In comes the Absolute Zero, gets interrupted. 3-man shockwave into the bullet time, though. Comes out from Resurgence. They actually turn back a fight. There is some hope here for the Singapore-based organization. Hana's going to likely get taken down. And a big misstep here from Taipei J team. Nets Resurgence, 4 kills in the jungle.
And that's, stacks lost from Nesty's Medjais. That is also, a bunch of shutdown gold in favor of Resurgence. This is, again, what they need to do. They have to fight as 5s and get the wombo combo in, and it's great. And I feel like it all started here in the mid lane.
It goes back to this mid lane. I'm sorry, did I just see Rest TP to safety just for Shensekai to TP to try and stop him? I don't know what this top lane shenanigans are, but yeah, we go back here. It's just full engage coming out from Taipei JT. Maybe a little bit too deep.
Too deep, and again, this is where Resurgence's comps shine, especially if you don't even have the Jace. This, the Shockwave, the Bullet Time, the Solar Flare, they all work together hand in hand, and definitely Epic will be that bonus with the Volibear ult, and it's going to be easy cleanup, especially if you just remove all key ults from Taipei J team. That is the time for RSG to just fight back.
I'm just saying, that wombo, that is actually one of our more cleaner wombos we've had this week. So that does, get some shutdown back over into RSG's back pocket, and what was looming to be an 8,000 gold lead now gets shrunk down to about 5,000. So again, small victories, and they are also able to secure their first dragon of the game.
Every time I look at Shinsekai and Rest in their little adventure in the bottom side of the map.
They're having too much fun with each other. I'm just saying, these guys have like a romance going on or something where, they are just, they're throwing emotes left and right. They're getting cheeky. Rest is still 2 levels above him. Shensekai's trying to do this again. This is literally solo queue in a nutshell. There's nothing Shensekai can do in this. He's now on his 6th death, and Rest is doing just crunches.
Oh my, oh dear. And yeah, Rest is out of control at the moment and building more stacks on towards his Medjais. And has even a stopwatch. So if RSG decides to try and punish that out. But again, you cannot separate the 3, Raven, Quake, and Boxer. They need to always be together, and you do need that additional meat shield from Epic. Therefore, if they want to invest resources to save Shinsekai in the side lane, it's not going to bode well.
In comes that bowling ball from Nesty as in comes Epic trying to jump in onto Lil V. That's going to be a solar flare as well. Boxer in on top of him, and they take down the Aphelios. Maybe try and find some more as now Woody limping back over to safety. Raven not able to use the shockwave, already had it popped, and still looking to hunt down Woody, and he will find it as Taipei J team getting a little bit too cheeky themselves. And a nice call coming out from Resurgence.
Yeah, I love the confidence still from RSG. It seems that, after that win, after that fight in the jungle, they managed to regain some composure and solidify that, okay, as long as we're together, we're going to be fine, and take advantage of how Taipei J team is a little bit too comfortable with their lead.
a little too comfortable. If anything, too, this is a gutsy call coming out from Resurgence to try and make this one work. Oh, no, I didn't need to see that. I did not need to see that, Observers. Why would you do it to a man like that? Raven did have the shockwave.
Oh, no. Well, it still worked out. They managed to eliminate Lil V, I suppose. But yeah, it's stuff like that will really, really count as the game progresses when they fight us 5v5s. Because, okay, so far, RSG has won 2 fights. Scariest thing, Rest was not around throughout the whole duration of the fight. He still has his 10 stacks, he still has his stopwatch, and if there's a perfectly placed flanking ward, it might spell doom for the rest of RSG if Type A J team is allowed to find that opening.
Yeah, Rest now. He's been able to win the Magi's war between him and ST, as he's currently at 10 stacks himself. Yeah. This game is a little bit of an enigma itself. You have to question what you are seeing come out here from both of these squads. I feel like Type A J team, maybe they're getting a little bit too disrespectful. And now, I'm not going to say, if anything, I think Shensekai is being a little disrespectful. I'll give credit to this Jace, though. He's actually on par with CS, and I bet he isn't worth that much gold when he's getting killed now. So I'm just saying, this might be the play.
Yeah, that definitely might be the play, and having to be distracto duty for Rest in the side lanes, again, because the less the Rest is going to be present in the fights, the more chances of RSG going to be winning the 4v4. Because it's, again, their 4v4 is very, very strong. In the meantime, though, it seems to be Type A J team has managed to take a breather and is now waiting for the prime target now this time, as 10 seconds on the clock for the next Ocean Drake to spawn.
Well, we'll see here as now Resurgence, with a little bit of a hop in their step, a skip in their boots. They've been able to close back down this goalie to about 4,000, but Type A J team already take down the Dragon pretty fast, as Lil V has 70% crit. He's able to rip that apart. And now maybe looking for a play in mid lane. In comes the Nunu. You know what's coming. But instead, they're just going to go ahead and back off and go around the corner. The ultimate counter when it comes to going up against Nunu. And Hana, he's 3 levels down, but in comes Rest once again. He's got Flash available if he wants to go for it. Instead, he opts not to.
Okay, a little bit of restraint now, as I feel like, he already consumed the Proto Belt, did have Flash, did have the Slicing Maelstrom, but it's A-okay because, again, RSG's composition is also great in punishing any sort of too aggressive plays from Type A J team, and now it seems to me that is the call. RSG is able to take a little bit of breather, and this will definitely help, as we can see, Quake is able to recover. Still, though, CSY is still up on top of the charts. But at the same time, not a lot of deaths happening already on RSG side.
Still, though, come on, let's think about this. 3,500 gold now separates the two teams. The thing that's looming over the horizon that Resurgence have to be careful of is,
this again.
Oh my lord, Rest, come on. Come on. Just let the man be. He still, he puts out the Soraka emote saying this is fine. Oh my lord. It is a sitcom in the bot lane between Rest and Shensekai right now.
It's like the other lanes do not exist. It is just Rest and Shensekai playing their own ARAM in the bottom side of the map. And it's just a 4v4 the rest of the maps of Summoner's Rift. And yeah, look at the score of the, Epic down towards Boxer. It's like they're having their own little game. So far, they've been winning most of the fights.
Most of the fights.
Yes.
That's the 0-7 Jace, by the way. I think the fights are very much in the favor right now of Type A J team when it comes to him and Rest. On record, I think Rest has this matchup in his back bag. Shensekai is still going bot lane. I don't understand.
It's the plan.
It's the plan.
It's the plan. It's the plan to distract, because if Rest joins the rest of the members of Type A J team, RSG doesn't stand a chance to make that wombo combo work anymore.
I'm still worried about the fact that this Sephiroth still has a full item above Quake, by the way, who has He has 3 kills actually on this Aphelios, above Lil V. There's just so much gold that was injected into this Aphelios so early on by the turret plating as well as just the turret gold that you're already at 200 years at 25 minutes.
It's the how much gold has been injected earlier on. Yeah, full plates on towards Lil V. After just one single engage from the duo, Quake and Boxer, after that, it was a very peaceful lane. And again, it was Type A JT managed to turn things around as well, therefore rendering RSG bot lane to be a little bit more hesitant when it comes to being more on the aggressive side of things. And now they're going to be more reactive now. As for Type A J team, I think for Resurgence, again, they don't have the lead in this game. It's very tough to watch.
Oh no. Hana, please. Let the man be.
He's just farming.
He's just and that's the prime target. All right.
Yeah.
Type A J team. They have their eyes set onto Sensukai's side lane. Note here, though, Resurgence need another good Wombo combo team fight. In particular, the game is starting to close in a little bit closer. There's still that option. 1 minute on to Ocean Soul for Type A J team if they wish to set it up.
And it's so scary when they meet at that Ocean Soul contest. You've got Lil V with a stopwatch. How will you be able to execute him? He has Cleanse, he has Flash, Zero pressure pre-dragon fight. RSG, though, at least they have the upper hand when it comes to positioning at this point of the game still, but they have to be a little bit careful. If Rest joins the fight, that's going to be a little bit tricky for RSG.
They're bringing down members toward Rest. Rest is saying, oh, you guys want to play? I don't mind playing. I don't have a Proto Belt right now. Also, that part of the map is pretty spooky for Type A J team. I like that they are respecting this as an ST. He's looking to line up his bowling ball through the mid lane and come crashing on in. Hana looking for a flank here is going to run into Epic. In comes that bowling ball, like we mentioned. Resto on a big flank. In comes the cannon. Super speed. In comes Pikachu. Putting down the Thunderbolts as the Slicing Maelstrom able to find in onto its marks. And it's a double kill from the Nunu, popping down the ultimate as he pops the life bars of both Quake and Epic. And now Raven's going to join them in their graves. It's a bloody Nunu. It's a 3-man shockwave, but it doesn't matter. The shutdown goes over to Lil V.
And that's what we were afraid of, the flanking teleport plays from Rest, as he hasn't joined every single fight just yet. And when he did, RSG came up on top, and unfortunately, it's just Shinsekai alive as well as Boxer to try and get a defense on towards their base.
And Shinsekai, he tries to cut the wave. Boxer's left alone. Not a whole lot he can do himself. It is enough to stall things out as Shinsekai. This man, he might be 0-7, but he's able to save the game for Resurgence. ST, he's got the speed. He is the pain train. All right. And it's Choo-Choo coming in, pulling into the station. Shinsekai still missing out on all his abilities. Epic has respawned. Let's see if they can find it. Big steal needs to come through if they want to make it happen, but not going to be enough. It's near impossible to steal that one away from a Nunu. But speaking of that Nunu, there is your shutdown. They take it down, give it on over to Quake. 15 and 9 your kills, but Ocean Soul secured by Type A J team.
Yeah, mission accomplished for Type A J team, and now RSG is making a straight line towards Baron, as that's 30 seconds on the clock without an ST, no teleport. It's a 4v5.
Wait, are you serious? Is Resurgence about to get this Baron? Here we go. Rest has Flash. He has been able to sneak his way over. He's also got a Blast Cone. You know what's going to happen. Shockwave, though, able to find its mark, but the 3-man knockup into the backline, though, is Rest once more. And Pika, it's another Slicing Maelstrom. It's going to be a triple kill going in favor and a double kill for Lil V. Put up the white flags, Resurgence, as you're wiped across the map.
I was shocked. What a setup by Rest in behind the Baron pit. And unfortunately, even though if the Wombo combo is there, Rest is lying there and waiting. 25 stacks in mid-dive.
And just like that, Type A J team After a little bit of a hiccup in that mid game, a couple of good ultimate combos coming out from Resurgence, it's not going to be enough, and a dominated, heavy-handed, meme-filled victory for Taipei J-Team.
Yeah, we've got our first ever victory pick on towards the Nunu mid, and whew, from start to finish, it was such a very fun match to watch. And again, Taipei J-Team getting another point to solidify, you know, their standing still when it comes to the rankings.
I don't even want a post-game interview. I don't want to know their thoughts, because I feel like they're just going to giggle and laugh like little children, because that was, oh boy.
Yeah, why did you pick Nunu mid?
Okay, to be fair, it's budget Galio. As I was talking to Debris during the break there, it's kind of budget Galio. So when that gets, you know, banned out, ST can use it to make his way around the map. And you know, I think it's an omen when the first Nunu snowball comes running through the jungle, hits Shinsekai, and of all the people too. We talk about Shinsekai being kind of the punching bag when it comes to Resurgence, especially in side lanes. That's not the start you're looking for.
Yeah, definitely not the start. And we're going to take a look at the Baron plays, because this was the wombo combo that would have solidified RST's composition. But take note, Rest had 25 max stacks on the Magi's and no threat whatsoever, as time and time again, he had to face Shinsekai, had to solo kill Shinsekai every single time they met in a side lane.
And there you go.
Look at the damage bar.
Damage bar, yes, is disgusting. That goal graph is actually disgusting too, because there was never a single point Resurgence had a gold lead.
And it all started with, again, Nesty and Hana making the plays across the map. And that one time where Resurgence wanted to contest that Rift Herald, Boxer just exploded, their main engage was gone, and they had to just concede.
Concede is the nice way of putting it here. MVP? Who do you think MVP is going to be? You think it's going to be the Nunu, or okay? No, we're just going to give it over to the Electric Boy himself. Rest is going to be the one picking that one up from the top lane performance on the cannon.
Yeah, after one visit from Hana in the top side of the map, Rest is able to be self-sufficient and solo kill and get a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of deal. Get that team fight rolling with the Thunder, and as well as shut down the Jace, which is very, very painful to watch, I gotta say.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a whole lot left to be done there on the side of Resurgence, and unfortunately now Resurgence are very much in a position where they need to win every single one of their games to have even a shot at making it into playoffs. Unfortunately, a loss here means they are going to be forced into, I think the best that they can get is, I think, 5 wins overall, so definitely not in there. Of course, we're going to go ahead and take an interview with Nesty. He's always giggly and happy himself.
真的是一只很特别的角色，我甚至刚刚去查，是第一次就是赛区内选出这个角色。那可不可以跟我们分享一下这只角色的技巧？
Okay, so Nunu mid is a very special pick in the mid lane, and it is actually the first time in PCS that anyone chose it in the mid. Can you share with us, is there any trick playing it in the mid lane?
技巧就是你的雪球要能够把后排兵清掉，这样，然后清线会很快，然后会给对面很多压力，这样。
Okay, so the trick playing is that you have to clear the wave very fast because it helps you, and it will kill the waves really fast, and so it will give a lot of pressure to your opponent, and is a very easy champion to play.
OK， 那紧接着想要问就是，其实你们在中期好像是遇到一点乱流，在窄口被对方的 combo 给接到一波，那时候其实是没有想到会遇到那样子的危机嘛。
So during the mid game, you guys were in the red side jungle, and then in the red buff area, you guys met with Oriana and Misfortune's ult combo when you push your snowball in there. Did you expect that to happen, or did it happen without your noticing, or what?
其实我们赛前都知道他们的反开阵容很强，但是我们那个时候还是打得有点太嗨了吧，然后就一头栽进去，所以就给对面秀了机会这样。
So we actually knew that their skills are really strong at that point, but we were having too much fun, so we just went in without thinking too much, and we gave them a chance to beat us.
那接着你们要面对的对手是春季赛的冠军 PSG， 你们已经准备好战术了吗？
So you're going to be facing spring season's champion PSG next. Are you guys ready? And do you have any plans, strategies to play against them?
战术还是准备很多的吧，但我们最重要的重点还是以平常心去打，然后把团队的东西发挥出来，这样就好了。
So we did actually plan a lot of strategies, but the most part is that we have to play naturally and perform, level up our performance as we do normally in practices, and we'll do fine with that game.
那当然也恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，也感谢方毅，也谢谢雀巢接受我们的访问。原来那一波的自己都讲，有一点
真的是打嗨了，
有点嗨了。
Okay, he was just having fun. They wanted to give Resurgence a chance. J-Team, you had all your fun. Pick it up together, because again, you are going up against the spring champions later today. Of course, that's going to be our matchup of the week. And though before that, they do get a little bit of a short break before we come back, though, it is going to be Machi taking on Alpha Esports.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we hit our halfway point of day 2 of our Super Week. As we get set now for Machi Esports to take on Alpha Esports in our 4th game of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, going to be joined alongside Briz from our last 3 matches of the day. And as always, PCS 2020 brought to you by CTBC, the largest bank in Taiwan, helping you save for your late game. All right, Briz, I got to have some of the, the fun, the kooky, the quirky kind of games earlier today. But now we kind of get into our second half, a bit more serious, especially considering the caliber of teams that are coming up now.
Yeah, but that being said, we do start the day off with an Alpha game who are no strangers to their own fair share of kookiness. I took a look over at the LCK yesterday, actually, and we saw a 16-minute dominant victory from Afrika Freaks. Probably want to see one of those from Alpha if they're going to match up against Machi's mid-game monstrosity. I don't know. I was like alliterations there somewhere, but yeah, Machi, mid-game monsters. Let's be real. They will take you in a 25-minute team fight and never let go.
Yeah, Alpha is not afraid to bring the fiesta to the party, as you were, considering we've seen a lot of their most of their games revolve around getting ahead early, making things happen in the first 20 minutes, and up against Machi, that's actually what worked against them back when we watched them actually falter back at the mid-season showdown.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at Machi as having a little bit of a weakness compared to some of these quicker paced teams, whether that's the likes of Alpha, whether that's the likes of the VCS teams that, as you mentioned, did take them by storm at the MSS, and even PSG Talent. When PSG are considered to be a little bit of a quicker paced team than you probably have some pacing issues.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look toward our stats between the two squads, of course, when it comes to the on-paper head-to-head between the two squads. Machi, obviously favorite when it comes to their control, but we're still talking like early game aggression. The fact that they have not dropped a single first blood outside of one game over on the side of Alpha is rather impressive, to say the very least, with that 92% first blood rate, as well as even going for the tower 70% of the time. So again, early game, they can find themselves gold advantages, and you even see Machi is very much a team that plays a little bit further back and doesn't come online until about 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely do to look at them as being that mid-game powerhouse that we mentioned, but conversely, I should still praise Alpha, just because they're so consistent in the fact that they are very, very proactive in that early game, to the point where it can be seen as a bit of a detriment, because if they don't crack open a huge lead for themselves at the 15-minute mark, game plan kind of falls apart.
Yeah, and again, if that game plan doesn't get things underway, like you just mentioned, it can be a bit of a rough time, to say the very least. My question here is, the last time that we saw these two teams go head-to-head, we saw it was Machi, of course, taking home the victory, but it was also Alpha without World 6 in the jungle. And World 6, like we mentioned, your River was known to be hyper-aggressive. World 6 has actually been able to turn that up to about 11.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at World 6 as being that kind of X-Factor wildcard, but the issue is that if you wanted an aggressive jungler, they already had your River sat on the bench. Your River was so dominant in the victories this team did snatch away. Granted, they were few and far between in that first round robin, that I think adding a cerebral, more controlled kind of jungler, while not necessarily playing into the Alpha dynamic all that much, does give them just that little bit more flexibility when it comes to actual execution of certain compositions. For the moment, though, we're just seeing them go back to big aggression, and that is the name of the game.
Well, let's take a look towards the roster. For Machi, we got PK in the top lane, Gemini in the jungle, Mission in mid, Bruce and Koala down in bot, and we start things off here with PK, which has been able to kind of come into form. Spring, he was rather quiet, but now in summer, he's actually been able to step up to the table a couple times for Machi.
Yeah, and look at that diverse champ pool. A lot of expectations were on PK to shore up his pool issues, considering it was just Aatrox back in spring, and now putting up some insane numbers across a variety of top laners.
Yeah, and then for Gemini here in mid, has always been able to kind of come back in form, like you have mentioned. And then we take a look over into mid lane, where Mission himself was always considered that constant pillar. Kind of the opposite of PK, actually, when it came to this season. After the mid-season showdown, we felt like Mission had been underperforming a bit when it came to Machi's initial run here in summer.
Yeah, definitely looking at Mission as being a little bit inconsistent, but as you've mentioned, he has been somewhat of a pillar for the team, especially this season so far, just because look at his KDA, nearly 14. But yeah, Gemini has been fantastic for this roster and looked like the best jungler in the league at multiple points during the first round robin.
And then we see here as well, Bruce looking like one of the best 80 carries when it comes to the league as a whole, looking rather solid himself, and then paired up alongside Koala, who loves going around on those engage supports and roaming around the map.
Yeah, heavy emphasis on engage for Koala, and I do want to touch on Bruce, because yes, he's talented, has his signature Ezreal up his sleeve, but the lack of misfortune and the lack of his teamfight 80 carries can really hurt him.
And then, of course, we have for Alpha Esports, they're going to be Bush in the top lane, World 6 into the jungle, and we have Chen 9 in mid, and then, of course, the bot lane, Wei Lun and Yorsan.
Yeah, got a lot of respect for Bush just for stepping up to the plate after having been relegated to kind of, just bench warmer kind of role when he was on Bajaya in spring. And honestly, just looking at the fact that we have the top laner of this lineup standing out when he is able to have his team play for him is very, very promising. That being said, though, he's weak side through and through. Everyone just plays for pretty much themselves on this alpha lineup. And there is that recurring meme in the region that this is a solo queue team with a smurfing mid and jungle duo.
Yeah, and then this bot lane, I think, has been kind of that other side of the map, though. Like the jungle duo, the fact that you have World 6 is now Chen 9 coming on in, they have looked rather solid. But the bot lane has been always that kind of very weak, vulnerable part of the map when it comes to the overall team composition of Alpha, where we find Wei Lun and your son always kind of falling apart in lane.
Yeah, definitely do have to consider a lot of inconsistencies being the real detriment of this Alpha roster. That being said, though, the coin flip nature, the volatility, can play into their strengths at times.
Yeah, so I guess that's going to be kind of the thing. And then what we wanted to aim for in this matchup, I think, is, of course, our jungle matchup. When it comes between World 6 as well as Gemini, both of these teams heavily rely on the performance of the jungle, so I think that's where we're going to be taking a lot of our attention to, at least during the early game.
Yeah, and I think this is where Gemini can truly shine as being more of that cerebral, less of a playmaker, more of a facilitator kind of jungler, because if he neutralizes the early volatility of that jungle position from Alpha, you can really shut out Alpha's explosive early game.
Yeah, exactly. And you also got to factor in, of course, when it comes to the stakes that are coming in for Alpha in particular. You take a look back on over toward the standings. They are currently, at the top of that kind of pool of 4 teams, all around that 6 to 5 wins. But there is still a solid chance that if they are not able to find victories themselves, they could easily drop out of the standings.
Ability here for this duo, because of course you look at Alpha. You look at Alpha's season so far, it's been inspiring at times. It's been promising, but in a similar vein, just so wildly inconsistent, night and day between Alpha and Machi in their performances this split, because Machi quietly contenders for the title, while Alpha really need to shore up their gameplay if they're gonna get towards this playoff spurt.
Well, let's go ahead and get into Champion Select. It's going to be Machi on your blue side, Alpha over on the red. And we do see now it's going to be that set getting banned out immediately. And for Koala, not going to have that Bard.
Yeah, of course, shutting out the Bard here does allow your son to take away the Thresh or the Leona or any of these other engage-centric supports, because none of those really have a good time into the Bard. I am looking at Machi just trim out some of the more aggressive jungle champs from World 6's pool, because again, live and die by the jungle mid duo are this Alpha lineup, and if you can neutralize just a little bit of that early aggression, it does mean your transition to a more smooth late game teamfight phase can just be much, much easier.
Yeah, and we do see over on the side of Machi, gonna go ahead, ban out World 6 as far as picks go, getting rid of that Nidalee. And for Alpha, getting rid of the Grave. So actually even attacking his own jungle pool, because they want to try and shut down Gemini as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely do have to consider, again, mid-jungle kind of trim out there. But then here's the weird thing to me. You're banning out Ezreal as Machi when it's been Bruce's signature pick, because he wasn't picking up Varus when everyone else was picking up Varus. He was still living in the Misfortune meta of spring. And honestly, I'm not entirely comfortable with the fact we're seeing what has inarguably been his best champion just taken out of the picture entirely.
And now here for Machi, going to go ahead and actually take something away from Wei Lun as well. That Aphelios that's always been kind of that go-to pickup for Alpha, not going to be available.
Yeah, definitely do have to consider the fact that we're looking at this Aphelios as, having the advantage in the 1v1 against pretty much every AD carry in the meta right now, bar Ezreal. You have to kind of poke him down from a distance. You get in range of him, he'll mow you down with a flamethrower to the face. And yeah, honestly now have to be really conscious of what Alpha are going to take. You saw that teams like Resurgence can run the Ziggs into it and kind of play from 2 screens away, but Alpha going to opt for something a little bit more short range.
Yeah, not going to be going into, say, the Ashe that a lot of people have been taking into the Fellows, instead opting in for that Callista and trying to get Waylon to be that massive team fight carry a little bit later on. For Machi, though, Mission wants to make an impact here alongside Gemini, and a Twisted Fate's going to help him do just that.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at this TF as being that constant exertion of global pressure. Will kind of make some of these earlier commitments from the Alpha jungler in particular a little bit more spooky, because of course you can't dive top, you can't dive bot with the threat of a Destiny to the face to just turn the tides in a numbers advantage.
And for that too, you're going to be bringing in a bit of dive for Gemini as the Volley Bear is going to get locked in.
It's a bit of a flex pick towards PK, but definitely do have the flexibility here of running that in either top or jungle. Pretty interesting is the fact that Machi haven't opted to lock a support in this first rotation, so could see Blitz banned out, could see Nort banned out, and could see some of these more conventional counters to the Thresh just taken off the board entirely.
All right, but here for Bush, he's going to get something that's been comfortable in for the rest, for the majority so far of Summer. It is going to get that Wukong getting locked in.
Yeah, the Wukong has been PK's go-to champ so far this split. Really fantastic on that champ. And it does have a very good matchup into the Volibear top, which I think is why Machi now will probably run this volley in the jungle. And that's also why Alpha are now targeting out some of the more conventional answers to Wukong in the top lane.
All right, do see here though now. Let's go and take a look toward our bans. It's going to be the Mordekaiser getting banned out by Alpha Esports, and then Galio being taken away here by Machi, trying to get something that is not going to be able to respond to Mission going for a teleport play.
Yeah, exactly that. You want to neutralize the global pressure that Alpha can answer with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
it's just global. Okay. Cool. I don't know.
I was like, I can go into depth more on that, but that's essentially the gist of the Galio ban. Because if the Galio gets some priority going for himself, he can coordinate some invades with World 6. He can pressure bot lane. You have a big combo with Thresh engage, Wukong, Galio, Wukong, of course, constant backline access. It's beautiful. Honestly, I'll be real with you, Opal. I was listening back to my voice to check that I am coming through crystal clear and beautiful.
It sounded great until you stopped talking, and now it's kind of gone back into a little bit of a downgrade. So hopefully,
I blame Google Chrome, but hey, okay. We'll see.
I don't know, might be your connection, but nonetheless, let's continue on here. Nautilus going to get locked in for Koala, going to allow him to go for some big roams around the map for those plays alongside Mission and Gemini.
Yeah, definitely do have to look for the big playmaking ultimates coming out of Alpha here. They have a lot of teamfight threat where if Machi do get the game to go to one of their comfort phases, you can just go for a big engage. You can go for the big 5v5, and you can live and die by how successful these ultimate connections are.
We do see, though, that's going to be PK getting a Camille up in the top lane. Usually been seeing him on some carry here and there, but this time, going to be taking a page out of what we've seen out of Liab as of late and getting that Camille kind of coming back into the meta here in the PCS.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough early lane phase for the Camille, but after that does outscale pretty dramatically. From 2 items onwards can just ruin Bush's life on this Wukong. And that's why you'll probably just see Alpha opt into taking 5v5s repeatedly, while Machi go for this 1-3-1 kind of split push, rotating the TF and the Camille to the side lanes.
We'll see here too. We also, of course, have ourselves the Orion. We didn't get to touch on too much over toward the mid lane there with Chen 9. Chen 9, again, has a pretty deep champion pool. He's played almost, I think he has played the most unique champions when it comes to mid. So we'll see whether or not they are going to be able to do just that. And maybe they themselves can reset and try and make their climb back into playoffs over on the side of Alpha as we go ahead and get ourselves loaded in for our game intro. Get ourselves set, locked, and loaded. Alpha need to reclaim some of that glory if they want to secure a better spot as far as playoffs go. Meanwhile, inside of Machi, still looking to try and fight for a bye. Take that away from Taipei J Team and HQ as we go ahead and load on into the Rift for our 4th game of the night.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And back we go. As I do apologize. It seems I will be solo casting for the first little bit here, as we have our we have some tech issues over on Abriz's end. You probably noticed he sounded a little bit weird himself. Well, nonetheless, it appears he had to get some updates. And we'll hopefully get ourselves back in with Abriz here. Of course, reminding you guys, Machi currently at the top of the table. They're currently sitting 3rd overall in the standings. There is still the opportunity for them to secure a playoff bye if they are able to actually tie up with AHQ and Taipei J Team. And then there is the possibility we can see a tiebreaker. So there is a rather important matchup coming in for Taipei J Team later on for them to at least secure that gap. Alpha, though, on the other hand, they have looked like a rather dominant team when World 6 is able to get online. But when he is on something like the Trundle, it's going to be a little bit more passive. I do say that with a little bit of an asterisk here and there because we've yet to see how exactly he plays out. But it's something he has fallen back to a couple times back when he played over in the LPL with OMG. And for that too, Gemini's going to be starting on toward his bot side. So we're going to see our junglers trade the sides of the map. And maybe we'll get to see some action near top with PK. You do have that kind of early CC with the hookshot combo, as well as Gemini could follow that up. We'll have to see where they want to strike here on the map and try and maybe lock down Bush before he's able to come online with this Wukong. But already hitting level 2 and getting a nice trade in there onto PK.
Indication of the win conditions there, Opal, and yeah, honestly, we're looking at this early game as having a little bit of volatility in favor of Alpha as always. I'm still not huge on Alpha junglers opting for this Trundle just because it's not a gank-heavy champ. You basically just sit around counter-ganking and dissuading the enemy jungler. I like proactivity from Alpha, and I'm not seeing it yet, but at the same time, they have the mid to late game teamfight insurance of a Wukong Oriana Wombo combo.
I like how you assumed I was just like, yes, win conditions. That's exactly. I was talking jungle pathing, I'll have you know, Mr. Abriz, but let's see, already World 6 looking for a little bit of invade and maybe for an early play on Mission as he's pushed out a little far.
Yeah, Mission on the TF though does have access to a couple of speed boosts in the Nimbus cloak plus the Time Warp tonic because of the trees he's opted for, so yeah, not in too much trouble. Again, as we said, Trundle, not necessarily a gank jungler, just more of a deterrent, and that did mean that Gemini on the Volibear had to clear out the Raptors and couldn't actually show his face in mid.
So there you are, able to play toward the side that the Volibear is, and speaking of that side, you now have, what, a 2-level advantage from PK, only 1 now, maybe looking for a dive onto Bush, but maybe the same down to the spot lane if Bruce and Koala are not careful.
To be fair, there used to be like this recurring trend in, oh, nope, I'll talk about it in a bit.
Denzen's gonna come out on Koala, Bruce is gonna get played on back, and a decent amount of damage. There it is, first blood. Going on over to your son with the Ignite Needle top lane. It is going to be traded on back. Bush tries to bring it back. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough damage from the tower as the kill goes on over to PK.
Yeah, gonna assume that Bush had no access to the decoy there. The W was probably on CD or not skilled at all. And by the time Mission is communicated as coming up top, it's too little, too late.
So either side going to be at least happy getting a kill. But maybe if you're on the side of Alpha, you wanted to try and give that kill on over to the AD carry, not necessarily that Thresh, but you take what you can here, and a bit of a chaotic start, what we expected from Alpha, for sure.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at Alpha as, you know, being that early game kind of one-trick team where live and die by this early game. So far, really beautiful start to it. Aggressive Trundle gank, aggressive Nautilus follow. You need this Kalista to do very well in lane early because she's an early game champ relative to Aphelios scaling into late. And Machi now, yeah, good proactivity to trade back, but is it enough to stop this storm in the bottom half of the map?
Yeah, that storm is going to be brewing when it comes to this Aphelios. This PK not letting up the pressure here. A nice combo comes out and is able to chunk down Bush. So this Camille already starting to become a threat.
Yeah, with the Sheen already in inventory here, building towards that Triforce, PK does have a lot of all-in potential, a lot of damage, and a lot going for him. I'm looking at the alpha bottom half of the map right now, and again, we just need to see a lot of proactivity here. Use the aggressive sweeper trinket to get Thresh and Prio, move up in the lane, but then be super conscious of the fact that in just one level's time, we'll start to see Mission with access to the Destiny, and suddenly that aggressive bot lane from Alpha will have to start playing a little bit more respectfully.
And for Alpha, though, I think it is fair to expect them to try and fall back, because it's actually rare that we see Yursan and Wei Lun being this aggressive early on.
Yeah, it definitely is the case, and I think part of that is just because Bush is left in isolation now. Also, the Orianna for Chen 9 means that there's not really too much value to be found from playing exclusively for mid lane, and speaking of Bush being on weak side and alone, well...
That's 3 members up here, as they've already said it. But meanwhile, bot lane, they say, okay, you dive our top lane, we will take your bot, as in goes PK on the Camille. In comes the Hextech Ultimatum. It's a double kill, though, going on over to the bot lane. And PK, he actually isn't able to finish it off. Brush almost able to take it back. The execution is enough for Mission at the very least, but not a pretty dive coming out from Hachi.
Yeah, Bush playing that about as well as he could have there. Unfortunately, the Destiny will reveal the Wukong in that stealth. The true sight comes through. Yes, the Wukong did some fancy footwork, but it wasn't enough to get a kill back. However, his bot lane gets 2 back for him, and a huge swing in favor of Alpha here with this aggressive power play on the bottom half of the map.
And I gotta say, for Alpha, I think you're pretty happy for a 2-for-1 overall across all things considered, especially if you're getting that now onto a Glissa.
If there is one member you're okay with sacrificing this game, it will be the Wukong, just because he's a glorified entryway into the fight for the Orianna Ball. Still going to fulfill his job later on. Just the main concern for me now is that with Bush behind, that later stage of the game where he couldn't contest Camille in the side lane becomes more and more of a possibility earlier on.
So we get to see now Wei Lun in an opportune moment where he himself could be acting as a bit more of that carry, one of those win conditions for Alpha, and this is kind of the first time we've been able to actually see that outside of him being, you know, falling back to an Aphelios late game.
Yeah, definitely do have that win condition, but at the same time, it's short range. And if you're in range to auto-attack as Aphelios, you're in range to get wombo comboed by Wukong, Orianna, Kalista.
Yeah, there's still that possibility here where you have a lot of different threats on the side of Alpha. Machi, though, they themselves, they're the ones on the side that have this Aphelios that Bruce is like, all right, I'll try and do my best to scale up. And there's still, of course, this Camille that PK has already shown himself to be rather dangerous and will get even more dangerous once he has items.
Yeah, not sure if I'm the world's biggest fan of Chen 9 on this Orianna, because of course, this team usually lives and dies by mid-jungle volatility, and Orianna just chills back, doesn't really do anything, scales up. It also means that Mission is getting a free scaling on his APTF, which usually does take a while to ramp up on the Rod of Ages, and if Mission is proficient on anything, it's scaling mids, like the TF, like the Kassadin, like all of these that just like to chill, and yet he's been all over the map so far in this early game.
See here, PK continues just to try and get some pressure down onto Bush. Bush playing as passive as he can, but starting to lose out here in the matchup in particular. Now down, of course, those 2 deaths, and now starting to bleed CS, now down 22.
Yeah, a little bit rough for the side of Alpha here when it comes to having Bush actively able to match this Camille. Also consider Volibear probably better in the skirmishes than the Trundle already at this point. My main reservation, of course, being if Alpha can close in these mid-game team fights. You need the Wukong in with the Orianna, you need the Callista to dish out the damage, because if you let this game go on, 1-3-1 from the TF and the Camille will just give Alpha's solo laners a really disgusting run for their money.
Yeah, especially too when we talk about Alpha, they're not a team that usually is able to fare well with really good team coordination, and that's something that Machi excels at later on in the game.
Yeah, speaking of farewell, say goodbye to this Herald if World 6 is able to continue with the pressure accommodated for by the Callista, just rotating top, the Orianna actually getting some fair shove mid, and oh man, Bush getting dove again, by the way. Look at where the Volibear is, look that Mission was posturing to go bot.
Well, Bush, he will be the sacrifice once again. The Monkey King is able to survive, actually, as Gemini and PK are unable to actually secure that mission.
Is he, though?
He's got the Destiny. He's got that gold card. They're still looking to hunt him down. There's your Hextech ultimatum, and PK is able to find his second kill.
Good rotation from Alpha here, though. They have the Herald, they have 4 people mid, and they should be able to crack open this tier 1. Yes, they lose Bush yet again, but they could trade back massively in exchange.
So there you are. First tower likely to go over to Alpha, unless Koala has anything to say about it. Jumps into 4 members and instantly gets taken on down. Sure, you have the Moonlight Vigil, but Bruce can't do really anything just yet with only a pickaxe. Luckily for Machi, they are able to prevent the tower from going on down. Mission, though, gets caught out in from the Fate's Call with the knock-up, has a blue card salute, and with that, he will get taken down. Chen9 picks up his first kill.
Good aggressive response from Alpha and good aggressive follow-up from Alpha to really hammer home that macro win. They make the hard commit for the Herald, they make the hard commit for the mid-tier 1, and they make a couple of kills happen. And because of that, they can snowball into a Drake. Machi just on full let's shut down Bush duty, and yet Bush is the member of this team comp that matters the least. As we said, glorified Orianna ball delivery at this rate.
So nice job there. You did see, at least in the end, Machi were able to trade back a kill down to the spot lane. So not end of the world, but it seems like all this focus now going on over to Bush has kind of blinded, or at least tunnel vision Machi, where Alpha can't play this aggressive style game and Machi are playing into it.
They got 1 kill and 1 play onto the Camille that needs to snowball, that is their win condition by being unmatchable in the side lane come the mid game. In exchange for losing the Herald, losing the mid-tier 1, losing 2 kills, and losing the Infernal Drake to boot. This is just greedy from Mission.
Yeah, Mission, we have seen him make small mistakes like this before, and with that now, Alpha have actually been able to find themselves a gold advantage, mainly because everybody else on the map has been able to get ahead. The only one suffering at the moment is Bush, and like you mentioned, it depends whether or not this Camille is going to be able to carry back this game with the split push and pressure to come out from Machi later.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at PK as being that X factor, being that win condition. And yeah, we said 1-3-1, Camille TF floating to the sides, but here's the TF floating again.
And unfortunately, Mission Shockwave is going to catch him out. Pillar goes on down, and he gets caught once again. The stable pillar of Machi starting to crumble here as Alpha find their 3rd kill on him.
Yeah, the stable pillar getting found by an icy pillar, taking the Trundle gank to the face. The Thresh hook is heat-seeking, and even the tag on the very edge of the Shockwave just really hammering home. Alpha, they're not just about the team fights. They have some degree of pick in this comp, and I think the Thresh actually walked out of the bush, but the mountain terrain from the Rift actually shut down the line of vision for Mission.
And there you are. That's going to be the 2nd tower here taken by Alpha. They're going to be feeling pretty happy themselves overall. As so far, Chaos seems to be playing in their favor. Bruce has been slowed down quite a bit on this Aphelios. Still going to be, again, probably a couple minutes before the Infinity Edge comes online. And Alpha are now looking to set up toward their 3rd dragon of the game in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, the difference being that Alpha are funneling all of this kill gold into a Kalista, who will carry your early to mid, while Machi are funneling it onto a Camille, who is your late game insurance policy.
Oh, geez. Okay, bot lane, it's not safe no matter who you are, but in comes the teleport from Bush, as that's going to be the missed Shockwave. Bush, though, able to land his Cyclone and going to get that damages. Oh, no! Mission gets betrayed by Gemini. Over the wall goes the Volley Bear, but the TF does not follow.
To be fair, I think it was basically Gemini waiting as long as possible for Mission to close that distance, and by the time Mission was there, it was a little bit too little too late, and it meant that the Machi jungler had to sacrifice his mid laner. Rather you than me, says Gemini as he books it out of there, and Alpha answer a proactive play, direct response to the TF ultimate. Really promising for them here as Machi just fumble left and right.
They saw their Mission now, getting caught out, able to dodge away from the Shockwave, but an easier ultimate to land is, of course, going to be Bush's Cyclone.
I do kind of stress the Machi are the more low-key of our top teams. Everyone else is kind of explosive. Machi a little bit more quiet in the way they do execute a lot of their game plans. And I think that this is, again, just kind of the reason why they are the forgotten member of the big three, because while everyone else has kind of adapted to exploding these early games, Machi still look a little bit lost in the first 15 to 20 minutes.
And they rely, again, like we mentioned, trying to fall back on superior team play later on into the game, but that can only make up so much if you find yourself falling behind. Luckily for them, I say Alpha, I don't think have done a good enough job trying to snowball this lead out of control. It's only about 2,000 gold ahead for them with all this chaos, but they are at least setting up for these objectives.
And going into this game, we said the name of the game for Machi would be shutting down Alpha's early attempts at aggression. And yet so far, it's been Alpha shutting down Machi. And honestly, they are living for it right now. Alpha doing fantastically well, now bolstering up their ranks, killing all the tier 1s across the board, and just really waiting for their ults to come back up before this next Drake spawns.
Yeah, meanwhile, top lane is going to get taken here by Chen 9, and it's going to funnel some more gold. A little bit late, possibly, for this reset, as again, Machi at least trying to force the issue down toward bot lane, taking down the second tier tower, but have to be careful as Alpha's looking for a collapse.
Yeah, Alpha now just really looking to hammer it home that they are in the lead here. Machi, though, good rotation for this Drake. They have the onus on it. Issue is, you have a very melee-centric topside that could very easily get tagged up by a quick Cyclone Shockwave combo.
You see here Mission pulling out the gold card, wanted to try and make a play, but now Alpha get inside track in onto the Dragon. Let's see, Miracle Steal coming out from Mission. Wildcards get thrown. Not a woohoo!
Whoa!
Was close. Your son able to secure it. Now Alpha at soul point when the respawn takes place at 22 minutes.
Yeah, looking at Alpha now to just continue to apply the pressure. 5 minutes, and then they can look for not necessarily a game-ending soul, because it is Mountain, but still one step closer to the Elder, which will augment this superior team fight even further. Machi, though, they're looking to hold on, scale up on Camille, scale up on TF. Yes, Aphelios is that team fight win condition, but you don't want to take 5v5s against Wukong, Orianna, Kalista. You want to play for sides and really abuse the fact that 1v1, your champs still have the edge.
PK, though, trying to go for that 1v1 down in the bot lane, and he is, of course, pretty far ahead of Bush at this point, even going to have that Destiny popped by Mission, as he's looking for a play actually toward the top side of the map, but decides not to pull the trigger on Chen 9, so the solo kill going in favor of PK and bot.
Yeah, you have Tiamat to Tiamat in both inventories, difference being one of these top laners has a Triforce already completed. Bush getting bullied, this early game investment from Machi towards getting PK ahead has paid off with his first solo kill. And yet Alpha, as soon as they see Machi's strongest member on the bottom half of the map, immediately pull the trigger on an objective on the opposite side.
So it's always a trade coming out from Alpha. Not trying to fall behind. They realize, hey, if Bush is going to be dragging all this attention, let's try and make things happen elsewhere, as that is now going to be their second Rift Shell taken. And maybe could try and burst open possibly a second tier tower here after an explosive fight. Still, though, 3 minutes onto that soul point, that's when we're going to see probably the next big outing between both of these squads.
Yeah, suffering from success a little bit are Alpha here though, because once you've taken all of the objectives on the board, once you've taken all of the tier 1s, suddenly the only real thing to look for is either a pick into a tier 2 or a hard commit for a tier 2. And because they are faced with a little bit of a rough decision for the next couple of minutes, there's no real clear game plan as to what to do. Okay, that would have been something to do. Because there's no real clear way forward here, it does mean there's just a couple of minutes for Machi to scale up.
And for PK, that's going to be him just then farming away in the side lane, trying to get some pressure, trying to force again Bush to, at this point, just have to soak up as much pressure as he can, as you do see that just the goal difference between the two players is almost 4,000.
Yeah, that is a huge swing in favor of Alpha, issue being that a lot of Machi's gold is on this Camille. So you have PK just consistently threatening to kill Bush, who by the way has like support level gold at this point from how heavily he was shut out of the early game. But as we said, he's just the glorified Orianna ball delivery system. He's backline access with a quick EQ and a knock-up to really hammer home that the carries Amashi wouldn't be able to flash out of it immediately.
Well, there you go. You also now have your Hydra completed by PK, as he is just going to chunk Bush every opportunity he gets. I'm afraid to see what's about to happen to this poor monkey. Smart enough from Bush, he is going to go ahead and back off. This is going to be 90 seconds now until Alpha can try and look to set up for this Mountain Soul. The one positive here of putting PK on the bot side of the map does allow Machi to get some priority and can maintain a little bit of control on the bot side of the map.
There's a joke in here about, you know, that picture of the two monkeys fighting in the circle, the animated one, that people always put the team faces over the team logos over the faces.
All right, who you
can do that with the Wukong in the Camille cage. That's, yeah, and everyone else is just watching as the top laners duke it out.
Except it's like one monkey getting absolutely slaughtered every single matchup.
True enough. Yeah.
Usually
largely because of the interference.
Oh, the interference. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
But then you could say on the other side of the map, Alpha brought their own cage in the form of the Thresh box and just kind of just smacked away at this bot lane nonstop. Here we go, though. Shockwave gonna land. Koala able to buffer away with, again, the hook. Gets his knock-up available into the Volley Bear ultimate. Your Son Descent's coming on over PK. Able to join in onto the fight, but not able to land onto his main target. Machi now looking a little bit concerned themselves. Mission has to get himself back to safety. Gets the gold card with the cleanse, but Wei Lun hunting underneath the tower. And there you go. It's a double kill for Bush. He's back online. Chen 9 gets taken out, but PK, the rest of the team is fallen, but Bruce actually able to trade it back, and it's going to be a 3-for-3.
Yeah, a little bit of an overcommitment coming through from the Alpha bot side there. However, they did well to try and fish for a pick early. As we said, they need to be proactive, and proactive they were. Unfortunately, it was to their detriment. Look at this huge commitment. Trundle R, Orianna R, positioning seeded across the board just to attempt to knock down a Nautilus. You see Camille rotating, TF rotating, and suddenly Machi's pincer maneuver shuts out Alpha. Bush turns this amazingly, but look at Wei Lun. Look at your son.
Yeah, Wei Lun, though, getting a little bit too aggressive. Again, really trying to hammer home that they wanted to kill that poor Nautilus. And your son, tower's still there, bud. As PK has always been down in the spot lane, protecting that out. But you did see on the picture-in-picture, Machi able to stall out Mountain Soul for another 5 minutes as they're able to secure the dragon.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of greed coming through from Alpha there. I think they could have just, you know, popped their Herald mid and then rotated for Drake a little bit later. No need to hard force a pick onto the Nautilus. You can just get free mid priority thanks to having the Herald in inventory, and then just secure the Soul into an easy win. But they're fishing for picks again.
Looking to hunt through the jungle, but not going to connect on anything, as, again, Machi very quick to say, all right, we're going to go ahead and back off. That's kind of the big thing here for Machi, is you need PK to be joining in on these fights. Does have teleport available, as there you go. Alpha are the ones to start off the Baron. We do see Mission over toward the side. Wards are being laid down by Machi. There is options for PK to join in onto the fight. There's your call. Death sentence, though, going to land immediately onto Gemini. He gets taken on down, and it's just absolute chaos into the backline. PK goes. He gets knocked up. He gets shut down, as Shen9 is able to find the kill. Another death sentence connects from your side, and Alpha continue to the Baron.
Alpha back on the Baron here after cleaning up the Machi frontline. Nautilus down, Camille down, Volibear down, and what are TF and Aphelios gonna do? Watch you take that big objective. Good communication to actually peel off of this to fight the skirmish, because Alpha, they have Callista. They could have stayed on the Baron, but it would have been a throw if they were plumped in the Aphelios ult and let time, get bought. No way should Aphelios with Flash ever get tagged with that shockwave. Ever, ever, ever. And Bruce is kicking himself for the fact that fight went in favor of Alpha.
And unfortunately there, PK, even though he did have what we mentioned, like a 3,000 gold lead over his lane opponent, he can't do it all on his own, unfortunately, as he did get onto the backline, but enough CC was saved by Alpha. Keeps Weilun safe, keeps Shen9 and the rest of the squad going. And there you go, Alpha now with Baron and a 3,000 gold lead, and looking to set up for now that Mountain Soul once again in 2.5 minutes, as long as they don't make any mistakes.
And the single positive outcome of that play for Machi was the fact that we have the Baron buff expiring about 30 seconds before Mountain. Ideally, Alpha can't deal too much damage to the Machi structures by the time that does fall off, but if Alpha are smart, if Alpha sync the minion waves, if they push out into each of these lanes, they could either crack an inhib or at least secure enough priority that it's a quick peel off of the waves into a Dragon Soul secure. And that's why you see Mission in the top lane.
Mission is going for a bit of a little bit of a jaunt. And this is something we have seen Mission do before, where he says, you know what, my team has failed, or something along those lines, and he just kind of lets them go to their own devices. He's going to get one tower, but the team's going to lose 2 inhibitor towers as well as 2 inhibs.
Potentially 2 inhibs, yeah. The bot lane being secured already. Do have to be a little bit careful, because if you stack up like this, you're going to get wombo comboed. Mission still on his one-man mission up in that top lane.
PK looking for a flank possibly. That is going to be the recall coming through for Bush, but you do see Alpha instantly try and peel off, and I'll be frank, even without having to set up the waves all, nice and... Oh, Shen9!
Oh, no.
The sombrero, the question is, did they see it take place? Is the question here.
It's not quite the game ender like we saw yesterday with the fumbled Orianna shockwave to nearly turn a team fight in favor of, I believe, Liab, but still not a great look for Shen9. That would have been a nice pick to find and would have really secured the vision around this Mountain Drake area. However, Alpha pretty happy with how that turned out. Got 2 inhibs, didn't lose top, and as well as that, now can take a free reset into a good staked claim for this Mountain Soul.
And GA also picked up here from Weilun, gives him an extra life during some of these team fights. And again, more item pickups, and Alpha are online and ready to go, considering the fact the majority of your gold for Machi is onto this one carry in the form of PK. He doesn't necessarily want to go for these team fights. He wanted to be split pushing away in a side lane, doing what Mission was doing, if anything. And now Alpha, they're just going to set up the trap. They just say, hey, come on over. We have all this, free candy. Come on over to my Dragon Pit, see what's going to happen. They want to go ahead and get on top of Bush. Bush, though, gets up at safety. And PK, he ends up ulting the clone. And that can be disaster here for the fight. It's PK. They have all this gold. Unfortunately, he's got nowhere to run. Shen9 is going to secure the kill.
Yeah, PK goes bananas, tearing out his hair in frustration after ulting a Wukong clone. Beautiful navigation by Bush. TFR came to gank him, Camille came to gank him, and yet he gets out. And because they get that mini teamfight victory, it is Alpha that can then transition into an easy Mountain Soul secure here, pushing down the bot, which has the exposed Nexus towers, mid as well. Alpha could close here.
And for Machi, it'd be one hell of a comeback now as in comes your engage to your son, ends up just hooking in the minions, saying you are going to be death sentence. But Bruce, Let's see. 200 years. Is this online? Is it going to be enough from this Aphelios to carry back a fight? In goes Gemini into the backline. Knockup going to land onto Wei Lun, but he's still very fine himself. Decent damage coming up from the Aphelios, but it's not going to be enough. Engage once more. Bruce trying to do what he can, and those health bars are starting to go down a little bit low on the side of Alpha. Engage comes back once more from Koala. Bruce needs to step up. He has to keep on fighting. He's the last hope for this Machi squad. Bruce gets caught out, gets dead sentence, and he gets written off by Alpha as they're able to find the upset, finding the double kill for Wei Lun, and just like that, taking away chances for Machi to secure a playoff bye.
1-0-15 on World 6's Trundle there, by the way. That is not what you sign up for with your River. That is a supportive jungler through and through. And it's just complete acknowledgement of the fact that the rest of the team will step up if you give them a springboard to leap off of.
Yeah, I'm actually in shock here. How Machi actually kind of fell apart during this game. It really felt like that they themselves lacked clear guidance on what exactly they wanted to do. It felt like the PK show, and it was kind of exciting. We're like, hey, PK, he's going to get all these resources put into him onto this Camille. But unfortunately, the Camille's here in the PCS. When they get all these resources, we still see teams fail to play around her onto that win condition.
Yeah, the issue is when you play such a 1-3-1 centric comp against an aggressive 5v5 with ample hard engage, you just get rolled over. And Alpha, they did something that a lot of top teams actually struggle with. In order to force the Camille to come, they just start up a neutral objective. To make the split push comp stop split pushing, you need to pull them to you, and what better way to do that than to threaten a 20-minute Baron?
And with that, that's a massive upset coming out here from Alpha on the heels of a great performance, especially from this bot lane alongside Gen 9 as well. Sure, Bush, he was kind of, smacked around and bullied in that top lane, but doesn't matter. Like you mentioned, was there for the knockups, was there for the interrupts, and we couldn't see that Aphelios come online for Bruce to try and save this one here for Machi.
Kind of sad that I doubted Alpha there, honestly. Because, yeah, my prediction was for Machi, of course. I think everybody's prediction was for Machi, of course. But, yeah, miracles do happen. Really, really clean execution with the Wukong Orianna Death Ball comp. They got the Callista ahead. And actually, credit to Bush on this Wukong, putting out the most damage despite being shut down almost exclusively through Machi's efforts in the early game.
Yeah, he was dived a lot, so he was able to skirmish quite a bit, but MVP, gonna go on over to your son, actually, here on the Thresh. Actually had some rather good den sentences. We will ignore the Fate's Call combo we saw on that last push, but nonetheless, still a very good game coming out from him.
Yeah, very, very well executed on the Thresh. A lot of that lead and a lot of the coordinated dives bot lane were through these hooks landing. And honestly, yeah, the vision control around neutral objectives was great. It forced TPs, it forced face checks. Yeah, solid support play.
Yeah, so very nicely done there by Alpha. Again, they themselves will now get them, again, boosted up to a 7-7 record. And of course, we're going to go ahead and get a quick on interview with Bush, who got cyberbullied, but he gets to speak his mind with Patty.
观众朋友们打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是阿法上路 Bush。
好，那 Bush 你好，很高兴，就是先恭喜你今天赢下了这场比赛。那我们这边有几个问题想要问你哦，就是这场比赛呢，就是你们的，等一下，不好意思哦。你们这场针对 Machi 的下路做了非常多次的进攻，有非常好的成效，但是你自己呢也是被对方针对的很惨哦，就是当时就没有想要说，就是呼叫队友来支援你吗？
So congratulations on the win. First of all, you guys did really well facing against Magic Esports on the bot lane. So your whole team focused on pushing the bot lane, but also on the top lane you got dived a couple of times. Have you ever thought about calling your jungler over to help you?
我死第一波之后，有叫大爷来帮我一下，但他们觉得往下面打就是对面打上，我们打下，这样交换会比较好。
So after I died the first time, I did ask my jungler to come over to help me, but my other teammates thought it would be better if we just push the bottom lane. So that's their decision, so I would respect that decision.
哇，那感觉前期也是打得很委屈。不过我觉得最后看到这个结算面板，也算是让Bush扬眉吐气了。
那像第二题的话，就是想要问一下，就是你们在本赛季是第一次对上前端班的队伍拿到胜利，那队伍之间的沟通是有越来越好的趋势吗？还是你们已经找到了最适合你们去赢的阵容跟获胜方式？
So it is the first time you guys met with the top team and won. And is your communications getting better, or did you find a better way of making team compositions? Can you tell us how you're going within your practices?
这礼拜团练状况都还不错，蛮不错的。然后也有几套的阵容，主要是也变多了，然后沟通也变得越来越好，把不好的地方修正掉。
So our scrims were pretty well in this week, and we have a couple of team compositions prepared, and we have also more champions that we can use. So I think we're gonna get better and better.
那在最后一个问题的话，就是你们在赢下这场比赛之后呢，胜率已经来到7胜7败的50%。那你们应该是确定会进入季后赛了。有没有最害怕遇到哪一支队伍，而为什么呢？
So as of now, you guys have a 50% win rate, and it's pretty sure that you guys are going to make it to playoffs. So which team do you most want to avoid in the playoffs, and why?
最不想遇到这题吧，因为可能会变一个 BN 大赛这样。
I think the team that we don't want to face the most is Taipei J team because it's probably gonna become an emoji war.
哇，那看来的话 ，J Team 的这个 Rest 也算是相当的恶名远播了。那我们也是非常感谢 Bush 来接受我们的采访，恭喜你们赢下这场比赛。哇，那我们也可以从他们刚刚的访问感受到。
OK。Thank you. Local commentators over down there. You see, he knew the sacrifice was worth it. All right. He called the jungle, and the team said. Okay, I guess he didn't know it. The team that said, no, it's fine. You can feed in top lane. We'll just take the rest of the map.
Yep, well, that's one way to do it when your top laner is your weak side lane. Good effort by Machi to hold down Bush, but you can't keep a good Wukong down.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it is our match of the week. Taipei J Team taking on PSG Talon. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side ready to embrace the future.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for our match of the week. It's going to be Taipei J-Team taking on PSG Talon, our spring champions, going up against our current leaders at the top of the standings here in summer. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global English broadcast of the PCS. I'm Opal, joined alongside of Briz as we get set. Of course, PCS 2020 is brought to you by CTBC, the largest bank in Taiwan, helping you save for your late game. Briz, though, this is pretty hype, mainly because PSG, one of the only teams actually able to take down Taipei J-Team. And the thing about Taipei J-Team is the fact that they have struggled when it comes to games near the top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely that one. This is PSG Talon of champions of spring, the team we thought would be uncontested in summer because of the upgrades they made. I say upgrades, it was like, you know, an alternate mid laner who became the starting mid laner. And yeah, they still have a little bit of teething issues when it comes to finding that same degree of synergy they had towards the end of spring. But it's the same story of spring here, where this team has a slow start. They have a little bit of ramp up time, and then they just turn it on.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look toward roster. Taipei J-Team, it's going to be Rest in the top lane, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in mid, Lil V and Woody down in bot.
And Rest is the man of the hour for the top lane. This is, you know, one of the contenders for Ziv's top lane legacy in the region. We considered Rest to be one of the best players in the region as a whole at the end of last year, kind of lulled around in spring, and then just, you know, returned to establish his dominance in summer.
And then paired along Zat, you saw Hana has been very consistent into the jungle, but then you also have Nesty, which, if you watched earlier, not afraid to bring out the wacky picks himself, has a bit of that niche champion pull, but has been a question when it comes to his champ pool overall. We see all these kind of, you know, funky little picks here and there with utility as well as support for other lanes, but we rarely get to see the true carries come out from Nesty.
Yeah, a lot of Taipei J-Team's dominance is attributed to the fact they have what looks like the most potent mid-jungle 2v2 in the entire league. A lot of that is Hana just being insane as of recent, but Nesty's certainly no slouch, as you mentioned. His global pressure unparalleled, and his dedication to helping out his teammates has been something that is just admirable from day one of summer.
And then there's the bot lane of Taipei J-Team, which they themselves rather reliable. It's rare that we see Lil V give up a kill during the lane phase at any point. We only saw it actually in their previous game up against Resurgence when there was a bunch of resources thrown at him. And then you also have Woody, who's always on the hard engaged champions.
Yeah, Lil V, a bit of a hipster, played Ashe before it was cool, and then still whacks out the Sivir every now and again, but Woody single-handedly carrying Nautilus win rates with his preference for engaged supports.
But then, meanwhile, on the other side of the rift is PSG Talon, Hanabi in the top lane, River in the jungle, Tank in mid, and then Unified and Kaiwing down in bot.
And of course, looking at the top lane yet again, we have Hanabi matching off against Rest. I said Rest was the successor to Ziv in that top lane legacy, but Hanabi, the lone survivor of that dominant Flash Wolves lineup, the one that stayed in the region, elevating the rest of the teams around him, elevating the rest of the top laners around him by giving them such a run for their money every time they met. Really pleasant to see that he's doing so well again, even if he's had his fair share of criticism on the likes of Quinn and other champions.
And then you also saw their River on your screen for a split second. Absolute champion, by the way. He had he himself wasn't feeling too well this week, and there was actually a possibility that they were going to run.
Understatement there, Opal. I believe he was hospitalized.
Yeah, he did go check in for the hospital, but he has come back. He's feeling good and ready to go. And what a champ. Team needs him to perform. And then, of course, you have the rest of the squad as well. Unified and Kaiwing, who look at times to be the best bot lane duo. At the same time, there are times where they look like the worst bot lane duo in the early levels.
Yeah, Unified in particular, being that consistent late game carry, just looks like a little bit worse version of Lil V at the moment, which is testament to J-Team's dominance of the region as a whole. Kaiwing as well, heavy emphasis on engaged supports, much like Woody, and that's a really hype matchup there, even if we are going to focus on the top lane giants clashing. But you'll notice there was one member of this PSG lineup we didn't really touch on, and that would be Tank in the mid lane, forced into the starting lineup with the departure of Candy. Stepped up dramatically, but at the same time, still finding his footing when it comes to actually contributing meaningfully to the team's global pressure.
Yeah, because Tank, he was kind of that mystery that came in alongside PSG when they went through that rebrand back during the mid-season break. We kind of wondered, what would he actually offer to the team alongside Candy? Well, then it turned out Candy actually just wanted to take a break from playing, and now Tank has sole ownership when it comes to that mid lane position and has had to fill in a bit of a gap that was left behind by Candy. And has done well so far, allowing himself to apply pressure globally onto the Rift. But let's go ahead and get into Champion Select. River not going to have access to his Nidalee, and Galio being taken away from Nestea. It's those niche pocket picks that everyone loves to play not being available.
Yeah, you spoke of applying pressure globally, and both of these champions remarkable at moving around the map. Aggressive rotations in the Nidalee, just, constant speed when she moves through brushes, good dueling as well, and Galio to remedy any sort of shortcomings that Hana might have in 1v1 matchups just by crashing this gargoyle down into the enemy jungle.
And then getting rid of the Twisted Fate, that was again the debut pick for Tank, and he was able to excel on it. And also getting rid of the Aphelios, I like it from Taipei J-Team, not going to let Unified have pretty much his most played champion so far of the PCS this year.
Yeah, Unified I would consider to be on a similar level to Bruce, where these dominant teamfight carries are kind of suffering still from the fact Misfortune got shafted out of the meta entirely. Aphelios being banned out, of course, means one less champion in that wheelhouse. Ezreal will be a priority pick here just because it is the go-to pick for both Lil V and Unified when it is available. And I'm curious to see, do we see Ashe kind of being that bait pick that a lot of these teams have defaulted to once Ezreal is no longer on the table?
Yeah, because the times that we have seen PSG actually pick up the Ashe, often Unified almost tries to play it similar to an Aphelios and tries to get right up into the faces of some members and then gets caught out and gets taken down. But the one thing that was able to make it through the first round of bans was the Kalista as it gets locked in.
Yeah, something very similar to the kind of game plan we saw Alpha approach with in the previous game. Just hard shove in that bot lane, play exclusively for Unified and Kaiwing, and dominate that lane phase, especially if you can get the Thresh or a priority jungler on this rotation. I like it, it's a fantastic bot lane, but you mentioned in the pregame, Kaiwing and Unified, while being top tier in teamfights, have a little bit of a shaky time come this early lane phase.
And now my question is here for PSG, they rather went with a safe lock-in. So if you're on the side of Taipei J-Team, what do you want to try and pick up here? Because you pretty much have access to everything you could possibly want.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Trundle, but Hana is one of the few in the region that does make it work. Granted, we do have a couple of blind picks still available across other roles. This is not necessarily my favorite champ because you know for a fact Nesty will be taking it mid lane here because they've already locked an AD carry, but it is something with limited degrees of counters, and you know for a fact that Tank hasn't had the best performances on Jace, which is the go-to Syndra counter at the moment.
It's still a little bit of a nice relief pick here, also coming out from Nesty, acting as a carry instead of falling back on more to that utility. For River, though, he gets something that he is comfortable on, and that, of course, is going to be his Lee Sin as it gets locked in.
Yeah, early skirmishing gonna be the name of the game for PSG here, actually drafting towards being very proactive in the first 10-15 minutes. A big criticism we had of them was their kind of tendency to only turn on the proactive trigger past 15 minutes. At that mark, yes, they will be bloodthirsty, yes, they will go for plays, but it won't be until after plates have crashed, until after they've given up a dragon or two, and it really does kind of indicate that we're seeing a new dynamic from a team that sorely needs to step up at this stage of the split.
Seeing those some more comfort picks being taken away. We won't see rest on his Kennen like we saw earlier today up against Resurgence, as well as Woody not having something with a hard engage or global map pressure that a Bard can offer you once he hit that mid game where he's able to look for those tempered fates.
Yeah, with LeBlanc banned out as well, it means Zoe is now pretty high priority as an answer to the Syndra. I mentioned Jace would be my go-to for, you know, a Syndra counter, and Hanabi does play it as well, so you do have some flexibility if you want to lock that. The fact GP and Kennen were banned as well means that you do have that reliable blind pick top, but why blind pick top or mid when you can just counter pick mid and then counter pick top later on?
So there you go. Corki is going to get locked in for Tank. I believe we've seen him play it once so far in the PCS for PSG. Did okay. Was it, you know, mind-blowing? It was still Corki. Does a lot of damage if he's able to scale up. But let's go back over toward Taipei J team and what they want to use to try and round out this composition.
My main hesitation towards Corki here is that Tank, well, Corki can build a lot of items and build a lot of different paths, and Tank hasn't really chosen the most optimal of item builds so far across a variety of champions in that mid lane.
Yeah, last time actually that we saw the Corki from him, he was the one player to build into the Hex Drinker, but then couldn't upgrade it because Ma is currently disabled, so that kind of stalled out his trading force. Was useful into his lane, but nonetheless, looking at Taipei J team, we mentioned Woody carrying that win rate for Nautilus when it comes to the PCS is going to go ahead and pick up one of his favorites.
Literally half of the champions' wins are through Woody. Would be sitting at a less than 25% win rate if not for the J team support. And, you know, kind of locked in alongside a Wukong that we kind of slept on as being one of Rest's go-to carry picks nowadays. It's not got quite the punch of that Orianna Shockwave combo, but it's still something you can leave in isolation to really do work on the enemy top laner if given the opportunity.
And I know our main matchup that we wanted to focus on, it's up and toward that top lane for PSG. They round out this composition. Would a Mordekaiser go up against Rest's Wukong?
Yeah, Mordekaiser not really a champ pre-6, but PSG just going to play for bot lane in this early game. They have good volatility between the consistent pick potential and aggressive damage focus of Kalista Thresh, plus Lee Sin to boot. Yeah, we could see Tank sit back till the 9-minute mark before he leaves the mid lane himself, but the rest of PSG should be exclusively pulling the trigger on proactive bot lane plays.
And that's what you want to see from PSG, you mentioned. Get proactive plays onto the bot side of the map. For Taipei J team, what's the question here? Are you just trying to scale back up with that Ezreal to be able to come online yourselves?
Yeah, not up too much, but that mid-game spike. Level 11, Ludens for the Syndra. That power spike we continue to hammer here on the English broadcast. And as well as that, just think about 2 items for the Ez as well. Then you can look to just steamroll fights with consistent DPS. Just one shot whoever the biggest threat is on PSG at the time with the Syndra, because if Kalista's ever in range to auto you, she's in range to get an Unleashed Power to the face, especially in the later stages when rank 3 Unleashed Power comes through for that additional range.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves set. Of course, Taipei J team currently at the top of the standings alongside AHQ and need this victory. Looking for revenge up against PSG that was able to take them down earlier here in the summer split. For PSG Talon, the question has become, can this team remain title contenders in their current form? Can they make their way to the World Championship via the PCS playoffs? That question still has yet to be answered, and maybe can give us a clue here with the performance here today as we load on into the Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Back here, a bit more of a tamer start for Taipei J team than what we saw last game earlier tonight. Not seeing ST rock and Nunu. I feel like, too, this draft feels a lot more serious coming out from Taipei J team when they're going up against PSG.
Yeah, a little bit of more controlled start for PSG as well. You can tell they weren't planning any sort of level 1 aggressive invade shenanigans because the Callista already bound the Black Spear to the Thresh. Typically, you'll see teams kind of wait off on that one and just invade heavily with the Q at level 1 from the Thresh. But, yeah, no such reservations this time around. Full defensive, and a topside start for the Lee Sin is going to indicate that River should be looking to level 3 gank that bot lane.
Yeah, because you mentioned in draft, we want to see this bot lane from PSG Talon be proactive. Once Kaiwing gets, again, that level 2, level 3, once you have a couple skills in your lobby for Thresh, easy combo and easy follow-up for River.
Yeah, small Lee Sin mechanical clear here when he solos the buffs. You W to yourself, auto twice for the passive procs, and then press the W for the lifesteal after detonating those passive procs in order to, really stack that. Because Lee Sin, 2 additional attack speed attacks every time he uses a spell, but it doesn't stack, so you need to consume it before you reactivate it.
Meanwhile, though, Hana, a little bit more simpler when it comes to a Trundle. Just auto attack away, get
right click,
jumping.
Q.
It's right click and Q. It's not rocket science when it comes to Hana's clear nonetheless. Already maybe looking for a possible top lane play because pre-level 6, Hanabi usually has a target on his back.
Yeah, we had a little bit of an emphasis on the fact that Hanabi does tend to give first blood more often than not. And the fact he's on a Mordekaiser who isn't really a champion pre-6, as you mentioned, just really does indicate that we could see Hana look for a play there. But we mentioned Trundle, less of a gank threat, so much as a gank deterrent. And that's where I think Hana could benefit, just from shadowing his mid, shadowing his bot, and really denying any sort of playmaking from River early.
Yeah, because of course, if a skirmish is to break out, if you're a Kalista player, you know how unfun it is just to be next to a Trundle pillar during a fight. It's not a great time yourself, so let's see whether or not Hana wants to try and answer River on some of these early proactive plays we expect out of PSG. And heck, he says, I'm going to steal your chickens, I'm even going to try and be aggressive into you.
Yeah, Hana gets to do this because, as you see, you just have Nesty consistently shoving tanks stuff in. Whoop.
Early level here from Hanabi. He's going to be safe himself, but you could see, Rest was starting to feel in a little bit of that rhythm. Wanted to try and get some pressure, but no kill going through just yet.
I remember I didn't get to cash in on my meme from last game, actually. Back in Season 2, Opal, the Korean message boards told me, Level 2 Wukong, best champ in the game. Level 3 Wukong, worst champ in the game. Level 2 he is EQ, and he outtrades everybody, and that's why you're seeing early stages of the game, Hanabi already being given a run for his money. Pillar could stop that recall, doesn't even need to.
Yeah, now Hanabi is kind of forced to try and soak up what he can, but he knows what's about to come as now they decide to push on forward, looking for that first blood. In comes the Pillar, a super late teleport, some damage following back from Hanabi, but it's still going to be first blood going on over to Rest. Tank wants to try and at least get a cleanup in response. Flash already burned by the Wukong, and a nice response coming out from Tank, already exerting some global pressure with that teleport.
Yeah, Nesty not even leaving mid does go to show that J-Team were committed, but not to the point where they got greedy. Syndra mana pool, a little suspect, and honestly, Nesty gets a lot of farm for this. J-Team get first blood. Hanabi's flash was just clumsy. The melee also followed it. The clone did a lot of damage too. And yeah, good answer by Tank, but again, J-Team with the proactive power play on the top half.
And it's come back to a lot of drafts that we have seen from PSG and a lot of champions that Hanabi puts himself on where, you know, pre-level 6, he's that main target. That's the main point that a lot of teams just want to attack. And I think he actually has one of the highest first blood given rates when it comes to the top lane as far as the PCS goes.
Yeah, and speaking of that top lane, I do wonder, do 3 longswords beat 2 cloth armors? I suppose time will tell. Hana, though, says no 1v1 for you. Here's a pillar.
Just coming on in, says, all right, you know what, even if you feel a little bit comfortable with the cloth armor, not going to happen. River, though, seeing that Hana has remained onto the top side of the map, is going to go ahead and start off the first dragon for PSG with that pro activity coming out of their bot lane, getting the prio.
Corki kind of suffering from Ezreal-itis here, where, cool, we got a kill, we got some good farm under our belts, let's get Terran Cull.
See Nesty, though, looking for a very early roam. Hanabi, though, does have that level 6, so he can turn this 1v2 in a 1v1. Depends, though, as Nesty trying to do what he can. Unable to land any of the combo, actually, but still getting some orbs down. Not a whole lot of mana, actually, for that Syndra. Brings him into the death realm. Hanabi, though, has the shield, and in the 1v1, Nesty is no match at the moment to Hanabi, but in comes Rest, trying to turn it back around. It still won't matter. It's a 1-for-1 as Hanabi is able to recover in that 2v1. Now bot lane, though, there is your death sense. This is your proactive play you wanted to see come out of the PSG bot lane. Still no kill just yet.
Yeah, tidy 1v2 coming through from Hanabi. He ticks over to level 6. Death Realm is up. Fancy footwork is on, and he just ruins Nesty's day. The proactive roam from the Syndra is delayed. It's too late. If the first time you visit this top lane is when the Mordekaiser is already past level 6, something has gone wrong with your early game priorities.
And even saw there, Rest, I think, was rather a bit too confident in his mid laner because he didn't even actually come on over. He just said, okay, well, you can finish off Hanabi, right? And then it turned into the bit of this mess.
Yeah, Rest was not even level 6 at the time of that. Kind of symptomatic of the fact that River had kind of lurked around top lane. Sorry, Hana had lurked around top lane a little bit too long, sapped a little bit too much XP. And yeah, the PSG top laner, he's died twice, but he's got a lot back for it.
So not too bad here from Hanabi, and we'll keep track toward that top lane matchup. But we do see Hana now starting to path toward the bot side of the map. But already, the bot lane's like, yeah, it's too late. We want to go back. We already got 64 farm. That's going to be the Sheen and Tier picked up here for Loki.
Yeah, and while all of that had kind of happened across the board, Tank was just consistently, quietly farming up in the mid lane. His own tier is going to stack up, his Cull's going to cash out, and you're looking towards both these teams to explode the game in a big team fight in around 3 or 4 levels for the big players in the mid lane.
And even hear the dinging right there, that is package available for Tank, so if he wants, he can go back to base and have that in his back pocket. Maybe a little bit early, considering Cloud Dragon is going to be up for about 2.5 minutes, but it looks like PSG have plans for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, package, when it is up, does give a little bit priority around these neutral objectives. Of course, 8 minutes, beautiful timer for both the Herald and the package to be synced up. And with this secure, we should see good early game gold funneled onto Unified some more, and that will let PSG accelerate through the lane they needed to play for.
So there you go. A nice pickup and not really any response coming out from Taipei J teams. It feels like they're kind of still waiting, like you mentioned back in Champ Select, that level 11 to come online and that first item for the Syndra.
Yeah, once that does come through though, Nesty should just be able to reliably one-shot tank. Of course, no Hex Drinker for your favorite mid lane Corki player this time around. Looking at J-Team here though, they're on full defensive. Could commit the Herald from PSG just to get some plates down, but gonna say nah, we actually want to crack open a tower with this, so might just need to commit that a little bit harder. No package anymore, but still a quick rotation.
Package
package actually up.
Tank all around the side. In comes the package himself, and there's Rest trying to go for the engage. Meanwhile, Shelly's able to get that charge. River, though, is going to get taken on down as Han is able to find it, but a big amount of burst already coming out from Tank. Fate's Call used here by Unified. Kaiwing, though, able to get himself back to safety, but here comes Nesty. You need to find some cleanup here on the side of Taipei J-Team, but it isn't going to happen as PSG are able to make a distance.
Yeah, J-Team just behind on the play when it comes to that big commitment. Again, Nesty late to roam, late to follow up, and Kaiwing!
Again, another beautiful flash dead sense coming out from Kaiwing, his signature champion so far in the PCS. That's going to be Unified picking up the kill.
I'm not entirely sure as to why Woody used Exhaust and the Nautilus ultimate there. It just means that the bot lane from J-Team can't actually fight for the next minute and a half now. With Drake being up, I think you just acknowledge that the Nautilus is going to die and then contest around the Drake. Instead, randomly blowing cooldowns left and right. And honestly, J-Team now in a very precarious position when it comes to setting up for the next big neutral objective.
Well, yeah, the fact now that you kind of missed out, and like you've mentioned, you're not going to have that cooldown for Woody. Like, what are the options for Taipei J-Team at this point?
Honestly, it's just playing the wait for Syndra to be relevant, wait for Ezreal to be relevant kind of game. We do kind of sleep on the fact that this Wukong did get a solid lead for himself early, but that was kind of nullified by the fact Hanabi got that sick 1v2 power play. Because of the lane assignments being a little clumsy, because of J-Team again being behind on the play, we're seeing PSG just answer with another neutral objective secured for themselves.
And I feel like, unfortunately, this might be one of those games for Hana where he's kind of a bit of a sad trundle. Unfortunately, he has been just trying to hover and try and act as a gank deterrent like you mentioned earlier, but PSG, they haven't been slowing down with a lot of these plays.
To be fair, it's not like River has been all over the place with his ganks. The only assist he got was from that top lane tower dive fumble at level 1. Not level 1, but, you know, for First Blood. And honestly, this Lee Sin, I'm not super inspired by, but we can't really fault him when he's got both big neutral objectives consistently this game.
At least having objective control, as Lil V himself may want to try and find some safety. True Shot Barrage is going to be there, but guess what? Woody's a bit late onto this rotation. In comes the rest of the squad as Lil V does get the kickoff, but unfortunately, River has that kick, and Woody, oh my, that is aggressive coming out from this Nautilus. Wants to try and make something happen. Unfortunately, River, nothing he can tag with the Q to get him back to safety, and he gets taken down.
A little bit of a delayed TP coming back from PSG as well. What is Mordekaiser going to do to answer you at this point? Answer is not a lot. And this is the kind of game we were not necessarily expecting. PSG a lot more proactive in this early game, but you can tell they're uncomfortable with these early commitments. They're overcommitting, they're greeding, they're not respecting. The J-Team are now in a position to fight. And I think the fact that both mid laners just went to farm mid is kind of poetic, because yeah, this is the opposite of the big global pressure we were expecting.
Yeah, it seems like Tank is pretty much just reliant on the package before he wants to make plays, and we're getting pretty close now to Nesty. Going to have that level 2 into his ultimate in just a quick moment, and also likely finish off his first item.
Yeah, I definitely do have to watch for the Syndra one-shot combo at that rate. As we said, Kalista, if she's ever in range to auto Syndra, is in range to just get completely decimated by a quick and tidy R. I'm looking at Lil V though. We have the Manamune stacking up. We have the Sheen about to become online into a Triforce. So definitely do have potent carries on the side of J-Team.
And this is good timing for them, because you do have to also note that PSG were able to take the first 2 dragons of the game and are now looking to start to stack up toward an Ocean Soul. You want to start delaying that if you're Taipei J-Team.
Yeah, I definitely do want to look to kind of stem the bleeding at this point. And I think that having these mid-game power spikes for your big major carries really going to lend a lot of strength to your ability to contest these. Granted, it won't remedy the fact that they've been behind on the rotation, but it will give them an actual fighting chance when it comes to the prolonged skirmishes.
So see now, it's going to be turret plating falling here. As it looks like Taipei J-Team just opting to try and get some control in toward the Rift Herald pit. Because that's going to be Nesty just going back into his lane to clear that one out. And so far, we take a look back on what we expected of this early game. We saw some proactivity come out of the bot lane of PSG, but we saw a lot of action toward that top side of the map, and Rest himself has kind of been, you know, slowly farming up kills here on this Wukong, already finishing off his Black Cleaver and having that Tiamat.
Yeah, but at a point, you just have to kind of consider that Rest on the Wukong always going to be that little bit lackluster in the 1v1 relative to the Mordekaiser, especially now we've kind of crashed out of that early game where the Wukong did have that advantage. However, Rest very potent in the team fights, very potent in the skirmishes, and therefore PSG do have to respect J-Team.
And respecting them they shall, as that's going to be the Rift Herald being secured here by Taipei J-Team. We saw River decided to go back even though he was in the top lane, and finally an objective on the board here for J-Team, just cresting over that 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm looking at J-Team to use this Herald to not necessarily funnel gold onto one target in particular, but just, you know, we said they were always pretty much ahead on the play when it comes to their dominant victories, so I'm looking for a decisive call, a commitment to one lane in particular, whether that's cracking open mid lane tier 1 and then using the pressure to fish for Nautilus hooks, Syndra QE combos, Trundle pillars. Just use the Herald to generate momentum and snowball that into bigger plays elsewhere.
We do see here now, Ocean Drake is going to be spawning in about 20 seconds. Tank has that package available. Good timing here for PSG. You saw ST really wanted to go back and pick up that Ludens, but does mean, though, the rest of him and the squad is unfortunately just going to be a little bit behind for this reset and give Prio over to PSG.
Yeah, the contest's going to be a little clumsy here because you can just kick the Trundle out of the pit, you can rend with the Callista, zoning package, everything coming up for PSG here, and so J-Team just commit Herald to mid lane and try to trade one back.
Well, there you go. It's going to be secured, and now Hook going to come out as Kaiwing able to find the death sentence consistently. River almost gets taken on down. Tank over toward the side with the package, not able to find the angle he was looking for. Meanwhile, Hanabi in this 1v1, you mentioned it, even though Rest has the 3 kills, he's going to have an extra death as Hanabi's able to find the shutdown.
Yeah, Hanabi, quiet MVP of that fight. Kept the Wukong in the Death Realm, kept the Wukong out of his backline, and keeps the Wukong in the graveyard. Absolute dominance from the Mordekaiser in the 1v1 from this point onwards, and PSG with the insane power play there.
So not half bad, and we mentioned for J-Team, you really wanted to try and stop this Dragon from going on over. Unfortunately, timing just wasn't in their favor, and again, like you mentioned, Hanabi just preventing Rest from disrupting this fight at any point.
We got hyped for the hook from the Thresh into the hook from the Nautilus. It was Hook City, but they were living in Hanabi's world, the Death Realm, the firm control of everything from the PSG top laner there, after he did kind of get bullied around in the early game.
With that, Hanabi now online himself, having that Leandres ready to bring everyone to Smash City with his mace. So there you go. A 3,000 gold lead for PSG, sitting firmly in control of the game at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely do have to look at PSG as having the edge here. Not only do they have big spikes on the Corki, who is of course grinding towards the Triforce of his own, but you're looking at the Callista on Blade, beautiful single item spike, entire shopkeeper's worth of items in Hanabi's inventory too. Fantastic time to fight for PSG, and an even better one in 3 minutes time, when that Ocean Soul at 21 minutes will come crashing down in J-Team's face.
And they could even be pretty confident. It's now Tank still pushing into the side lane because he's still wanting to finish off his Trinity Force. He did delay it, getting that Hex Drinker, can't upgrade it to the Maw, but still looks like not having to worry as the rest of his team is playing things rather safe and trying to deny some of this vision line that was being put forward by Taipei J-Team.
Heavy emphasis on the CDR from Hana.
Hook for a hook. That's going to be Fate's call, though, as Kaiwing ends up throwing himself and then the Lantern. Keep Unified safe himself. That'll be a disengage.
Yeah, the Trundle's basically a pillar bot to mildly inconvenience the Callista at this point. Issue is that Ezreal's going for Gauntlet, which means he's also just looking to kind of stop the Callista in her tracks. At some point, the Corki and the Mordekaiser have to be dealt with. Cool, you have tools to deal with Callista, you have tools to deal with Unified. Issue is, the rest of PSG, their solo laners in particular, are stepping the hell up so far this game.
Yeah, because now Tank going to be online, has Trinity Force completed on the most recent back. Going to have that extra little bit of mixed damage, and unfortunately that damage profile, sure, you're going to go Iceborne and try and slow down the Kalista like you mentioned, but you got to deal with that big crit that's going to be coming on, especially when Tank usually finishes off either a rapid fire or later on into the game, if we get to that point, the Infinity Edge.
And my major concern for J-Team in regards to itemization, as you mentioned there, is the fact that if the Syndra isn't ahead, like, you know, Nestie's behind now, you're down 1 damage threat. She can't one-shot anyone, and that means Ezreal is going to be dealing the lion's share of your DPS. And if he opts for Frozen Fist into Death's Dance or another utility item, suddenly your damage is hampered across the board, and PSG can just run rampant, even more so than they are already.
And now, unfortunately, for Taipei J-Team, we're starting to see, look at that gold graph. All your carries happy online when it comes to PSG. Like you already mentioned, Tank has a massive gold lead. He's sitting on a bunch of farm and already only has a 500 shutdown on his head. I'd be rather afraid for Taipei J-Team, considering that they have to contest this next Drake, or else it is going to be Ocean Soul to PSG.
Yeah, definitely are being just shut out of this one. J-Team really in a sticky situation here. That's why you see them trying to face check as 5 people and trying to find a pick anyway, because if they don't contest this, it is all doom and gloom for the J-Team side.
You saw there, Woody was very close to getting the dredge line onto River, but again, just not close enough. But you do see wards being put on down. Taipei J-Team, they do not want to give this up, but you gotta be careful. Package is available for Tank once again. Nesty needs to keep himself safe as Lil V almost gets caught out himself. A beautiful play, though, coming out from Kaiwing. In comes the Corki. Exhaust goes down, but you can still see the damage output from Unified and the rest of the squad. Knockup lands onto Nesty and Woody. It's a double kill for Unified. Rest tries to trade it back, but in the end, it's still the main carries of Hanabi and Tank still alive, still finding double kills for PSG Talon.
Tank free casting in that fight, the Corki just pumping out the damage, and he is not done yet. Chasing down Hana, gonna secure the ace. PSG, it looked rough to start with because River went on a bizarre adventure towards the back of the Drake pit. And hey, I said the Trundle could mildly inconvenience people. Cool, that was about it. That is all that went in favor of J-Team that fight, was that Corki didn't kill Trundle at the end of it.
And unfortunately now Ocean Soul secured. We'll take a look back here as Lil V. It actually almost looked like River himself got caught out, but then this kick ends up landing and interrupts into this beautiful play.
Yeah, River's out of this fight. River took the blast cone and went 3 screens away from everybody else, and yet J-Team are still unable to commit to this. Hanabi takes out Rest, and suddenly you have an underwhelming Syndra, and Ezreal with like no items, plus Trundle and Nautilus, who are literally just supports. Really rough time for J-Team, even though they got what looks like an ideal start to that fight.
So with that now, PSG, Soul in hand, Elder Dragon going to be coming up in 5 minutes. Can put full focus toward the top side of the map and look to try and secure their first Baron of the game.
Definitely are looking towards that as being a game-clinching objective, especially when combined with that Ocean Soul. PSG, we had our criticisms of them. You know, they are a little bit rough around the edges when it comes to gelling as a 5-man cohesive unit as a whole, but they could still find a pick here.
Into a flay, comes out, Box going to be put on down. That's just going to be Tank joining in onto the fight. That's going to be the Cyclone onto the back line. Unified Tank, though, untouched for the majority of it, as that Kalista is still very healthy. Yanabi still fighting into the pin. In comes Hana. He gets kicked back by River, and now Lil V will get taken down extremely low. And Nesty, during this fight, I have not seen him land any damage onto the back line of PSG on this Syndra.
And Rest did his thing. He found the backline, he found the Cyclone, he got in there before Hanabi could finish the TP, and yet the rest of the squad were just being zoned out by Lee Sin, by Thresh, by Corki, and it meant that the follow-up damage from J-Team wasn't there, it meant the teamfight victory for J-Team wasn't there, and it means that this Baron is no longer there either.
And unfortunately now you're going to have to wait out this Baron buff for the next 3 minutes on the side of Taipei J-Team. And when you have optimal setups like this where you're able to try and catch out multiple members of PSG for rest, it feels really bad when I don't see Nesty anywhere near this fight trying to help out.
Yeah, both carries from J-Team getting zoned by a potential Lee Sin flank. Hanabi also just kind of there. Really rough commitment from the side of J-Team.
Like, Lil V and Nesty, they're playing on the very edge of the screen, and you even saw Nesty. He threw an ultimate into Hanabi. He's a Mordekaiser. He doesn't really care about you at that point. He'll just have soak up that damage with the shield, and unfortunately, the target selection from Taipei J-Team is just not what it needs to be.
Actually, looking at Hanabi's build right now, you don't see the Nationals Tooth, which means he's playing for team fights from this point onwards. Doesn't really give too much in regards to that 1v1 potential. Instead, just gonna look to single-handedly, single-macedly carry these big skirmishes.
And now with this, PSG can easily push into the jungle of Taipei J-Team. You saw Woody, unfortunately, ends up going for the hook into the terrain. Over the wall comes Hanabi. Another team fight, looking for the party. Rest onto that back line, gets the knock up onto Unified, but there is no damage follow-up on the side of Taipei J-Team because they threw it all into the Thresh, and Hanabi, still raring to go, brings down the smash. In comes Tank, he's dominating, and the rest of Taipei J-Team trying to run, but River is hunting once again on the Lee Sin. Lil V nowhere left to go but his fountain, tries to get himself back to safety. He shall, but he's the only member remaining for J-Team as the base is going to get cracked wide open.
Yeah, Tank decides to join the fight for good measure at the end, has his TP here, can escort these minion waves, and once he decides to join, the fight is sealed. The game may be sealed as well here. Tank coming in, PSG continuing.
And there you have Woody gonna try and do what he can, but he's only this lone Nautilus. Gets into the middle of the fight. In comes Rest as well. Doesn't have Cyclone available. The first Nexus Tower will fall. Hana has respawned. Rest is able to get his clone down, but you see the amount of damage that comes out from this Corki is absolutely ridiculous. Tower gets taken on down. Nexus now exposed, and PSG come in dominating over Taipei J-Team, taking down the top of the leaderboard.
26-minute victory for the side of PSG, making our top team look like one of the ones lulling towards the bottom of the middle of the pack. This is what PSG needed. This was their chance to show that they are still the top contender in the region. And do that, they certainly did.
Yeah, honestly. If you're able to take down Taipei J-Team just like that, and they seem to be the kryptonite of these top teams once again when it comes to AHQ, and now Taipei J-Team, they haven't been able to beat PSG now twice during the summer split. And that's even concerning because we consider PSG to be weaker when it comes to the best of one style of setup. When you look toward playoffs, that's where they excel. That's where they're able to adapt over the course of a series and look like absolute monsters, much like they did back in spring.
And speaking of adaptation, PSG correctly identified that they were cleaning up plays that J-Team were forcing on the top side of the map, and even if that bot lane was the linchpin to early game success, PSG just win across the board. And not only is this an important victory for them as an org, as a unit, but it's an important victory for Tank, just being so huge here and really showing that he's not just candy light substitute for a mid laner that the team will sorely miss, and instead really coming into his own on a big carry champion.
Yeah, you saw the damage there. Absolutely ridiculous. Picking up, of course, the double kill, and I believe the top of our damage chart with 22,000 damage. It's about, what, 800, 900 damage a minute?
That is 100 more damage than the carries of J-Team added together. 22.3 for Syndra plus S combined to the 22.4 of the Corki.
And I have to give some criticism over to Nesty. He himself has said, you know what, the analysts as well as some of the fans have kind of questioned whether or not he can play some of these carries. Well, against the top teams, we have not been able to see that performance. Unfortunately, the Syndra was feeling lackluster. Some of the target selection was a little bit off, and he got completely outclassed by this man right here. Tank going to be your MVP on the Corki, 8-0-5 with the KDA.
Yeah, PSG were insane, but then, as you said, J-Team, a little bit shaky there because we attributed their mid-jungle dominance primarily to Hana, and this time they drafted a supportive champ for Hana, kind of useless champ for Hana, and instead put all the eggs in Nesty's big carry shoes. Basket. I don't know, mixed metaphor, you know? But end of the day, it doesn't work out, and that's largely, you know, really gonna put a damper on some of these new dynamics that we're hoping for J-Team to kind of experiment with.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick interview with Hanabi from PSG Town alongside
大
Patty.
家好，我是 PSG 上的哈纳比。
好，那哈纳比你好，先是恭喜你们在对上台北这战队的时候再次取得下胜利哦。我们这边有几个问题想要访问你，你们对上台北这战队已经是取得一个2-0的优势哦，在季后赛的话已经可以取得到一个非常好的名次。那看起来你们最近的状态也非常不错，但是在之前你们似乎是历经了一个比较长的连败，你们最近有做什么调整吗？
So congratulations for winning over Taipei J Team today. You guys have 2 games over Taipei J Team at the moment, and so if you guys have the same score in the playoffs, you're gonna have a better standing. And so after you guys lost to the Yacht last week, you guys seem to be doing pretty well this week. So did you guys make any changes or condition wise?
就季后赛名次，我觉得我们两队第4名，所以应该没什么差。然后上礼拜的连败，我觉得就只是 BP 做的不好，然后我们状态也不太好，所以才连败了。
So in their off season, I think I'm not gonna care that much about the rankings. I'm just gonna do what we always do. And last week is probably because we didn't do well with our BP, and also our team members' conditions aren't very well. So that was the reason.
那第二题想问就是你在龙区有单杀 Race 的时候有一个非常帅的这个预判的 Q 闪，那当时是你已经确定他会闪身去躲掉你的技能了吗？
So in the Drake pit, you had a single kill over Rest, and it was really cool because you did a really cool Q flash combo. And did you already knew that Rest is gonna try to flash away from it, but you still kill him, or what happened over there?
因为那时候他如果不交闪，就算我不交 Q， 他也会有 AS， 所以我已经知道他会交闪现，所以我就交闪现尝试一下而已。
So I already knew actually that he's gonna use flash, so that's why I used my Q flash combo and predicted his movement and killed him.
好，那也是感谢哈纳比接受我们的访问哦，再次恭喜你们赢下这场比赛。哇，那也是可以看得出来，他们是觉得说之前的连败。
And you saw there, you know, Hanabi being pretty helpful, and I arguably saying, you know, helping carry the team alongside Tank when he said, you know, the rest of the team, you know, especially River, he had himself those health issues earlier on during the week, wasn't feeling well himself, and a great job by him.
Yeah, and just gave a big smile because, yeah, Hanabi got shut out entirely in the first 5 minutes, it felt like. The entire, the recipient of the entirety of that early game volatility we said J-Team would have. And yet, he turned it around, survived that level 6 delayed roam, and just did a lot for the rest of the team.
Well, we are going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it is going to be our final matchup. Berjaya Dragons taking on Machi, and we'll close out day 2 of Week 6.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for our final game of day 2. It's going to be Berjaya Dragons taking on Machi Esports, which this one, especially the fact that Machi ended up losing their previous game earlier today up against Alpha, we kind of now have to take a step back and kind of reconsider, the chances here for Berjaya.
That being said, though, Opal, I'm honestly thinking Berjaya are no alpha when it comes to the early aggression. Hey, really? You smiled thinking I was saying Berjaya no alpha in general, but while that may be true to some degree, it's the early aggression that I feel like Alpha really took Machi by storm with. And if Berjaya are going to replicate such a performance, it has to be in a similar manner.
Well, it has to be much to the style that we saw back in spring, because Berjaya were very much known as that team to get up in your face, try and make things happen for the first 10 minutes. Very similar to what we see now of Alpha, because their debut, their first game we saw from this roster, they were diving towers for like the first 10 minutes of the map. And well, if you want to try and do it here up against Machi, you have to try and play like that, especially considering this team has not been able to find the same success that we saw back in spring from them.
Yeah, Berjaya in particular lacking the sheer player talent relative to Alpha, because of course we said they have the Smurf mid-jungle duo of all things, but I think in general the team cohesion here does compensate for that. The issue is Machi are a team that their strength is also team cohesion, and they essentially have a little bit just more synergy in that regard, you could say.
Just a little bit of that extra something to help things move along there for Machi.
It's the same something that the Berjaya do pack. The issue is that Machi's something is just a little bit more refined, as indicated by the stats.
Well, you know what? Stats aren't everything when it comes to performance onto the Rift, but it does give us a good indicator.
Results are.
Results are a good
and,
indicator.
Well.
Hey, they did falter earlier today, and for Machi, that loss was actually rather impactful when it comes to them trying to get a bye position into playoffs, very similar to what they wanted to get back in spring. And now if they want to keep that hope alive, you got to come back, you got to come in and smack down Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, I definitely do have to look at that as being the name of the game here. Have to establish their dominance straight up, because that upset earlier this late in the season really does have big implications, because we looked at Machi as a dark horse for taking a bye in the playoffs. Berjaya, though, looking to secure their playoff seed themselves.
Well, you see here now, we're going to go ahead and take a look toward the roster. For Berjaya Dragons, Zazie in the top lane, Enzo in the jungle, Mawon in mid lane, K2 and Delulu down in bot for this Malaysian-backed organization that, again, made strong appearances back in spring, but so far here in summer have not become the dark horses they once were.
Yeah, and I've been pleasantly surprised by the solo laners of Berjaya here, just for being wildly consistent in the fact that they can hold down their opponents regardless of the caliber. Issue is they won't do much besides hold down the enemy, and there's only so much a neutralizing kind of playstyle can get you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, too, when you have someone like Enzo in the jungle who necessarily likes to play kind of a neutralizing jungler himself.
Trundle.
You kind of feel like a lack of options that come out from the side of Berjaya Dragons when there is, again, some aggression on this team, especially Delulu himself. Fortunately, kind of the polar opposite when it came to Woody as far as Nautilus goes. Still isn't afraid to pull the trigger for his team to get the action rolling.
Yeah, and again, Berjaya are one of the teams that did opt into just picking Ashe before it really came into vogue, and therefore I'm looking at the spot lane of K2 and Delulu to be super good playmakers, pick potential for the rest of the team.
Let's go ahead, though, and look on the other side. For Machi, it's going to be the same roster you saw earlier. PK in the top lane, Gemini in the jungle, Mission in mid lane, and then Bruce and Koala down in bot.
Yeah, and we ran through Machi earlier with a lot of hype behind them, and yet they fell apart in that dramatic upset not 2 games ago. PK stepped up really, really well so far this split. Unfortunately, not enough to give Bush a run for his money in that game. But Ozzy, different beast.
Yeah, Ozzy, a little bit of a different one there. Also paired up alongside Gemini, which Gemini, we still do believe he has one of the stronger junglers when it comes to the PCS, but I want to see what is Mission going to do this game, because we saw hints of Mission that we did not want to see in their previous matchup against Alpha, where he was not with the team, he was split pushing away on that Twisted Fate, and the rest of the team was losing the base.
Yeah, Mission is going to be the man to watch here because Mawan is really good at holding down the enemy mid laner's roams relative for, you know, bottom of the table kind of team and has been playing pretty well. I'm looking at Gemini because last time he played his signature Lee Sin in this matchup and just took over the game, picking off Arzi, picking off Delulu, like, you know, that 0-6 Northless Destiny coming through pre-20 minutes, I believe, in that game. So really eager to see just what the jungle mid duo can do here. But speaking of duo lanes,
yeah, you got yourself that bot lane here. Bruce and Koala, which Bruce, considerably the most consistent AD carry when it comes to the PCS, and he tried his damn hardest to try and carry back that final team fight in the base up against Alpha.
Try being the operative word. Yeah.
Try. He tried his best, because honestly he was able to stay alive for a majority of the fight, but still, at that point, Alpha were so snowballed out of control that even at about, 150 years on the Aphelios, still not early enough for him. And then for Koala, too, I felt like Koala himself was getting caught out a couple different times during this game where he was getting a little bit too aggressive for his own liking, possibly.
Yeah, that bot lane just kind of blowing up, self-detonating because of that early aggression that really didn't work out, rather attempted early aggression. And yeah, just looking to Machi as being one of those slower paced teams in a region filled with mindless, I say mindless, calculated at times, in your face kind of aggression.
We like to call it calculated chaos, all right? That's what we like to coin it as. Says we're going to go ahead and load on into Champion Select. It's going to be Berjaya Dragons on the blue side, Machi Esports on your red. And start things off with the mid lane being under fire immediately from both squads. Syndra, Zoe, as well as the Karma now being banned out.
Yeah, and Ezreal, while being K2's second most played champion, has been Bruce's go-to, and that's why I think it's bannable, but also first pickable for Berjaya here if it does slip through pick ban. Look at that marksman pool as being the hot point of contention, because again, our major criticism of the Machi bot lane were their constraints in that regard. And also take a look at Berjaya, given the fact that they actually have surprising amounts of depth between the solo laners in particular when it comes to whacking out some more creative picks.
I do kind of like what Berjaya Dragons have kind of done, though. They kind of taken the PSG approach to how they took their victories back in spring and just 3-ban Mission. That seems to be the play here. Get rid of his primary picks that we have seen so far during summer. Meanwhile, for Machi, you did mention that Ashe could be either banned away or first picked. In the case of Machi, they say we don't want to see K2 on it. Does mean, though, the Graves not going to be available for Gemini as he does get picked up for Enzo.
Yeah, kind of sad that Machi could indeed lock their signature Ezreal on this rotation, but also a little bit thrilled that we're finally seeing Enzo off of the Trundle. He's put up some good Graves performances as of recent. His Volibear's been somewhat uninspiring, but hey, fine, at least it's not Trundle. And yeah, off to a good start for the Berjaya Dragons now that they've secured a comfort pick that can give them a lot of proactivity in the early game.
We do see, though, for Mission, it is going to be a repeat of what we saw earlier in the day, and it was his Twisted Fate that it helped out and keep Machi within striking distance of Alpha with some good destinies down toward the bot side of the map.
Yeah, there's the Ezreal for Bruce as well, and my main concern here is that we actually see K2 not playing Kalista once so far this split. So I'm a little bit concerned as to how Berjaya are going to answer this bot lane kind of pressure being exerted.
Interesting here, though, from Berjaya, we might see Mawan take a little bit of page out of Nest's book and maybe run the Morgana into the mid lane up against the Twisted
Morgana
Fate.
has 30 KDA, granted only across 2 games, but
it's by one person in particular, that being Nesty.
I respect it. That being said, though, yeah, good answer TF in mid lane. You just soak the gold card with the black shield. Can also run it bot lane to kind of be that insurance policy that the Aphelios will reach his late game spike pretty much unhindered if you do send it bot. And now we're looking for Berjaya to probably just trim out the top lane pool a little bit and get Ozzy a decent matchup into PK. Ornn seems to be Ozzy's go-to, but he has played the Sylas into it and does have a couple of options up his sleeve.
Well, options starting to be withered away. Is PK also going to have some pool taken away as Machi go ahead, ban out the Mordekaiser. Berjaya Dragons getting rid of the Renekton. And we'll see whether or not that Ornn is going to make it on through, or if Machi just say, nope, that's not going to be the case, as again, it's going to get banned.
Yeah, just actually consulting my stats right now because I am looking, and it's actually 16 of that 30 KDA on the Morgana was contributed by Malon popping off last time he took that into the mid lane earlier in this split.
And my question is here. Now we got the Camille being banned out by Berjaya, so they're not going to allow PK to actually get accelerated like we saw last time around. Instead, he's going to be the one on the Monkey King as the Wukong gets locked in.
Yeah, Wukong, of course, being one of the only top laners left on the table right now. We've seen Sylas, we've seen Aatrox, we've seen Karma, Gragas even making an appearance for RC. I wouldn't like to see Kennen, but it is safe enough that you can disengage from the TF, so maybe we actually see that. Given the state of the current draft, though, I think a Graves actually... Sorry, a Jace wouldn't be a miss here for the side of Berjaya.
We'll see what the plan is going to be here, as the Thresh is going to get locked in. So for Delulu, not going to get, say, the Nautilus that he loves to go on, or possibly the Leona for the heavy engage, but still some ability to do just that. And you mentioned that Kennen has the option available for Berjaya as that top lane pickup. Pair that with the Black Shield, you get into the back line and cause havoc with the Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, definitely do have to be conscious of that, but also do give a little bit of a shout out to, as we said, the TF ult just being super difficult to execute on something as heavily mobile as the Kennen. If RC can keep his distance here, bully PK from a screen away, never really letting the Wukong close the gap, you can start to see a pushing top lane, allowing Enzo to get in Gemini's face, and then we should start to see Berjaya off to a very, very good start through these solo lanes and the jungle.
So some options here for Berjaya in the early game. We'll see whether or not they can make that the case, as again, you're going up against Machi Esports, a still very intimidating team. Even though they did lose out to Alpha, still got to consider that might have been just a one-off thing, and they've now come to play here in the early game and not get taken advantage of like we've seen before.
Yeah, disgusting amount of siege potential between Ezreal and Nidalee for the side of Machi. So if they get rolling, if they get that momentum early, they can then just poke, hard engage with Leona, TF, or Wukong when the enemy team are low, and run away with the game if given the opportunity here.
Well, here we go. We're going to go ahead, get locked and loaded for our final game of the night. Berjaya Dragons taking on Machi Esports here to finish off day 2 of week 6 as we get closer and closer to that playoff race.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
You know, sometimes, Abriz, you do concern me. You know, even though we are working remotely, we do always have a cam on one another, so we can make, you know, silly faces. But, you know, sometimes you actually just look like you're in pain sometimes, and I actually just want to make sure you're okay.
I would be in pain if we saw Enzo default to Trundle again, but happy days from here on out with the Graves. Yeah. I'm in pain whenever Rumble isn't picked. My heart hurts just a little bit.
It's going to be a while. Unfortunately, Uniboy hasn't brought it back out since, you know, spring. Man, you would have loved spring then. Unfortunately, just weren't around.
I love spring globally because Rumble was pick ban.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great time for you Rumble main. I don't know if it was good for you Rumble mains, actually, because it just kind of meant that usually all your ranked games would be banned out. But nonetheless, there is no Rumble. There is going to be, of course, that Kennen up and toward the top lane up against PK, where you didn't mention if Ozzy is able to get a slight advantage, that could open up the top side of the map for Berjaya.
Yeah, looking at RC starting with the Doran's Blade, pretty standard for Kennen since day one, really. Just auto attack from a distance. Your adaptive force is also AD now, so you can hit harder. Speaking of hitting hard, though, with some AD.
It is going to be Bruce downstairs alongside Koala. You did see maybe trying to get a little cheeky amount of damage, but you still need that level 2 on the Leona before you try and go for any crazy plays onto Delulu and K2.
Yeah, and just seeing that commitment for the tier 1 brush did make me check the inventories for some sweepers, because, you know, in the battle of engaged supports, whoever wins is the player with control of that first bush in the bottom lane. Only one is on Gemini's Nidalee. That means that we should see the Machi jungler actually have the advantage when it comes to pressuring out some of these early ganks.
And that kind of puts now onus here onto Enzo too, because we want to see Enzo, instead he's not on something like a Trundle. You're going to be able to hopefully keep pace with this Nidalee in the jungle as far as farming goes, and not fall behind like we have seen him do time and time again when he's on something like a Trundle.
Yeah, so rule of thumb is that for every 5 camps the Nidalee gets, the Graves should only ever be 1 camp behind at worst. So yeah, one of the junglers that can actually keep up with her. I'm not keen on the fact that Mission just keeps randomly gold carding creeps, but maybe red or blue would have been a better way to clear that one out. But
hey, you know what? You gotta show the intimidation, all right? You gotta bait out that Black Shield. Don't know if it's the best because you can't really Black Shield minions, but hey, maybe Mission himself isn't on fire as of late. Again, he had a rather rough game we saw earlier on during the night where he kind of just disconnected from the rest of the team. And speaking about disconnected here, PK, unfortunately, top side, might get dove, but it looks like it's a little bit of a misfire.
Yeah, not only did they juggle aggro pretty scarily there, but also consider that Graves can't auto through towers, so yeah, just really, really rough series of events there for the Vijaya top side. Showing there as well allows the Nidalee to invade, and because she clears so quickly, takes your camp, leaves, job done. Really, really rough start for the side of Vijaya, but at least they didn't die yet. Gonna commit again for a top lane play, but PK is back to full health, teleported back in, and still a Wukong, who's A, hard to dive because of decoy, and B, not auto-attackable through the tower because you're Graves.
Yeah, you saw they at least had some vision onto Gemini on toward the bot side of the map because of that ward into the Tri-Brush. So they saw Gemini looking to invade and get some Krugs, and they thought, hey, maybe we could try and make a play. Mission, though, not paying attention to his screen, is going to get rooted on up as Malon's able to delay that back just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, bot lane, though, K2 gets himself back to safety out of range of Koala, but that's a decent amount of damage being put down here onto the Aphelios.
Yeah, you actually saw the riskier choice of going for the bind, waiting for the travel time, the potential sidestep as well, to interrupt the recall there. It's because you saw Mawan wanting to hold his W for the wave. He wanted to use it to clear it out, crash it, and answer the fact the mission was going to TP into this mid lane. Something super key to note that we may have missed, by the way, is that both mid laners using all of the stacks of their DMAT does mean that TF now clears out all the caster creeps with a Q, and Morgana clears out all the caster creeps with a single full duration W. Perma push in this mid lane for both mids.
And in theory, that should allow for roams at the very least, as Mission, once he does hit that level 6, will be a little bit more mobile than Mawan, obviously, but we do see Machi might be trying to make a play already toward the top side of the map, as Gemini is going to show himself, puts down that trap, not going to be able to land the spear, but still getting that mark, forcing a flash out of the cannon.
Solid. So he put down the Nidalee W trap, as you mentioned, and then speared. So the cannon, if you wanted to sidestep the mark from the spear, had to move back. And by the time he moved back and then kept running, the trap had armed, ran over the trap, got marked, had to flash out for fear of being executed off of the pounce reset. And just really good mechanical play coming through from Gemini, who, as we mentioned, hadn't had the greatest of springs and did look a little bit behind on the mechanics side of things. Looking pretty good so far this split for Machi.
You know, ever since the swap up in the meta to bring out the Graves as well as the Nidalee back when we saw him at the mid-season showdown, has been looking rather good when it comes to those meta picks. Does mean, though, you saw Ozzy. He wasn't too worried at the very least. Was going to go back, already now picking up his revolver.
Yeah, going to be building towards either the Proto Belt or the Gunblade, depending. You can go Proto Belt for the team fights, Gunblade for the split push. Well, Vijaya credit to them. They know they're stronger right now. They know they have the better push bot lane, but this could be a contest.
There we go. Destiny is going to be popped, and we'll see whether or not Enzo is going to be that main target. In comes the Twisted Fate. It's a little bit late to the party as Gold Card is there. Delulu with a flash engage with the Death Sentence, not able to connect onto Mission. Does force out a flash out of the mid lane of Machi. But in the end, Berjaya are going to be the ones that secure the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, not only that, but they get the Destiny and the flash from the TF. Suddenly Mission, even if he finds an opportunity to roam, as we said, going to be pretty difficult because Morgana perma pushes with the DMAT empowered W. Just a really rough time for the Machi mid laner, again, after struggling in that earlier game.
And that now, like you mentioned, gives them a little bit of room because obviously he's going into his Roa first, not building necessarily cooldown reduction right away, and gives a little bit more breathing space, especially possibly to Ozzy, which, if we mentioned, if he's able to get a push in toward this top lane, can open up Enzo to get into the jungle of Gemini.
Yeah, issue is, again, the fact that Graves is kind of bad at diving. Wukong is really difficult to dive, and here's a fight, but...
Oh, they were actually able to get the engage out of Koala, and Delulu said, hey, come and get a little bit closer as Enzo comes on over the wall, flashing on forward. Exhaust is going to be laid on down. Heal comes out from Bruce. Koala trying to get himself back to safety. No flash to get him back on over the wall, and that's going to be First Blood going on over to Enzo.
Yeah, instant cleanse flash from K2 there to disengage from Leona, and then a good follow-up from Delulu. Hook came through, forced Koala out, and Enzo was just happily in the area, ready to follow up, ready to respond. Cleared out his Krugs, and then was like, alright guys, I guess we can path here, because for some reason the Machi bot lane pulled the trigger on this one.
And consistent elements of Machi so far when it comes to today, unfortunately, just not going in their favors. Now Koala makes that little bit of a misstep, getting a little bit too aggressive in that bot lane.
I mean, even looking at the minimap there, the Morgana had the roam and the push mid, Nidalee was in base, just didn't make sense for Machi to commit to that one.
So now we do see Machi at least trying to salvage the situation by trying to get pressure up toward the top side of the map. Koala already roaming on in.
Ozzy.
That's Ozzy. Popping the Slicing Maelstrom, gets a little bit of damage. You see Bruce has to back off, and now getting funneled into the pit, and they steal away the Rift Herald off the eye. And just like that, it goes bad to worse here for Machi as they have to find escapes by burning summoners.
Yeah, big disengage from Machi there on the tail end of that one. Steal comes through from Berjaya. It looked weird because Ozzy didn't get a good Slicing Maelstrom, had to pop it to disengage from the Leona and PK who are on top of him. And yet, Berjaya still find their way in here, get the Herald, can crack open mid-tier 1 with it, and really shut down any kind of roam from Mission in the near future.
And obviously, this kind of looked like a team fight too, that when you see the Slicing Maelstrom being used immediately by Ozzy, you say, oh, that's kind of one of those big components that you need, but Machi themselves were spread apart so much that they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, you had Mission a little bit late to the party, all the big wombo combo ults, either just not in any position to be used, or in Koala's case, not even skilled yet because he is level 5. So... yeah, just really weird choice of fight potential from Machi here, and you have to think that was them trying to salvage the fact they lost a bot side skirmish, they lost the Drake, they lost so much, and tried to hard commit topside for it.
And now as far as objectives go, Berjaya doing rather well, and you saw during the pregame, those stats never really went up into their favor. They were often the ones to give up dragons, to give up first towers, and well, sure, they haven't taken a tower just yet, but they are slotted to do so with this Rift Herald if they're able to find a pick.
Yeah, if they can just get one single kill, it will be a tier 1 into a big snowball, which is what we mentioned we'd like to see. Credit to Berjaya for maintaining this lead for themselves. Thing is that they are still pretty teamfight focused, and that would give Machi a little bit of a way back into the fight. That being said, Morgana Q, Thresh Q, very, very potent at finding picks, especially towards this mid-game. And once you crack open that mid lane tier 1 with the Herald, you can start to see them be a little bit more aggressive with trying to find their marks.
See here, though, pings are coming out as Mission's looking for a roam. There you go. Destiny's going to be popped. In comes the Slicing Maelstrom and a response teleport, as that is going to be the answer they're looking for, as there comes the Morgana ultimate. Lock it down, Mission, and Enzo is on fire this game. 4 kills on the Graves.
Absolutely stunning rotation there from the side of Berjaya. Enzo shadowing any kind of engagement from the side of Machi. Mission getting followed by Maoan as well. Just really great play coming through from Bajaya here in the early stages.
And one single pick helps open up that top side of the map.
TP?
Are they actually able to finish it off as Enzo? It's a little bit crazy. PK gonna try and finish him off, and yes, he will be able to, but Malon now and Enzo have to get themselves back on the retreat. You do see
Mission?
now, Mission running on in. He's a speedy TF boy, and the gold card is gonna land. Gemini picking up a kill as Machi are able to respond with kills of their own, but meanwhile, turret was taken, and down in bot lane, action don't stop, but it will be disengaged.
2-4-2, but Machi lose first blood tower. Bajaya hard commit, Bajaya get punished, but Bajaya still get the net advantage out of that one. Good disengage here from Ozzy. He read it like a book. As soon as Wukong goes on him, before TF even shows, out of there. And then Mawan, the TP to follow. Stella, positioning from Enzo. Stella, just really, really great proactive play from this Bajaya top side. Shelly is the fourth member. Shelly does her work.
And action
and
in
the bot lane's now
continues as Bruce is able to get some damage back onto Enzo. Can they
Gemini?
finish off? As Gemini trying to go forward, finishes it off with the auto attack, and that's a big shutdown going on over. Mission wants to join in onto the fight. Ozzy with the cannon, can't get the range, doesn't have the flash to go for the dive, and has to back off.
Yeah, Mawan is here. It's a little bit late to the party though, and the Morgana will struggle to find a pick in amongst the minion waves. Really, really promising that they went so aggressively on that. Bajaya, we said they need to be proactive early, take Machi by storm. The play was a little bit clumsy, a little bit messy, but it does work out. Issue is, Machi now have a good reset timing around this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, you see Enzo, he is running in. Same with Gemini though, so it does look like both teams are going to kind of get back into that line of scrimmage in the river. Let's take a look at how that all started. As I think it's off to Lulu, which wouldn't shock me. The guy loves to go for engages if that's the case, especially with Enzo nearby.
Yeah, it was solid, I guess. Credit to Koala for just blocking for Bruce there. Really didn't want the Aphelios snare to tag into the Thresh hook. And then, yeah, just good read by Gemini, good damage from Gemini. Mission's here, but what's Mission gonna do? Answer is not a whole lot of anything, as Machi used that pressure to start up the Drake, but it's a little slow.
A little slow, and also going to be a reset, as that now opens up an opportunity here for Bajaya to get some prio down towards the bot lane. You do see Ozzy is nearby for this possible play. Gemini needs to be close, and that is going to be stolen as Enzo is able to claim it. Slicing Maelstrom is going to be able to zone back the team as PK gets taken on down. And just like that, once again, Bajaya Dragons able to find an exposed weakness as comes over Enzo. Mission can't finish off the kill, has the gold card available, but doesn't do any damage at this point. And that is disaster, as that's the second dragon secured for Bajaya.
That feels so disgustingly bad for Mission. He hard commits to try and zone out Mawan. Mawan Black Shields the initial gold card. By the time Black Shield is off, just Hourglass is the second one. And this big team fight, they're all focused on the backline, so Kennen just ignores the Wukong, goes straight in. Happy days. Look, this was so funny. Black Shield on the initial gold card, and then Mission's like, I can hold it, I can wait for it, I can wait for it, and then he waits, but then Hourglass, well, stopwatch. Beautiful play coming through from Mawan on another pocket pick of his.
And back into the skirmish, I'm liking it for Bajaya. They are able to keep this goal rather even, and with two dragons in hand. Now look to set up toward the Mountain Soul that's going to be starting to spawn here as they cycle it possibly around that 23-minute, 24-minute mark.
5 kills in pocket of Enzo right now. Even going for the lethality Graves build, well, actually maybe just sits on the Dirk as Graves tends to do when he does get ahead.
Going to allow him to get a little bit of extra damage himself. As there we go. Malon going to be able to pick up his blue buff. And Enzo in prime position to act as a carry, as we often say he is the inactive jungler when it comes to Bajaya. Often onto a Trundle that we don't get to see a whole lot of play. This time on him to help drive this early mid-game in favor of Bajaya.
Yeah, the Trundle training weights have finally been shed here by the Bajaya jungler. He is on it, and he is being proactive. 6 out of 6 kill participations in the first 16 minutes. Double objective secure on the Drakes, plus a Rift Herald to boot. And this man is nigh untouchable right now. Insane performance coming through. And it's not like Gemini's a pushover. It's not like Gemini hasn't been stellar this split either. Just really clear dominance being established by the Bajaya jungler.
And I have to ask, what's going on here with Machi today? This has been a bit out of form from them. On top of that, too, we expected a little bit more out of mission on this Twisted Fate. Every time he went for a Destiny, he got kind of shut down, other than the one time down in bot lane. And we've kind of reached past that, 15-minute mark where that TF is supposed to give you all this pressure around the map. Well, it might end up him opting back into a split-pushing kind of style that we saw earlier on.
Actually, I was going to say, I think you'll find the reason why Kennen isn't contesting this turret is because TF global pressure, but it's not. TF's top. The fact of the matter was that Gemini was living in the bot side jungle, so yeah, RZ couldn't really move up. Yeah, honestly, super underwhelmed with missions TF today. It's his pocket pick as well, which really does feel bad, considering the sheer amount of answers the teams have had into it. And you have to consider, can we now reliably see him blind pick TF, or does this team have to be a little bit more conscious of the fact that they can get taken blow for blow by some of these even lower tier teams?
And it kind of scares you across the region as a whole, as all of a sudden these dominating teams are starting to drop games that should be heavily in their favor. For Mission, though, he's starting to come online himself. Almost finished off stacking the Roa and starting to work toward his Lich Bane. He'll have some extra cooldown reduction, some extra little bit of damage himself. But speaking of items, K2 now sitting on the Infinity Edge as well as that Proto Belt. And we do see the Glaive actually being the upgrade here for Enzo's Dirk.
Yeah, just really going to help him sweep out the vision, completely control the map.
There you go, over toward the side. Enzo's going to be nearby. That's 2 teleports being brought out. Do they sniff out Gemini over toward the side, or both top laners just back off?
Yeah, the bot lane from Machi having the onus on that rotation as well did mean there was no sort of further contest from Bajaya. Mission didn't flash that initial binding, and I thought he was dead to rights, especially since Morgana stun, the Soul Shackles, obviously connects through Hourglass. But end of the day, he is more than fine. Yes, Bajaya are still very much in the lead, but Machi did well to hold on there and actually have carved out a sizable gold lead for themselves.
I saw Destiny being used here. That's only just to give Machi some idea of where all of Bajaya is ahead of this Dragon spawn, as well as get a little bit of a push here in toward the bot lane. But teleport used by Mawon, wants to rejoin onto the fight. We'll see now what Machi is looking to do here, trying to prevent the third Dragon of the game to going over towards Bajaya.
Yeah, Bajaya just really looking forward to having these neutral objectives to skirmish around, especially since they have this Dirk that you mentioned, the Glaive completed for the Graves. It lets them choke out this vision, it lets them sweep, and it lets them force Machi to face check into Fog of War and get picked by a Morgana Q or a Thresh Hook.
See, just dancing around this Dragon once more. Machi decide, all right, we want to try and get a little bit of pressure into toward mid lane, but Bajaya are there to answer immediately.
Yeah, Bajaya now just looking to, again, shove for mid-prio, and then, again, shove for vision denial, and then finally stake a claim for this next Drake.
Thing is, though, take a look. Cooldowns are available for both of your top laners. Both want those impact ultimates. Ultimate comes out immediately from Delulu. Some decent damage, though, coming back onto the thresh. It's going to be that Black Shield. It's maybe a little bit too late, as the True Shot Barrage will be able to find its target, and Bajaya are the one down a member.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage shredding through 5 members' health bars really did cement that Bajaya couldn't turn that one around. Still going to try for it though. Fishing with Glacial Augment Twin Shadows. Mawon could 1v9 if given the opportunity.
And Ozzy still has Slicing Maelstrom as well as his Flash, but you do see over on the side of Bajaya, they're a little bit hesitant, don't want to try and go for the risky play, and will concede the first Dragon to Machi here so far in the game.
I like how they're thinking about the contest, kind of umming and ahhing about it, and their jungler was the one who was 3 screens away, saying, actually, no, I don't really want to get in there. Yeah, really odd commitment from the side of Bajaya, just to go all in on Koala, who of course did live, didn't even need to flash out. And yeah, Bajaya, a little bit of a mid-game throw here as Machi.
That's going to be Destiny popped. Unfortunately, Destiny even used. Didn't need it. And now he's going to take some tower shots.
Swag.
Nonetheless, you know, it's all the style points coming out. From
exactly that.
He needed his first kill to have some style, as he's finally on the board himself.
Cool guys don't look at explosions, so he Destinied behind the cannon and was like, huh.
Oh my lord,
Oh my, I can't even do it. What's the,
though?
Yeah, okay.
Never mind, what you're saying.
No, I was just gonna say, I can't remember what the Japanese quote of Fist of the North Star, that you already dead kind of meme, but Bruce may be dead.
Bruce trying to get himself back to safety. You see a lot of commitment coming out from Berjaya. Koala forced to flash away himself. Dark Binding not going to land. Descents will, but in comes the re-engage from the side of Machi as Koala's hunting. Zenith Blade going to connect the play. Is able to knock him back, but not far enough as he's saying taken down, but does get answered as K2 on the Aphelios is able to find himself a kill.
Yeah, koalas may be herbivores, but that was bloodthirsty all the way down. The support of Machi trading his life for Delulu's there, just going all in on the re-engage, and well, the fight's not over yet. Here's a bit of a skirmish, but okay. Yeah, this was just rough. Hook, nice. Whoa, the threading of the needle.
Gets there onto Bruce. Unfortunately there for Berjaya. Can't instantly burst him down or get that CC, and it gets a little bit tricky with that re-engage.
Yeah, it definitely does. Feels like a bit of a hard commitment from Machi, but they're getting gold. They're fine to trade like this, as long as, you know, come the later stages of the game, you keep your distance from the Aphelios and just, you know, siege from a screen away. Nidalee Spear, Ezreal Q, it's all good.
Moonlight Vigil, unfortunately Delulu not on target when it comes to that death sentence, as True Shot Barrage will be used to just try and get some damage back, but meanwhile, tower is going to be taken down by a minion wave, but it will be answered here in mid lane as Berjaya opens up the midsection of the map.
Yeah, Berjaya now cracking that one open, as we mentioned, would be super crucial towards them actually playing with the Fog of War. Use the Graves glaive to really clear things out, and then make Machi face check into a Morg Binding, into a Thresh Hook, into any of this ample pick potential. Issue is, Leona seems to be too tanky for them to kill even now, so you're already down one very valid target when it comes to picking someone off.
And I'll be frank here too, I think our top laners, they've been part of so many skirmishes as of late that you can see those farm numbers have started to deteriorate quite a bit, considering you expect this cannon to just kind of be in the side lane trying to apply pressure, but you can just tell that Berjaya are always opting to try and make things happen. But guess what? Gemini and the Co and the squad comes on through and they instantly delete the cannon.
Yeah, mission there for good measure as well, but unnecessary. Gemini still dealing a ton of damage at this stage of the game. Didn't go for the Athenes that we see a lot of Nidalee's rushing. Instead said, look, I am the carry now. I'm going to rush my Lichbane, and I am going to shred this cannon's health bar.
So with that, Machi are going to go ahead and find themselves a reset, as the next dragon will be spawning in about a minute. So we'll see now what Berjaya as well as Machi wish to do. I want to see whether or not, like you mentioned, Benzo is at least able to get over to the area. Having that glaive should be able to deny a decent amount of vision, as Delulu himself is already advancing forward.
Yeah, looking at Machi as just having a little bit of pick potential themselves. Issue being that they need to commit Leona, they need to commit TFR, they need to commit Wukong into the enemy backline if they're going to find a pick. There's no, let me throw out a cursory Thresh Q or a Morgana Bind and hope for the best. If it hits, it hits, we go in. If it misses, it misses, sure. Machi, if they want to take a similar kind of pick approach to the game, need to fully commit to these fights.
And we've yet to also see a fight where Bruce actually just tagging their K2. That's a decent amount of damage starting to come online for the Ezreal with the double items finished off. But we've yet to see a proper 5v5 with K2 now online, with this Aphelios sitting on about 70% crit chance as well. Opted to go for the lethal tempo this game, so the late game team fights, he's going to be a machine gun.
Yeah, definitely going to be dishing out the deeps there. Unfortunately, had to go for Gauntlet to create some space between him and the Aphelios, but hey, it's fine. Still dishing out the damage, as you could see. And Machi used the pressure of that consistent poke to really just secure another Mountain Drake on top of the one they already had.
And Berjaya are starting to feel like they're just kind of letting go of a lot of the map pressure they were able to build up over the course of this game so far, as PK is just free hitting down toward the bot lane because this Kennen wasn't able to get ahead, forced to have to use the Slicing Hailstorm. Mission comes on by, he finishes off the kill, and Berjaya are left to their own devices in mid.
Incredibly close there to PK actually dropping, but yeah, Machi just up the tempo, up the pressure. Don't even commit for this mid lane tier 2, don't commit for the Baron, don't do much of anything. Berjaya get pulled around the map.
And now it's a question of how does Berjaya respond, because we're starting to see, again, more and more control let go, and it's a very bad sign when your Kennen now cannot really do anything, even underneath an inhibitor tower.
Yeah, genuinely really difficult situation for Ozzy to be in. Can't 1v1, built for team fights, isn't finding team fights because someone has to deal with the Wukong in the side lane, has to deal with TF in the side lane. Really rough time for the Berjaya top laner. That being said, can still find a highlight reel worthy TP flank in the next fight, you have to imagine, if Berjaya can set up appropriately for it. Right now though, vision completely in favor of Machi. Just the mid lane is basically all that Berjaya see right now.
Yeah, and that's considering also, you know, Enzo has that glaive that's supposed to be able to just be denying vision rather frequently. Unfortunately, if Berjaya are getting pushed in back underneath their own towers in mid, or just being, you know, squeezed into this mid lane, can't really leave and join the action elsewhere and deny that vision away from Machi as they look to set up now toward Baron.
Yeah, up!
Delulu, flash hook coming on out, but that is going to be the full engage coming out from Mawon. Gold card was not able to land. Destiny comes on over. Cyclone able to get the knockup. Slicing Maelstrom now onto the two front members. But guess what? That is not where you needed to go. Mission into the back line. Mawon gets sniped by the Mystic Shot. And Machi have come online. They have come back to play as they're able to take down 3 members of Berjaya Dragons.
And with one huge team fight swing in their favor, Machi close this Baron down. They lock it up, they get what they want, and now they look to rotate that lead elsewhere on the map. No Drake for another 2 minutes, so hey, why not set your sights on an inhib after securing this big objective?
And unfortunately too, with all these fights that were breaking out and Ozzy being pretty much just camped away during the early portion of this game, this Kennen still very far behind, only picking up his second item now, and it starts off what looked like a great opportunity for Berjaya, but then gets turned around.
Yeah, kind of unlucky, the mistiming on the Morg ult there didn't actually end up stunning Gemini, though I doubt it would have made a difference. Looking at the way this fight panned out, Bruce untouched, able to join the fight at whim because everything was commit for his jungle and mid laner, who both survived, by the way. Clean 3 kills for the side of Machi.
And he starts to get into the situation now where Machi has themselves the Baron buff, feeling comfortable. We'll see whether or not now they can try and at least crack open possibly a second tier tower, maybe even knock onto the base if they're able to find a pick in their way. And for Berjaya, I kind of have to ask, you know, what ended up happening to this game, because it felt like they had the advantage early on. We saw a great early game come out of Enzo. It looked very promising, but it's been kind of falling apart here and there.
Yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag here from the side of Berjaya. It felt like they couldn't decide if they wanted to commit for picks or for 5v5s around Kennen, Graves, Morg, ults, and honestly just got left hanging out to dry here. All of their commitments seem to have been onto Koala. Oh. Yeah, the Nidalee, Ezreal poke and Siege is kinda gross.
There we go, Descend's gonna come out from Gemini. Able to assault. Meanwhile, Tower just gets taken down mid, and now Machi, 2 fronts of assault onto the base of Berjaya, and not much can be done. Delulu's trying to fish for hooks because what? The rest of your team are toward the top side of the map. Sure, K2 is nearby, but there you go. Inhibitor tower is going to fall, and the siege that is going to start pouring in from Machi is near unstoppable unless Berjaya find a miracle pick, find a miracle that sends onto something like Bruce or Mission, find them out of position, but it doesn't even look like that's going to be the opportunity here as both inhibitors fall.
Because of the health generated by the Morello and the Proto Belt, the Kennen is actually the most tanky member of this Berjaya squad right now. Still doesn't stop him from taking a third of his health from a single Nidalee Spear, and this game is getting dramatically out of control for the side of Vijaya. Third Drake here, one step closer towards Soul. I think Marchi can actually end before that fourth Drake even spawns.
Oh, they're on pace to, if they're able to find just one good team fight in their favor, which we've seen from Berjaya. Even though they have this cannon, he's so far behind. Now Destiny's going to be popped. Enzo has nowhere to escape without the Morgana in the shielding for the rest of the squad. He can't get himself back to safety. True shot Barrage, not going to be able to find his spark. PK onto the back line, able to find two knock as Bruce over the wall and just shuts down K2 immediately. Flashing on forward with a Mystic shot. Is able to take down both bot lanes of Berjaya Dragons. And Machi poised now to start pushing in through the bot lane.
Yeah, Marchi find the pick that Vijaya were hoping for, and Marchi now can close off of that one. It feels like Marchi have the inferior pick comp, and yet they're the ones finding Leona Oz, finding gold cards, finding everything, and they will push with it.
There we go, though. On to Bruce. They get the shutdown with the cannon, but you see the rest of the team is nowhere to be found as Ozzy is going to get soloed out. Sure, he goes into his stopwatch, but just like that, Machi look to respond and remind us why they are at the top of the standings, able to turn back the early game and bring home the victory over Berjaya Dragons.
Such a promising early start for the side of Berjaya, but unfortunately, not a lot they could have done there. They try too many different things. They fish for team fights, they fish for picks, they don't commit to one in particular, and just trip up over themselves trying to play two drastically different styles at once.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked good at the beginning there for Berjaya. Like, considering you also have to consider the fact that Machi currently are up in that big three at the top of the standings. And for Berjaya, we had not seen any of this aggression for a majority of the summer split. We saw it back in spring, but then it kind of just got pushed to the side. They said we want to play more coordinated, more, you know, poke style kind of setups that required a lot of coordination. They brought back a bit more aggression here in this game, but it still just wasn't enough.
Yeah, the secure on that victory as well, super crucial for Machi to contest the very top of those standings. And as well as that, it does mean Berjaya playoffs lives very much on the line for a better seeding here.
You see here, a lot of these fights, it's kind of a great example of just how disjointed a lot of Berjaya were, as Machi are able to easily clean up leads.
Bruce is untouched throughout all of this, and yet no one is dying on the side of Machi.
And that's why Bruce sits at the top of the damage charts. 21,000 there on the Ezreal. Mission close behind, was able to come online with that Twisted Fate, and I'll argue his early Twisted Fate was often responded quite well by Berjaya when it came to the Destinies, but was able to still pull it through into the later part of the game and looked solid overall.
This is kind of symptomatic of Berjaya though, when they have the fact that they have a winning counter mid matchup, and yet what can you do with it? It's Morgana. She can maybe find a pick, but when she misses the Qs, doesn't really contribute anything at all. Only gives you, what, consistent wave clear. That's it. And Berjaya, they needed to snowball much harder with the lead they generated than they actually did. And as a result of that, just, yeah, as we said, full flat, trying to execute on multiple facets of a team comp with no clear single identity.
So again, congratulations on to Machi. Berjaya Dragons, though, in the meantime, are still actually one of those teams that could get easily knocked out of playoff contention by Liab if they are not careful. They only have the 2 extra victories over the squad at the moment, and now really need to get their act together over the next 2 days if they want to be able to secure a safe safety net. But let's go ahead. MVP for that game is going to go on over to Gemini on the mid lane.
Clear, solid performance in the early stages of the game while everyone else fell apart around him. Played his own game, did his own thing, and eventually bridged the gap to where his team could make a convincing comeback, largely off of his consistency.
So there we have it. End of our second day of Super Week so far. So 1 or 2 little upsets, but other than that, majority of our games went on over to the favored teams. We got to see the return of form, though, coming back from PSG, and for Taipei J team, they have some cleaning up to do. Let's go ahead, though, and go on over to an interview with Koala alongside
大家好，我
Patty.
是 Koala。
好，Koala 你好，那先是恭喜你们赢下了这场比赛的胜利哦。那这边有几个问题想要对你做一下简单的采访。那你们今天稍早的比赛当中呢，中了 Mission 也是选用了匿名啊，但是最后是输掉了。那为什么你们这场比赛还是这么有自信手抢匿名呢？
So earlier today, Mission chose Twisted Fate in the mid lane against Alpha, and he didn't do really well, and you guys lost that game. So why do you guys chose it today again?
因为我觉得就是上一场你打得不好，不代表下一场打得不好，然后我们也就是做了赛后的检讨这样。
We trust him because we think that just not performing well in one game doesn't mean that the second time he's still not going to perform well. And we did a review after that game, so I think we should give him another chance.
我看也是对自己的队友非常有自信，而且在这个赛后调整的部分也做得非常快。
那第二题的话，就想要问一下，你们就是进入季后赛已经算是确定的事情。那前面有访问过 AH 跟 PSG， 他们都说不想要遇到台北决战队。那因为他们觉得这个团战他们处理很强。那你们最不想遇到谁呢？为什么？
So now that you're 100% sure that you're getting into the playoffs, I'm going to ask you the same question that we asked HQ and PSG earlier. They told us that they don't want to meet Taipei J team because they're really good at team fights. Who do you guys want to avoid the most and why?
我觉得遇到谁都没关系嘛，因为你只要就是想拿冠军的话，就是每队都要打赢嘛。
It doesn't matter to me because if we want to win the championship, then we need to beat everyone. So that's my answer.
好，那也是非常谢谢 Koala 接受我们的采访，恭喜你们赢下这场比赛。哇，也是非常有自信的回答，我觉得这个就是有冠军相的队伍。
Well, there we go. Seemed like Quick Review was able to give confidence back into the team to, stand alongside Mission on the Twisted Fate pick. So, again, good job overall there to Machi. They're able to at least equal out their game 1-1 and not fall in both their matches.
Yeah, 100% credit to Machi for pulling that one back. Still looks a little bit shaky, and Bajaya do have a lot of promise behind them.
Yeah, so we'll see here for Bajaya. Again, there is a little bit of do or die time, so let's go ahead and review with all the action that did take place today, as we saw HQ taking down Liab, then HK able to take home the victory over Nova. Taipei J team able to take down Resurgence in what was considered a bit of a meme fest and a bit of just a bunch of a brawl, you could say at the very least, but then ended up falling to PSG later on in the day.
Yeah, honestly, looking at some of these games, the biggest upset would have been that Alpha Machi game that we mentioned. And Machi just, closing one back out. All of the top teams that we saw play today did win. Really important for HKA that they got that win early in the day as well, though, because suddenly this team that would be fighting for the bottom end of playoffs could still make a splash and take a couple of games off of some of our favorites.
Yeah, because with that, it is going to be Nova. Currently still on that bubble when it comes to the playoff bracket, as they currently sit in prime position for Liab to overtake them if they can find 3 wins from that Philippine-based squad, as we will likely go ahead and take a look on toward our standings to see how things are currently shaping up for playoffs. As you see, HQ currently at the top alongside Taipei J team with 12 wins, Machi just behind them with 11, and then PSG in 4th with 10.
Yeah, and then the rest of the table is not quite as clear-cut. Alpha 7-7, HKA 6-8, and then everybody else just kind of trailing. Of course, with Resurgence being the only one that is relatively out of it.
And that's a clear thing. You saw Bajaya. They are within striking distance of Liab, as if Liab are able to take down 2 wins, as well as actually win their matchup up against Bajaya in the final week of play next week. There's a solid opportunity that Liab might be still able to make a run into playoffs. Unfortunately, Resurgence, it's looking a bit dire as we take a look toward what would be coming up next, and it is just it's just apparently everything is coming up next, Briz, to say the very least.
Quite a bit indeed, yes. Tomorrow's got some hype games.
Yeah, tomorrow you're actually going to be looking at starting things off the day with Bajaya Dragons taking on Taipei J team. The big matchups, though, if you're wanting to watch it, it is going to be PSG Talon taking on AHQ for our 4th game of the day.
yeah, following that one will be HKA versus Marchi, which is interesting because you see Marchi dropping to Alpha, solidly middle of the pack team, and HKA making a splash and a name for themselves earlier in the split by upsetting their fair share of top teams too.
Yeah, and if you're a Liab fan, maybe there is some hope if they can try and take down Hong Kong Attitude. But again, still a lot to be played out here for the PCS. We still have those 3 days remaining here of the summer split. And if you guys enjoyed the show, be sure to check out the rest of our channels, whether that's over on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. You guys can keep up to date with all the news as well as side content from the PCS, as well as being translated into English. And if you guys are over on Twitter, you can go ahead and check out LOL Esports PCS. Keep up to date with our English account over for the league. As well, if you guys enjoyed the casting, be sure to look for the !casters command over on Twitch. You guys can follow us over on our socials for myself, Abriz, and Riku if you enjoyed any of our random banter or, you know, our non-stop screaming, to say the very least.
Okay. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Hey.
I'll follow you.
You'll follow me? You're not following me yet, Abriz? What's going on? I thought we were friends. Come on now. You can learn the story of the double headset, all right, and what's going on here. Only over on the Twitters, obviously. As well as you guys can check out some of the teams that actually are interacting with the fans over in English on some of those platforms. Always a hoot coming out from PSG Talent, so I highly recommend checking out them. They're always a bit of, I guess you could say, a little bit rude at times. They always like their friendly banter. Friendly with some, you know, asterisks right there. Again, I'm just trying to fill out time here, Briz, because the show is taking a lot longer than it should.
Okay. Yeah, alright.
Hey! There we go. You know the music.
I was thinking of something, but I summoned it.
There you go. That's going to be the end of our broadcast. Thank you guys for joining us here for day 2 of week 6. We'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time, for more action for the PCS.